The Sacred Books of the East. 8. Huntran. Henry Froude. Oxford University Press Warehouse. 7 Paternoster Row. The Sacred Books of the East. Translated by various Oriental scholars and edited by F. Max Muller. Vol. 8. At the Clarendon Press. 1882. All rights reserved. T. The Bhagavad-gita. With the Sanat Sugat Laya. And the Anujata. Translated by Kashinath Trimbak Telang, M.A. At the Clarendon Press. 1882. All rights reserved. 1130. B63. Contents. Bhagavad-gita. Introduction. V. I. Translation. 37. Sanat Sukatiya. Introduction 135. Translation 149. Anujata. Introduction 197. Translation 229. Index of Principal Matters 395. Sanskrit Index -439. Transliteration of Oriental alphabets adopted for the translations of the Sacred Books of the East. 443. Bhagavad-gita. 8. Introduction to Bhagavad-gita. It has become quite a literary commonplace that to borrow the words of Professor Max M. Tiller in one of his recent lectures, history, in the ordinary sense of the word, is almost unknown in Indian literature. 1. And it is certainly a remarkable irony of fate that we should be obliged to make this remark on the very threshold of an introduction to the Bhagavad-gita, for according to the eminent French philosopher, Cousin 2. This great deficiency in Sanskrit literature is due, in no inconsiderable measure, to the doctrines propounded in the Bhagavad-gita itself. But however that may be, this much is certain, that the student of the Bhagavad-gita must, for the present, go without that reliable historical information touching the author of the work, the time at which it was composed, and even the place it occupies in literature, which one naturally desires when entering upon the study of any work, more especially in an attempt like the present, intended as it mainly is for students of the history of religion. I should have been better pleased, if I could, in this introduction, have concentrated to a focus, as it were, only those well ascertained historical results, on which there is something like a consensus of opinion among persons qualified to judge. But there is no exaggeration in saying that it is almost impossible to lay down even a single proposition respecting any important matter connected with the Bhagavad-gita, about which any such consensus can be said to exist. The conclusions arrived at in this introduction must, therefore, be distinctly 1. Hibbert Lectures, p. 131. 2 Lectures on the History of Modern Philosophy. Translated by O. W. White. Volume I, pp. 49, 50. At p. 433 seek. Of the second volume, M. Cousin gives a general view of the doctrine of the Gita. See also Mr. Maurice S. and Hitter S. Histories of Philosophy. 8. B. Bhagavad-gita. understood to embody individual opinions only, and must be taken accordingly for what they are worth. The full name of the work is Bhagavad Gita. In common parlance, we often abbreviate the name into Gita, and in Sanskrit literature the name occurs in both forms. In the works of 6 Ankara/Arya, quotations from the Gita are introduced, sometimes with the words in the Gita, or in the Bhagavad Gita, and sometimes with words which may be rendered in the Gitas, the plural form being used. 1. In the colophons to the MSS of the work, the form current, apparently throughout India, is, in the Upanishads sung Gitas, by the deity. 5 Ankararya, indeed, sometimes calls it the L-Vara Gita too, which, I believe, is the specific title of a different work altogether. The signification, however, of the two names is identical, namely, the song sung by the deity, or, as Wilkins translates it, the divine lay. This divine lay forms part of the Bhishma Parvan of the Mahabharata, one of the two well-known national epics of India. The Gita gives its name to a subdivision of the Bhishma Parvan, which is called the Bhagavad Gita Parvan, and which includes, in addition to the 18 chapters of which the Gita consists, 12 other chapters. Upon this, the question has naturally arisen, is the Gita a genuine portion of the Mahabharata, or is it a later addition? The question is one of considerable difficulty. But I cannot help saying that the manner in which it has been generally dealt with is not altogether satisfactory to my mind. Before going any further into that question, however, it is desirable to state some of the facts on which the decision must be based. It appears, then, that the royal family of Hastinapura was divided into two branches. The one called the Kauravas, and the other the Pandavas. The former wished to keep the latter out of the share of the kingdom claimed by them, and so, after many attempts at 1x Gr. Sariraka Bhashya, Volume 2, p. 840. It is also often cited as a SMR/T. Ibid. Volume I, p. 152. 2c Inter alias Satraka Bhashya, Volume I, p. 455, Volume 2, p. 687, and Cole. Brooke's Essays, Volume I, p. 355, Madras, Lassen S. edition of the Gita, XXXV. Introduction. An amicable arrangement had proved fruitless. It was determined to decide the differences between the two parties by the arbitrament of arms. Each party accordingly collected its adherents, and the hostile armies met on the holy field of Kurukshetra, mentioned in the opening lines of our poem. At this juncture, Krishna Dvaipayana, alias Vyasa, a relative of both parties and endowed with more than human powers, presents himself before Dhritarashtra/Ra, the father of the Kauravas, who is stated to be altogether blind. Vyasa asks Dhritarashtra whether it is his wish to look with his own eyes on the course of the battle, and on Dhritarashtra/Ra's expressing his reluctance, Vyasa deputes 1 Sankaritaya to relate to Dirtarash / all the events of the battle, giving to Sankaritaya, by means of his own human powers, all necessary aids for performing the duty. Then the battle begins, and after a 10 days struggle, the first great general of the Kauravas, namely Bhishma, falls ill. At this point Sankaritaya comes up to Dhr/Tarush/Ra, and announces to him the sad result, which is of course a great blow to his party. Dhr/Tarush/Ra then makes numerous enquiries of Sankaritaya regarding the course of the conflict, all of which Sankaritaya duly answers. And among his earliest answers is the account of the conversation between Krishna and Arkaryuna at the commencement of the battle, which constitutes the Bhagavad-gita. After relating to Dhritarashtra/Ra that wonderful and holy dialogue, and after giving an account of what occurred in the intervals of the conversation, Sankaritaya proceeds to narrate the actual events of the battle. With this rough outline of the framework of the story before us, we are now in a position to consider the opposing arguments on the point above noted. Mr. Tallboys Wheeler writes on that point as follows too, but there remains one other anomalous characteristic of the history of the Great War, as it is recorded in the Mahabharata, which cannot. 1. The whole story is given in brief by the late Professor Goldsteker in the Westminster Review, April 1868, p. 392 seq. See now his literary remains, 2. 104 seq. 2 History of India, Volume I, p. 293. B2. Bhagavad-gita. Be passed over in silence, and that is the extraordinary abruptness and infelicity with which Brahmanical discourses, such as essays on law, on morals, sermons on divine things, and even instruction in the so-called sciences are recklessly grafted upon the main narrative. Krishna and Arkaryuna. On the morning of the first day of the war, when both armies are drawn out in battle array, and hostilities are about to begin, enter into a long and philosophical dialogue respecting the various forms of devotion which lead to the emancipation of the soul. And it cannot be denied that, however incongruous and irrelevant such a dialogue must appear on the eve of battle, the discourse of Krishna, whilst acting as the charioteer of Arkaryuna, contains the essence of the most spiritual phases of Brahmanical teaching, and is expressed in language of such depth and sublimity, that it has become deservedly known as the Bhagavad-gita or Divine Song. Indeed, no effort has been spared by the Brahmanical compilers to convert the history of the Great War into a vehicle for Brahmanical teaching, and so skillfully are many of these interpolations interwoven with the story, that it is frequently impossible to narrate the one, without referring to the other. However irrelevant the matter may be to the main subject in hand. 5. It appears to me, I own, very difficult to accept that as a satisfactory argument, amounting, as it does, to no more than this, that interpolations, which must needs be referred to in narrating the main story even to make it intelligible, are nevertheless to be regarded as evidently the product of a Brahmanical age. 1. And presumably also a later age, because, forsooth, they are irrelevant vant and incongruous according to the tastes and ideas *. Not of the time, be it remembered, when the main story is supposed to have been written, but of this enlightened 19th century. The support, too, which may be supposed to be derived by this argument from the allegation that there has been an attempt to Brahmanize, so to say, the 1 History of India, Volume I, p. 288, and compare generally upon this point the remarks in Gladstone's Homer, especially Volume I, p. 70 seek. Introduction. 5. History of the Great War appears to me to be extremely weak, so far as the Jitar is concerned. But that is a point which will have to be considered more at large in the sequel. 1. While, however, I am not prepared to admit the cogency of Mr. Wheeler's arguments, I am not, on the other hand, to be understood as holding that the Jitar must be accepted as a genuine part of the original Mahabharata. I own that my feeling on the subject is something akin to that of the great historian of Greece regarding the Homeric question. A feeling of painful diffidence regarding the soundness of any conclusion whatever. While it is impossible not to feel serious doubts about the critical condition of the Mahabharata generally, while, indeed, we may be almost certain that the work has been tampered with from time to time too, it is difficult to come to a satisfactory conclusion regarding any particular given section of it. And it must be remembered, also, that the alternatives for us to choose from in these cases are not only these two, that the section in question may be a genuine part of the work, or that it may be a later interpolation, but also this, as suggested recently, though not for the first time, by Mr. Freeman J. with reference to the Homeric question, that the section may have been in existence at the date of the original epos, and may have been worked by the author of the epos into his own production. For that absence of dread, either of the law or sentiment of copyright / which Mr. Freeman relies upon with regard to a primitive Greek poet, was by no means confined to the Greek people, but may be traced amongst us also. The commentator Madhusudana Sarasvati likens the Jitar to those dialogues which occur in sundry Vedic works, particularly the Upanishads. 4. Possi. I will not use a stronger word, possibly the Jitar may 1 infra. p. 21 seek. 2. Compare the late Professor Goldsteiker's remarks in the Westminster Review for April 1868, p. 389. 3. Contemporary Review, February 1879. 4. Madhusudana mentions the dialogue between Ganekar and Yagyavalkya as a specific parallel. Bhagavad Gita have existed as such a dialogue before the Mahabharata, and may have been appropriated by the author of the Mahabharata to his own purposes. 1. But yet, upon the whole, having regard to the fact that those ideas of unity on which Mr. Wheeler and others set so much store are scarcely appropriate to our old literature, to the fact that the Jitar fits pretty well into the setting given to it in the Bhishma Parvan, to the fact that the feeling of Akarituna, which gives occasion to it, is not at all inconsistent, but is most consonant with poetical justice, to the fact that there is not in the Jitar, in my judgment, any trace of a sectarian or Brahmanizing spirit. 2. Such as Mr. Wheeler and also the late Professor Goldsteker 3 hold to have animated the arrangers of the Mahabharata, having regard, I say, to all these facts, I am prepared to adhere, I will not say without diffidence, to the theory of the genuineness of the Bhagavad Gita as a portion of the original Mahabharata. The next point to consider is as to the authorship of the Gita. The popular notion on this subject is pretty well known. The whole of the Mahabharata is, by our traditions, attributed to Vyasa, whom we have already noticed as a relative of the Kauravas and Pandavas. And therefore, the Bhagavad Gita, also, is naturally affiliated to the same author. The earliest written testimony to this authorship that I can trace, is to be found in Sankararya's commentary on the Gita for itself and on the Padarakaritakopanishad 5. To a certain extent, the mention of Vyasa in the body of the Gita would, from a historic standpoint, seem to militate against this tradition. But I have not seen in any of the commentaries to which I have had access, any consideration of this point, as there is of the mention in some 1c to this effect M. Furiel, quoted in Grote's Greece. 2. 195, Cabinet ed. To compare also Weber's History of Indian Literature, English translation. p. 187. The instruction, however, as to the reverence due to the priesthood from the military caste, which is there spoken of, appears to me to be entirely absent from the Gita, cp 21 Sikh. Infra. 3 Westminster Review. April 1868, p. 388 Sikh. And remains, I. 104, 105. 4 p.m. 6. Calcutta ed. Samvat, 1927. 5 p.m. 841. Bible. Indi, ed. Also Svetasvatara, p. 278. Introduction. Sm. Ts and Sutras of the names of those to whom those Smstis and Sutras are respectively ascribed. We must now leave these preliminary questions. Un. Luckily in a state far from satisfactory, and proceed to that most important topic, the date when the Gita was composed, and the position it occupies in Sanskrit literature. We have here to consider the external evidence bearing on these points, which is tantalizingly meager, and the internal evidence, which is perhaps somewhat more full. And taking first the internal evidence, the various items falling under that head may be marshaled into 4 groups. Firstly, we have to consider the general character of the Gita with reference to its mode of handling its subject. Secondly, there is the character of its style and language. Thirdly, we have to consider the nature of the versification of the Gita. And fourthly and lastly, we must take note of sundry points of detail, such as the attitude of the Gita towards the Vedas and towards caste, its allusions to other systems of speculation, and other matters of the like nature. On each of these groups, in the order here stated, we now proceed to make a few observations. And first about the manner in which the Gita deals with its subject. It appears to me that the work bears on the Face of it very plain marks indicating that it belongs to an age prior to the system-making age of Sanskrit philosophy. In 1875, one wrote as follows upon this point: "My view is, that in the Gita and the Upanishads, the philosophical part has not been consistently and fully worked out. We have there the results of free thought, exercised on different subjects of great moment, unfettered by the exigencies of any foregone conclusions, or of any fully developed theory. It is afterwards, it is at a later stage of philosophical progress, that system-making arises. In that stage some thinkers interpret whole works by the light of some particular doctrines or expressions, and the result is the development of a whole multitude of philosophical sects, following the lead of those thinkers, and all professing to draw their 1c. As to this, Colebrook's Essays, Volume I, p. 328, Madras. 8 Bhagavad Gita. Doctrine from the Jaya or the Upanishads, yet each differing remarkably from the other since this was written. Professor Max Miller's Hibbert lectures have been published, and I am happy to find that as regards the Upanishads, his view coincides exactly with that which I have expressed in the words now quoted. Professor Max M. Tiller says, there is not what may be called a philosophical system in these Upanishads. They are in the true sense of the word guesses at truth, frequently contradicting each other, yet all tending in one direction. Further corroboration for the same view is also forthcoming. Profs. Sorfitz Edward Hall, in a passage which I had not noticed before, says 3. In the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, and other ancient Hindu books, we encounter, in combination, the doctrines which, after having been subjected to modifications that rendered them as wholes irreconcilable, were distinguished, at an uncertain period, into what have for many ages been styled the Sankhya and the Vedanta. We have thus very weighty authority for adhering to the view already expressed on this important topic. But as Professor Weber appears to have expressed an opinion intended perhaps to throw some doubt on the correctness of that view, it is desirable to go a little more into detail to fortify it by actual reference to the contents of the Gita. The more especially as we can thus elucidate the true character of that work. Before doing so, however, it may be pointed out that the proposition we have laid down is 1. The test of which lies more in a comprehensive review of the whole of the Gita, than in the investigation of small details on which there is necessarily much room for difference of opinion. And first, let us compare that indisputably systematized work, the current Yoga Sutras 5, with the Bhagavad Gita on 1c. The introductory essay to my Bhagavad Gita, translated into English. Blank verse, p. 9a. See also Goldslicker's Remains. I. 48, 77, 210. 2 pm 3i/, compare also. p. 338. 3 Preface to Sankhya Sara, p. 7, Bibl. Indi, Eel. 4 History of Indian Literature, p. 28. 5. Are we to infer from the circumstance mentioned in Weber's History of Introduction, or 2 topics, where they both travel over common ground? In the Gita, chapter 6, stanzas 33-34, p. 7-1, we have our Una, putting what is, in substance, a question to Krishna, as to how the mind, which is admittedly fickle, boisterous, strong, and obstinate, is to be brought under control. Such control having been declared by Krishna to be necessary for attaining devotion, yoga, Krishna answers by saying that the mind may be restrained by practice, abhyasa, and indifference to worldly objects, vairagya. He then goes on to say that devotion cannot be attained without self-restraint, but that one who has self-restraint, and works to achieve devotion, may succeed in acquiring it. Here the subject drops. There is no further explanation of practice or indifference to worldly objects, no exposition of the mode in which they work, and so forth. Contrast now the Yoga Sutras. The topic is there discussed at the very outset of the work. As usual, the author begins with now therefore the yoga is to be taught. He then explains yoga by the well-known definition: yoga is the restraint of the movements of the mind. And then, after pointing out what the movements of the mind are, he proceeds: their restraint is by means of practice and indifference to worldly objects. 1/the very terms, be it remarked in passing, which are used in the Bhagavad Gita. But having come thus far, the author of the sutras does not drop the subject as the author of the Gita does. He goes on in this wise: practice is the effort for keeping it steady, and that becomes firmly grounded when resorted to for a long time, without interruption, and with correct conduct. So far we have a discussion of the first requisite specified, namely, practice. Patan Ali then goes on to his second requisite for mental restraint. In difference to worldly objects is the consciousness of having subdued desires and Vikaritikra Karitna, which belongs to one having no longing for objects visible and those which are heard of, from *sastras and such as heaven and so forth. Indian Literature, p. 223, note 235, that the author of these sutras was older than Buddha. 1 Sutra 12, Abhaya Savaraji Abhayam Taniroda Io Bhagavadofra. He next proceeds to distinguish another and higher species of indifference, and then he goes on to point out the results of that self-restraint which is to be acquired in the mode he has expounded. That is one instance. Now take another. In chapter 6, stanza 10 and following stanzas, the Gita sets forth elaborately the mode of practically achieving the mental abstraction called yoga. It need not be reproduced here. The reader can readily find out how sundry directions are there given for the purpose specified, but without any attempt at systematizing. Contrast the Yoga Sutras. In the Sadhanapada, the section treating of the acquisition of yoga, Patan Ali states in the 29th aphorism the well-known 8 elements of yoga. Then he subdivides these elements, and expatiates on each of them distinctly, defining them, indicating the mode of acquiring them. and hinting at the results which flow from them. That inordinate love of subdivision, which Dr. F. E. Hall 1 has somewhere attributed to the Hindus, appears plainly in these aphorisms, while there is not a trace of it in the corresponding passage in the Bhagavad Gita. In my opinion, therefore, these comparisons strongly corroborate the proposition we have laid down regarding the unsystematic, or rather non-systematic, character of the work. In the one we have definition, classification, division, and sub-division. In the other we have a set of practical directions, without any attempt to arrange them in any very scientific order. In the one you have a set of technical terms with specific significations. In the other no such precision is yet manifest. In one word, you have in the Gita the germs, and noteworthy germs too, of a system too, and you have most of the raw material of a system, but you have no system ready-made. Let us look at the matter now from a slightly different point of view. There are sundry words used in the Bhagavad Gita, the significations of which are not quite identical. One in the preface to his Sankhya Sara, I think. 2. This is all that we can infer from the few cases of division and classification which we do meet with in the Gita. A subject like that treated of in this work could not well be discussed without some classifications and see introduction. II. Throughout the work. Take, for instance, the word see yoga, which we have rendered devotion. At Gita, chapter 2, stanza 48, p. 49. A definition is given of that word. In chapter 6, the signification it bears is entirely different. And again in chapter 9, stanza 5, there is still another sense in which the word is used. The word Brahman, too, occurs in widely varying significations, and one of its meanings, indeed, is quite singular, namely, nature, see chapter 14, stanza 3. Similar observations, to a greater or less extent, apply to the words buddhi, atman, and sva bhava too. Now these are words which stand for ideas not unimportant in the philosophy of the Bhagavad Gita, and the absence of scientific precision about their use appears to me to be some indication of that non-systematic character of which we have already spoken. There is one other line of argument, which leads, I think, to the same conclusion. There are several passages in the Gita which it is not very easy to reconcile with one another, and no attempt is made to harmonize them. Thus, for example, in stanza 16 of chapter 7, Kr**Sh* divides his devotees into 4 classes, one of which consists of men of knowledge /whom, K/Ishwa says, he considers as his own self. It would probably be difficult to imagine any expression which could indicate higher esteem. Yet in stanza 46 of chapter 6, we have it laid down, that the devotee is superior not only to the mere performer of penances, but even to the men of knowledge. The commentators betray their Gnostic bias by interpreting men of knowledge in this latter passage to mean those who have acquired erudition in the sastras and their significations. This is not an interpretation to be necessarily rejected, but there is in it a certain twisting of words, which, under the circumstances. Here, I am not inclined to accept. And on the other hand, it must not be forgotten, that the implication fairly derive BLE from chapter 4, stanza 38, pp 62, 63, would seem to. 1. In chapter X the word occurs in two different senses in the same stanza, st7. 2. Compare the various passages, references to which are collected in the Sanskrit index at the end of this volume. 1. 2. Bhagavad Gita. Be rather that knowledge is superior to devotion is the higher stage to be reached by means of devotion as the stepping stone. In another passage again at Gita, chapter 12, stanza 12, concentration is preferred to knowledge, which also seems to me to be irreconcilable with chapter 6I. Stanza 16. Take still another instance. At Gita, chapter V, stanza 15, it is said, that the Lord receives the sin or merit of none. Yet at chapter V, stanza 29, and again at chapter 9, stanza 24, Krishna calls himself the Lord and enjoyer of all sacrifices and penances. How, it may well be asked, can the Supreme Being enjoy that which he does not even receive? Once more, at chapter X, stanza 29, Krishna declares that none is hateful to me, none dear. And yet the remarkable verses at the close of chapter 12 seem to stand in point-blank contradiction to that declaration. There, through a most elaborate series of stanzas, the burden of Krishna's eloquent sermon is such a one is dear to me and again in those fine verses, where Krishna winds up his divine lay, he similarly tells Arjuna that he, Arjuna, is dear to Krishna. And Krishna also speaks of that devotee as dear to him, who may publish the mystery of the Gita among those who reverence the Supreme Being. And yet again, how are we to reconcile the same passage about none being hateful or dear to Krishna, with his own words at chapter 16, stanza 18, and following stanzas? The language used in describing the demoniac people there mentioned is not remarkable for sweetness towards them, while Krishna says positively, I hurl down such people into demoniac wombs, whereby they go down into misery and the vilest condition. These persons are scarcely characterized with accuracy as neither hateful nor dear to Krishna. It seems to me that all these are real inconsistencies in the Gita, not such, perhaps, as might not be explained away, but such, I think, as indicate a mind-making guesses at truth, as Professor Max Miller puts it, rather than a mind elaborating a complete one. And c. 2, chapter 7, stanza 17, where the man of knowledge is declared to be dear to Krishna. Introduction. 1. 3. An organized system of philosophy. There is not even a trace of consciousness on the part of the author that these inconsistencies exist, and the contexts of the various passages indicate, in my judgment, that a half-truth is struck out here, and another half-truth there, with special reference to the special subject then under discussion, but no attempt is made to organize the various half-truths. which are apparently incompatible, into a symmetrical whole, where the apparent inconsistencies might possibly vanish altogether in the higher synthesis. And having regard to these various points, and to the further point, that the sequence of ideas throughout the verses of the Gita is not always easily followed, we are, I think, safe in adhering to the opinion expressed above, that the Gita is a non-systematic work, and in that respect belongs to the same class as the older Upanishads. We next come to the consideration of the style and language of the Bhagavad Gita, and that, I think, furnishes a strong argument for the proposition that it belongs to an age considerably prior to the epoch of the artificial department of Sanskrit literature, the epoch, namely, of the dramas and poems. In its general character, the style impresses me as quite archaic in its simplicity. Compounds, properly so called, are not numerous, such as there are not long ones, and very rarely, if ever, present any puzzle in analyzing the contrast there presented with what is called the classical literature, as represented by Bana or door/in, or even Kalidasa, is not a little striking. In Kalidasa, doubtless, the love for compounds is pretty well subdued, though I think his works have a perceptibly larger proportion of them than the Gita. But after Kali Dasa, the love for compounds goes through a remarkable development, till in later writings it may be said almost to have gone mad. Even in Bana and the in Subandhu and Bhavabhuti, the plethora of compounds is often wearisome. And the same remark applies to many of the copper plate and other inscriptions which have been recently deciphered, and some of which date from the early center 14 Bhagavad Gita Turis of the Christian era. Take again the exuberance of figures and tropes which is so marked in the classical style. There is little or nothing of that in the Gita, where you have a plain and direct style of natural simplicity, and yet a style not by any means devoid of aesthetic merit. Like the style of the sutra literature, there is also an almost complete absence of involved syntactical constructions, no attempt to secure that jingle of like sounds, which seems to have proved a temptation too strong even for Kalidasa's muse entirely to resist. But on the contrary, we have those repetitions of words and phrases, which are characteristic, and not only in Sanskrit, of the style of an archaic period. 1. Adverting specially to the language, as distinguished from the style of the Gita, we find such words as Anta, Basha, Brahman, some of which are collected in the Sanskrit index in this volume, which have gone out of use in the classical literature in the significations they respectively bear in the Gita. The word ha / which occurs once, is worthy of special note. It is the equivalent of ga, which occurs in the Vedic sa / hitas. In the form ha it occurs in the Brahmawas. But it never occurs, I think, in what is properly called the classical literature. It is, indeed, found in the Purakaritas. But that is a class of works which occupies a very unique position. There is a good deal in the Purakaritas that, I think, must be admitted to be very ancient. 2. While undoubtedly also there is a great deal in them that is very modern, it is, therefore, impossible to treat the use of ha in that class of works as negativing an inference of the antiquity of any book where the word occurs, while its use in Vedic works and its total absence from modern works indicate such antiquity pretty strongly. We may, therefore, embody the result of this part of the discussion in the proposition that 1. Compare your Sanskrit texts, Volume I, p. 5. c. 2, Goldstucker S. Remains. I. 177. To this opinion, which I had expressed as long ago as 1874 in the introduction to my edition of Bartneri Essay Takers, is, I find, also held by Dr. Byler, c. his introduction to Apastamba in this series. Pxx Seek, note. Parakas are mentioned in the Sutta Nipata. p. 115, as to the date of which, see inter alia. Swami S. Introduction, p. 17. Introduction. 15. The jitar is removed by a considerable linguistic and chronological distance from classical Sanskrit literature. And, so far as it goes, this proposition agrees with the result of our investigation of the first branch of internal evidence. The next branch of that evidence brings us to the character of the versification of the jitar. Here, again, a survey of Sanskrit verse generally, and the verse of the jitar in particular, leads us to a conclusion regarding the position of the jitar in Sanskrit literature, which is in strict accord with the conclusions we have already drawn. In the verse of the Vedic /hitas, there is almost nothing like a rigidly fixed scheme of versification, no particular collocation of long and short syllables is absolutely necessary. If we attempt to chant them in the mode in which classical Sanskrit verse is chanted, we invariably come across lines where the chanting cannot be smooth. If we come next to the versification of the Upanishads, we observe some progress made towards such fixity of scheme as we have alluded to above. Though there are still numerous lines which cannot be smoothly chanted, there are, on the other hand, a not altogether inconsiderable number which can be smoothly chanted. In the Bhagavad Gita a still further advance, though a slight one, may, I think, be marked. A visibly larger proportion of the stanzas in the Gita conform to the metrical schemes as laid down by the writers on prosody, though there are still sundry verses which do not so conform, and cannot, accordingly, be chanted in the regular way. Lastly, we come to the kavyas and na/akas, the classical literature. And here in practice we find everywhere a most inflexible rigidity of scheme, while the theory is laid down in a rule which says that even masha may be changed to masha, but a break of meter should be avoided. This survey of Sanskrit verse may, I think, be fairly treated as showing that adhesion to the metrical schemes is one test of the chronological position of a work. The later the work, the more undeviating is such adhesion. I need not stay here to point out how this view receives corroboration from the rules given on this subject in the standard work 16 Bhagavad Ta of Pittigala on the Avsandas Sastra. I will only conclude this point by saying that the argument from the versification of the jata, so far as it goes, indicates its position as being prior to the classical literature and nearly contemporaneous with the Upanishad literature. We now proceed to investigate the last group of facts, falling under the head of internal evidence, as mentioned above, and first as regards the attitude of the jata towards the Vedas. If we examine all the passages in the jata, in which reference is made to the Vedas, the aggregate result appears to be that the author of the jata does not throw the Vedas entirely overboard. He feels and expresses reverence for them, only that reverence is of a somewhat special character. He says in effect that the precepts of the Vedas are suitable to a certain class of people, of a certain intellectual and spiritual status, so to say. So far, their authority is unimpeached. But if the unwise sticklers for the authority of the Vedas claim anything more for them than this, then the author of the jata holds them to be wrong. He contends, on the contrary, that acting upon the ordinances of the Vedas is an obstacle to the attainment of the summum bonum 1. Compare this with the doctrine of the Upanishads. The coincidence appears to me to be most noteworthy. In one of his recent lectures, Professor Max Miller uses the following eloquent language regarding the Upanishads. 2. Lastly come the Upanishads. And what is their object? To show the utter uselessness, nay, the mischievousness of all ritual performances. Compare our jata, pp. 47, 48, 84 3, to condemn every sacrificial act which has for its motive a desire or hope of reward. Comp. Jata, ph 9. 4. To deny, if not the existence, at least the exceptional and exalted character of the devas. Comp. Jata, pp. 76 to 84. 5. And to teach that there is no hope of salvation and deliverance except by the individual self, recognizing the true and universal self, and finding rest there, where alone rest can be found. 6. Comp. Our Jata translation, pp. 78 to 83. 1. Compare the passages collected under the word Vedas in our index. 2. Hibbert Lectures. p. 340. Seek. 3. 2. 42 to 45, 9, 20, 21. 4. 17, 12. Vil. 21 to 23, 9. 23 to 24. 8, 14 to 16, 9. 29 to 33. Introduction. The passages to which I have given references in brackets will show that Professor Max Miller's words might all be used with strict accuracy regarding the essential teaching of the Bhagavad Gita. We have here, therefore, another strong circumstance in favor of grouping the Gita with the Upanishads. One more point is worthy of note. Wherever the Gita refers to the Vedas in the somewhat disparaging manner I have noted, no distinction is taken between the portion which relates to the ritual and the portion which relates to that higher science, viz. the science of the soul, which Sanat Kumara speaks of in his famous dialogue with Narada. 1. At Jata, Chapter 2, Stanza 45. Our Una is told that the Vedas relate only to the effects of The three qualities, which affects our Una is instructed to overcome. At Jita, chapter 6, stanza 44, our Una is told that he who has acquired some little devotion, and then exerts himself for further progress, rises above the divine word, the Vedas. And there are also one or two other passages of the like nature. They all treat the Vedas as concerned with ritual alone. They make no reference to any portion of the Vedas dealing with the higher knowledge. If the word Vedanta, at Jita, chapter 15, stanza 15, p. 113, signifies, as it seems to signify, this latter portion of the Vedas, then that is the only allusion to it. But, from all the passages in the Jita which refer to the Vedas, I am inclined to draw the inference that the Upanishads of the Vedas were composed at a time not far removed from the time of the composition of the Jita, and that at that period the Upanishads had not yet risen to the position of high importance, which they afterwards commanded. In the passage referred to at chapter 15, the word Vedantas probably signifies the Ara/Zikas, which may be regarded as marking the beginning of the epoch, which the composition of the Upanishads brought to its close. And it is to the close of this epoch that I would assign the birth of the Jita, which is 1c. Ondogya Upanishad, p. 473, or rather I ought to have referred to the Muktfaka Upanishad, where the superiority and inferiority is more distinctly stated in words, pp. 266, 267. 8. c. 1-8 Bhagavad Gita. Probably one of the youngest members of the group to which it belongs. It appears to me that this conclusion is corroborated by the fact that a few stanzas in the Jita are identical with some stanzas in some of the Upanishads. With regard to the epic age of Greece, Mr. E. Freeman has said that in carrying ourselves back to that age, we must cast aside all the notions with which we are familiar in our own age about property, legal or moral, in literary compositions. It is plain that there were phrases, epithets, whole lines, which were the common property of the whole epic school of poetry. It appears to me that we must accept this proposition as equally applicable to the early days of Sanskrit literature, having regard to the common passages which we meet with in sundry of the Vedic works, and also sometimes, I believe, in the different Puracaritas. If this view is correct, then the fact that the Jita contains some stanzas in the very words which we meet with in some of the Upanishads indicates, to my mind, that the conclusion already drawn from other data about the position of the Jita with regard to the Upanishads is not by any means unwarranted, but one to which the facts before us rather seem to point. And here we may proceed to draw attention to another fact connected with the relation of the Jita to the Vedas. In stanza 17 of the 9th chapter of the Jita, only Rika and Jiti, Soman, and Yokaritas are mentioned. The Atharva Veda is not referred to at all. This omission does certainly seem a very noteworthy one, for it is in a passage where the Supreme Being is identifying himself with everything, and where, therefore, the fourth Veda might fairly be expected to be mentioned. I may add that in commenting on Sarkar /Arya's remarks on this passage, Anandajayari, and Madhu Sudana Sarasvati also seems evidently to have been conscious of the possible force of this omission of the Atharva Veda. He accordingly says that by force of the word and in the verse in question, the Atharvangarosas, or Atharva Veda, must. 1 Contemporary Review, February 1879. Introduction 1-9. Also be included. Are we at liberty to infer from this, that the Atharva Veda did not exist in the days when the Jata was composed? The explanation ordinarily given for the omission of that Veda, where such omission occurs, namely, that it is not of any use in ordinary sacrificial matters, is one which can scarcely have any force in the present instance, though it is adequate, perhaps, to explain the words those who know the three branches of knowledge, which occur only a few lines after the verse now under consideration. The commentators render no further help than has been already stated. Upon the whole, however, while I am not yet quite prepared to say that the priority of the Jata, even to the recognition of the Atharva Veda as a real Veda, may be fairly inferred from the passage in question, I think that the passage is noteworthy as pointing in that direction. But further data in explanation of the omission referred to must be awaited. If the conclusions here indicated about the relative positions of the Jata and certain Vedic works are correct, we can fairly take the 2nd century BC as a terminus before which the Jata must have been composed. For the Upanishads are mentioned in the Mahabhashya of Patankaritali, which we are probably safe in assigning to the middle of that century, the epoch of the older Upanishads, therefore, to which reference has been so frequently made here, may well be placed at some period prior to the beginning of the 2nd century BC. The Atharva Veda is likewise mentioned by Patankaritali 1, and as ninefold, 2, be it remem. But, so that if we are entitled to draw the conclusion which has been mentioned above from chapter 9, stanza 17, we come to the same period for the date of the Jata. Another point to note in this connection is the reference to the Samaveda as the best of the Vedas. CP 88. That is a fact which seems to be capable of yielding some chronological information for the estimation in which that Veda has been held appears to have varied at different times. Thus, in the Aitarya Brahma /A2, the glory 1 see also Sutta Nipata p. 115. 2 Horges edition, p. 68. c2. 2 Bhagavad Gita of the Soman is declared to be higher than that of the Rik. In the AV/Andogya Upanishad the Soman is said to be the essence of the Rik, which Visakara interprets by saying that the Soman is more weighty. In the Prakaritna Upanishad 2, the implication of the passage v5, in which the Soman is stated as the guide to the Brahmalika, while the Yakaritas is said to guide to the lunar world, and the Rik to the human world, is to the same effect. And we may also mention as on the same side the NR/Psi/Jatapini Upani Shad and the Vedic passage cited in the commentary of Sankara on the closing sentence of the first core character of that Upanishad 3. On the other side, we have the statement in Manu that the sound of the Samaveda is unholy, and the consequent direction that where the sound of it is heard, the Rik and Yakaritas should not be recited for. We have also the passages from some of the Puras noted by Dr. Muir in his excellent work, Original Sanskrit Texts, which point in the same direction. 5. And we have further the direction in the Apastamba Dharma Sutra, that the Saman hymns should not be recited where the other Vedas are being recited. 6. As well as the grouping of the sound of the Saman with various classes of objectionable and unholy noises, such as those of dogs and asses. It is pretty evident that the view of Apastamba is based on the same theory as that of Manu. Now in looking at the two classes of ortho ritis thus marshalled, it is plain that the Jata ranges itself with those which are unquestionably the more ancient, and among the less ancient works, prior to which we may place the Jata on account of the facts now under consideration, are Manu and Apastamba. Now Manu's date is not ascertained, though, I believe, he is now generally considered to belong to about the 2nd or 3rd century BC 7 but 1 Bible. Ind. Ed. p. 12. 2 Bible. Ind. Ed. p. 221 Sikh. 3 Bible. Ind. Ed. Pn 4 Chapter 4, stanzas 123, 124. 5. Yo. 3, 2nd ed. p. 11 Sikh. Compare. Goldsteker S. Remains, I. 4, 28, 266, 2, 67. 8 Apastamba. Bula Sed. I. 3, 17, 18, pp 38, 39 in this series, see further on. This point Mr. Burnell S. Devatagio Abrama /Z, Introd, pp. 8, 9, and notes. 7 Professor Tile. History of Ancient Religions, p. 127, considers the main features of Manu to be pre-Buddhistic. Introduction. 2.1. Dr. Bula, in the preface to his Apastamba in the present series, has adduced good reasons for holding that Apastamba is prior to the 3rd century BC. And we therefore obtain that as a point of time prior to which the Jata must have been composed. The next important item of internal evidence which we have to note, is the view taken of caste in the Bhagavad Gita. Here, again, a comparison of the doctrine of the Jata with the conception of caste in Manu and Apastamba is interesting and instructive. The view of Manu has been already contrasted by me with the Jata in another place. 2. I do not propose to dwell on that point here, as the date of Manu is far from being satisfactorily ascertained. I prefer now to take up Apastamba only, whose date, as just now stated, is fairly well fixed by Dr. Bula. The division of castes, then, is twice referred to in the Bhagavad Gita. In the first passage, p. 59, it is stated that the division rests on differences of qualities and duties. In the second, ppr 26, 127, the various duties are distinctly stated according to the differences of qualities. Now in the first place, noting as we pass along, that there is nothing in the jata to indicate whether caste was hereditary, according to its view, whereas Apastamba distinctly states it to be such. Let us compare the second passage of the jata with the sutras of Apastamba. Bearing on the point, the view enunciated in the jata appears to me plainly to belong to an earlier age, to an age of considerably less advancement in social and religious development. In the jata, for instance, the duties of a Brahma / are said to be tranquility, self-restraint, and so forth. In Apastamba, they are the famous 6 duties, namely, study, imparting instruction, sacrificing, officiating at others' sacrifices, making gifts, and receiving gifts, and 3 others, namely, inheritance, occupancy, and gleaning ears of corn, which, it may be remarked en passant, are not stated in Manu. The former seem to my mind to point 1 pmxxxv. 2 see the introductory essay to my Bhagavad Gita in English verse, published in 1875, Peaks 22 Bhagavad Gita. To the age when the qualities which in early times gave the Brahma / as their preeminence in Hindu society were still a living reality. 1. It will be noted, too, that there is nothing in that list of duties which has any necessary or natural connection with any privilege as belonging to the caste. The law lays down these duties, in the true sense of the word. In Apastamba, on the contrary, we see an advance towards the later view on both points. You have no reference to moral and religious qualities now. You have to do with ceremonies and acts. You have under the head duties, not mere obligations, but rights. For the duty of receiving gifts is a right, and so is the duty of teaching others and officiating at others' sacrifices, as we know not merely from the subsequent course of events, but also from a comparison of the duties of Brahmanas on the one hand, and Kshatriyas, Vaisyas, and Sudras on the other, as laid down by Manu and Apastamba themselves. Apastamba's rules, therefore, appear to belong to the time when the Brahma / had long been an established power, and were assuming to themselves those valuable privileges which they have always claimed in later times. The rules of the Jata, on the other hand, point to a time considerably prior to this, to a time when the Brahma, as were by their moral and intellectual qualities laying the foundation of that pre-eminence in Hindu society which afterwards enabled them to lord it over all castes. These observations mutatis mutandis apply to the rules regarding the other castes also. Here again, while the Jata still insists on the inner qualities, which properly constitute the military profession. For instance, the rules of Apastamba indicate the powerful influence of the Brahmanas too. For, as stated before, officiating at others' sacrifices, instructing others, and receiving presents, are here expressly prohibited to Kshatriyas as also to Vaishyas. The result of that is, that the Brahma Charit has become indispensable to the Kshatriyas and Vaisyas, for 1. The remarks in the text will show how little there is in the jata of that Brahmanising which has been shortly noticed on a previous page. 8. As to the Kshatriyas, the contrast with Manu's rules is even stronger than with Apastamba S. See our introduction to the jata in English verse. PCXIII. Introduction. 23. Upon both the duty of study, of offering sacrifices, and making gifts and presents is inculcated. In his outline of The History of Ancient Religions, Professor Tile, speaking of the increasing influence of the Brahmins, writes as follows: subject at first to the princes and nobles, and dependent on them, they began by insinuating themselves into their favor, and representing it as a religious duty to show protection and liberality towards them. While they endeavored to make themselves indispensable to them, gradually acquired the sole right to conduct public worship, and made themselves masters of instruction. 1 And after pointing out the high position thus achieved by the Brahmins, and the low position of the Azkaritalas and others of the inferior castes, he adds, such a position could not long be endured, and this serves to explain not only the rise of Buddhism, but also its rapid diffusion, and the radical revolution which it brought about. To proceed, however, with our comparison of the jata and Apastamba, the superiority distinctly claimed by the latter. For the Brahma / is not quite clearly brought out in the jata. Holy Brahma Charitas and devoted royal saints are bracketed together at p86, while the Kshatriyas are declared to have been the channel of communication between the deity and mankind as regards the great doctrine of devotion propounded by the Bhagavad Gita. That indicates a position for the Kshatriyas much more like what the Upanishads disclose 3, than even that which Apastamba assigns to them. The fact is further noteworthy that in the jata each caste has its own entirely distinct set of duties. There is no overlapping, so to say, and that is a circumstance indicating a very early stage in the development of the institution. 4. Besides, as already indicated, 1 PM 120, 2 pp 129, 130, 3 c. p 58 infra, and compare with this Weber's remarks on one of the classes into which he divides the whole body of Upanishads, History of Indian Literature, p 165. See also Muir, Sanskrit Texts, Volume I, p. -508, Max Muller. Upanishads, Volume I, p. 9xv. * compare. Suttanipata. p. 32, and also Mr. David's note on that passage in his Buddhism, p. 131. 24 Bhagavad Gita. The duties laid down by Apastamba and Manu as common to Kshatriyas and Valsyas are the very duties which make those castes dependent to a very great extent on the Brahmanas. Lastly, it is not altogether unworthy of note that in the elaborate specification of the best of every species, which we find in Chapter X, the Brahma Charita is not mentioned as the best of the castes. There is nothing to indicate the notion contained in the well-known later verse, the Brahma Charita is the head of the castes. On the contrary, The ruler of men is specified as the highest among men L. Indicating, perhaps, a state of society such as that described at the beginning of the extract from Professor Tyler's work, quoted above. We come now to another point. What is the position of the Jata in regard to the great reform of 5 Akyamuni? The question is one of much interest, having regard particularly to the remarkable coincidences between Buddhistic doctrines and the doctrines of the Jata, to which we have drawn attention in the footnotes to our translation. But the materials for deciding the question are unhappily not forthcoming. Professor Wilson, indeed, thought that there was an allusion to Buddhism in the Jata too. But his idea was based on a confusion between the Buddhists and the Akaritavakas or materialists. 3. Failing that allusion, we have nothing very tangible but the unsatisfactory negative argument based on mere non-mention of Buddhism in the Jata. That argument is not quite satisfactory to my own mind, although, as I have elsewhere pointed out, for some of the ground occupied by the Jata is common to it with Buddhism, and although various previous thinkers are alluded to directly or indirectly in the Jata, there is, however, one view of the facts of this question, which appears to me to corroborate the conclusion deducible by means of the negative argument here referred to. The 1 PM 89 Infra 2. Essays on Sanskrit Literature, Volume 3, p. 150. 3. See our remarks on this point in the introductory essay to our Jata in verse, p2. Seek * Introduction to Jata in English verse, PV. Seek Introduction. 25. Main points on which Buddha's protest against Brahmanism rests seem to be the true authority of the Vedas and the true view of the differences of caste. On most points of doctrinal speculation, Buddhism is still but one aspect of the older Brahmanism. L. The various coincidences to which we have drawn attention show that, if there is need to show it well now, on both these points, the Jata, while it does not go the whole length which Buddha goes, itself embodies a protest against the views current about the time of its composition. The Jata does not, like Buddhism, absolutely reject the Vedas, but it shelves them. The Jata does not totally root out caste. It places caste on a less untenable basis. One of two hypotheses therefore presents itself as a rational theory of these facts. Either the Jata and Buddhism were like the outward manifestation of one and the same spiritual upheaval which shook to its center the current religion, the Jata being the earlier and less thoroughgoing form of it, or Buddhism having already begun to tell on Brahmanism. The Jata was an attempt to bolster it up, so to say, at its least weak points, the weaker ones being altogether abandoned. I do not accept the latter alternative, because I cannot see any indication in the Jata of an attempt to compromise with a powerful attack on the old Hindu system, while the fact that, though strictly orthodox, the author of the Jata still undermines the authority, as UN wisely venerated, of the Vedic revelation, and the further fact that in doing this, he is doing what others also had done before him or about his time. Go, in my opinion, a considerable way towards fortifying the results of the negative argument already set forth. To me, Buddhism is perfectly intelligible as one outcome of that play of thought on high spiritual topics, which in its other, and as we may say, less thoroughgoing manifestations, we see in the Upanishads and the Gita too. But assume that Buddhism was 1. Compare Max Muller S. Hibbert Lectures. p. 137, Weber S. Indian Literature, pp. 28s, 289, and Mr. Rhys David's excellent little volume on Buddhism, p. 151. And see also p. 83 of Mr. David's book. 2. Compare Weber S. History of Indian Literature, p. 285. In Mr. David's Buddhism, p. 94, we have a noteworthy extract from a standard Buddhistic work, touching 26 Bhagavad-gita, a protest against Brahmanism prior to its purification and elevation by the theosophy of the Upanishads, and those remarkable productions of ancient Indian thought become difficult to account for. Let us compare our small modern events with those grand old occurrences. Suppose our ancestors to have been attached to the ceremonial law of the Vedas, as we are now attached to a lifeless ritualism. The Upanishads and the Gita might be, in a way, able to movements like that of the late Raja Rammohan Roy, standing, as far as possible, on the antique ways they attempt, as Raja Rammohan attempted in these latter days, to bring into prominence and to elaborate the higher and nobler aspects of the old beliefs. Buddhism would be comparable to the further departure from old traditions which was led by Babu Keshub Chandra Sen. The points of dissent in the olden times were pretty nearly the same as the points of dissent now. The ultimate motive power also was in both cases identical, a sense of dissatisfaction in its integrity with what had come down from old times encrusted with the corruptions of years. In this view, the old system, the philosophy of the Upanishads and the Gita, and the philosophy of Buddha, constitute a regular intelligible progression. But suppose the turn events took was different, as is supposed by the alternative theory indicated above. Suppose Babu Keshub's movement was chronologically prior, and had begun to tell on orthodox society. Is it likely that then one of the orthodox party would take up the position which Ram Mohan Roy took? Would he still rely on old authorities, but with sundry qualifications, and yet earnestly assail the current forms of orthodoxy? I do not think so. I think the true view to be, as already stated, very different. The Upanishads, with the Gita, and the precepts of Buddha. The existence of the soul. Compare that with the corresponding doctrine in the Gita. It will be found that the two are at one in rejecting the identity of the soul with the senses sec. The Gita then goes on to admit a soul separate from these. Buddhism rejects that also, and sees nothing but the senses. Introduction 27. Appear to me to be the successive embodiments of the spiritual thought of the age, as it became more and more dissatisfied with the system of mere ceremonial then dominant. There are several other points of much interest in the Bhagavad Gita, such as the reference to the Sankhya and Yoga, the place assigned to the Marga month. The allusion to the doctrines of materialism, the nearly entire coincidence between a stanza of the Jitar and one in the Manu Smr/T. But in the present state of our knowledge, I do not think that we can extract any historical results from any of them, without dwelling on them any further too. Therefore, I will only state it as my opinion, that the Sankhya and Yoga of the Jitar are not identical with the systems known to us under those names, and that the Manu Smr/T has probably borrowed from the Jitar the stanza common to the two works. We now proceed to a discussion of some of the external evidence touching the age of the Bhagavad Gita. It is, of course, unnecessary to consider any evidence of a date later than the 8th century AC, that being the date generally received, though not on very strong grounds, as the date of Sankara/Karitaria, the celebrated commentator of the Gita 3. For the period prior to that limit, the first testimony to consider is that of Ba/Abarhashe, the author of the Kadambat. The date of Bawa is now fairly well settled as the middle of the 7th century AC. The doubt which the late Dr. Baudeji had cast upon its correctness by impugning the received date of King Harshavardhana, appears to me to have been satisfactorily disposed of by the paper of 1. The word Brahmanirva//A, which occurs so often at the close of chapter V, and also at chapter 2, 72, seems to me to indicate that Nirva had not yet become technically pinned down, so to say, to the meaning which Buddhism subsequently gave to it, as the name of what it deemed the Samyam Bonam. Nirvana by itself occurs at 6:15. See some further remarks on these points in my introduction to the Gita. In verse. Professor Tile. History of Ancient Religions, p. 140, says. Sankara was born in 788 AD. On the authority, I presume, of the Ayurvediya Sudakara, p. 226. 4 Journal of the Bombay Branch of the Royal Asiatic Society, Volume 8, p. 250. And c. 2, Indian Antiquary, Volume 6. p. 61, Dr. Bula. 28 Bhagavad Gita. My friend Professor R.G. Bharkaritaka on the Chalukya dates 1. In the Kadambari, then, we have testimony to the existence of the Bhagavad Gita in the middle of the 7th century AC. For in that work, which, as is well known, abounds with equivoques, we have a passage which compares the royal palace to the Mahabharata, both being Anantaja taken /Anna. Nanditanaram too, which, as applied to the royal palace, means in which the people were delighted by hearing innumerable songs, and as applied to the Mahabharata means in which Arjuna was delighted at hearing the Anantajata. Anantajata is evidently only another name here for Bhagavad Gita. The conclusion deducible from this fact is not merely that the Gita existed, but that it existed as a recognized portion of the Bharata, in the 7th century AC. Now the Kadambari shows, in numerous passages, in what high esteem the Mahabharata was held in its days. The Queen Vilasavati used to attend at those readings and expositions of the Mahabharata, which have continued down to our own times, and it was even then regarded as a sacred work of extremely high authority, in the same way as it is now. It follows, therefore, that the Jata must have been several centuries old in the time of Ba/Abahashe. Prior in time to Ba/Za is the Indian Shakespeare, Kali Dasa, as he is referred to in Ba/Abahashe's Harsha/Arita 3, and also in a copperplate inscription of the early part of the 7th century, as a poet who had then already acquired a high reputation. 4. Unfortunately, it is not yet possible to fix exactly the date at which Kalidasa flourished. Still, I think, we have pretty satisfactory evidence to show that the middle of the 5th century AC is the very latest date to which he can be referred. In a small tract written by me in 1873, discussing Professor Weber's theory about the Ramaya Karite, I have pointed out 5 that the Pan/Tantra, one journal of the Bombay branch of the Royal Asiatic Society, Volume 14, p. 16 Sikh, 2 pm 182, Taranatha S. ed. 3 CFE Hall S. Vedata. p. 14 Note 4 C. Indian Antiquary, Volume V, p. 70. 5 was the Ramaya were copied from Homer. C. pp. 36-59. Introduction. 29. Quotes from Kalidasa, a passage which there is good reason to believe formed part of the Pan/Tantra when it was translated for King Nushirvan of Persia about the beginning of the 6th century AC, one allowing for the time required to raise Kalidasa to the position of being cited as an authority, and for the time required for the spread of the fame of an Indian work to Persia in those early days. I think that the middle of the 5th century is a date to which Kalidasa cannot well have been subsequent. Now in the works of Kalidasa we have some very remarkable allusions to the Bhagavad Gita. It is not necessary to go through all these allusions. I will only mention the most remarkable, one from the Raghuva/Ja, and one from the Kumarazamava. In Raghu, Canto X, stanza 67, the gods addressing Vish/U say, * there is nothing for you to acquire which has not been acquired. The one motive in your birth and work is the good of the worlds. The first sentence here reminds one at once of Gita, chapter 3, stanza 22, the coincidence with which in sense as well as expression is very striking. The second sentence contains the words, birth and work. The precise words employed at Gita 4:9, and the idea of good of the worlds is identical with the idea expressed in Gita 3:20-24, the words only in which it is clothed being different. Couple this passage with the one from Kuma Rosamava, Canto 6, 67, where the 7 Karachas say to the Himalaya mountain, where hast thou been called Vishnu in a firmly fixed form. The allusion there to the Gita, chapter X, stanza 25, p. 89, is, I venture to think, unmistakable. The word * firmly fixed is identical in both passages, the idea is identical, and Malinatha refers to the passage in the Gita as the authority which Kalidasa had in view. It follows, therefore, that the Gita must be prior to Kalidasa's time. It may be added that Kali Dasa in his Ragu 1567, cites Manu as an authority. 1 Compare. Colebrook S. Essays, Volume 2, p. 166 seek. It may be remarked that this argument is not affected by the attempt to distinguish the Kalidasa of the Sakuntala from the Kalidasa of the Raghuvamsa, because the work cited in the Parthi Andatantra is the Kumarasamavat, which indisputably belongs to the same author as the Raghuvamsa. 3. Bhagavagfra. For the proposition that a king must protect all castes and all orders or iramas, Manu, therefore, must have lived considerably earlier than Kalidasa, and the Jata, as we have already argued, must be considerably earlier, not only than Manu, but also than his predecessor Apastamba. The Jata may, therefore, be safely said to belong to a period several centuries prior to the 5th century AC. The next piece of external evidence is furnished by the Vedanta Sutras of Baidara/Z. In several of those sutras, references are made to certain SMR/Ts as authorities for the propositions laid down. Take, for instance, I-2-6, or I-3-23, and many others. Now 3 of these sutras are very useful for our present purpose. The first we have to consider is Sutra 2-3-45. The commentators 5 Arikaram Riya, Ramanu Karite, Madhva, and Vallabha are unanimous in understanding the passage in Jata, chapter 15, stanza 7, p. 112, to be the one there referred to by the words of the sutra, which are, and it is said in a samsti. Now a glance at the context of the sutra will, I think, satisfy us that the commentators, who are unanimous though representing different and even conflicting schools of thought, are also quite right. Sutra 43, in the elliptical language characteristic of that branch of our literature, says, apart from the statement of difference, and the reverse also, some lay down that it is a fisherman or a cheat. Sutra 44 runs thus, and also from the words of the mantra. And then comes Sutra 45 as set out above. It is plain that the Sutra number 45 indicates an authority for something not specified, being regarded as part of some other thing also not specified. Now, the discussion in previous sutras has been about the soul, so we can have little difficulty in accepting the unanimous interpretation of the commentators, that the proposition here sought to be made out is that the individual soul is part of the Supreme Soul, which is the proposition laid down in the Jata in the passage referred to. The one I am indebted to Professor M. Kunt for a loan of Vallabha/Triya S. commentary on the sutras noted in the text. I had not seen it in 1875, when I last discussed this question. Introduction 3.1. Next sutra to refer to is 4.10. I shall not set forth the other relevant sutras here as in the preceding case. I only state that the 3 commentators, Karit Sayakra, Ra, Mai Hai Karite, and Madhva, agree that the Jata is here referred to, namely, chapter 6, stanza you seek. Vallabha, however, I am bound to add, does not agree with this, as he interprets the sutra in question and those which precede and follow as referring to an entirely different matter. If I may be permitted to say so, however, I consider his interpretation not so satisfactory as that of the three other and older commentators. Lastly, we come to Sutra 4, 2-19. On this, again, all the four commentators are unanimous, and they say that Jata, chapter 8, stanza 24 seek p80, is the authority referred to. And I think there can be very little doubt that they are right. These various pieces of evidence render it, I think, historically certain, that the Jata must be considerably prior to the Vedanta Sutras, and that the word Brahma Sutras, which occurs at Jata, chapter 13, stanza 4, p. 102, is correctly interpreted by the commentators as not referring to the Vedanta Sutras, which are also called Brahma Sutras, but to a different subject altogether. 1. When were the Vedanta Sutras composed? The question must at once be admitted to be a difficult one, but I think the following considerations will show that the date of those sutras must, at the latest, be considerably earlier than the period which we have already reached in this part of our investigation. We may take it as fairly well settled that Bar/Yakumrila, the celebrated commentator of the Pavamamorza school, flourished not later than the end of the 7th century. A c2 considerable time prior to him must be placed. The great commentator on the Mama/Sa-sutras, namely 5 Abharasvamin. If we may judge from the style of his great commentary, he cannot have flourished much later than Patan Karat Ali, who may now be taken as historically proved to 1. Compare Weber's Indian Literature, p. 242. See also Lassen's preface to his edition of Shlajal Jata, XXXV. Ramamagay takes the other view. 2. See Burnell's Samavihana Brahmana. Introduction, p. 6 note 32. Bhagavad Sita have flourished about 140 BC. 1. Now a considerable time must have intervened between V. Sabarasvamin and another commentator on the Pavamamorza, whom 5 Abhara quotes with the highly honorific title Bhagavan, the Venerable, namely, Upavarsha. Upavarsha appears from V. Sayakra's statement to have commented on the Vedanta Sutras too. We have thus a long catena of works from the 7th century AC, indicating a pretty high antiquity for the Vedanta Sutras, and therefore a higher one for the Bhagavad Gita. The antiquity of the Vedanta Sutras follows also from the circumstance, which we have on the testimony of Ramanu Karate, repeated by Madhava/Arya, that a commentary on the sutras was written by Bodhayana Karatarya III, which commentary Ramanu Karata says he followed. Bodhayana's date is not accurately settled, but he appears to be older than Apastamba, whose date, as suggested by Dr. Baila, has already been mentioned. 4. The Vedanta Sutras, then, would appear to be at least as old as the 4th century BC. If the information we have from Ramanu Karata may be trusted, a third argument may be mentioned, bearing on the date of the Vedanta Sutras. In Sutra No. of the 3rd Pada of the 4th Adhyaya of Pami's Sutras, Aparakaracharya is mentioned as the author of a Bhiksha Sutra. Who is this Paracharya, and what the Bhiksha Sutra? UN. Luckily Patafi Karatali gives us no information on this head, nor does the Kajikavasti. But a note of Professor Taranatha Tarkava/Arspati, of Calcutta, says that Paracaritarya is Vyasa, and the Bhiksha Sutra is the Vedanta Sutra 5. If this is correct, the Vedanta Sutras go very far indeed into anti-quity. For Zini can certainly not be assigned to a later date than the 4th century BC, while that learned 1. The authorities are collected in our edition of Bhattari, Bombay series of Sanskrit classics, Introd. P11 note. See also Bila S. Apastamba in this series and GT, Introd. Peaks 8. 2 C. Colebrook S. Essays, Volume I, p. 332. Anupavasha is mentioned in the Kathasarit Sagara as living in the time of King Nanda, and having Poinai, Katya, Yana, and Vyaji for his pupils. 3 C. The Ramanugge Bhashya, and the Ramanu Karita Dasana in Sarve Dasana. Sangreha. Asterisk. Apastamba, p. 16. 6 C. Siddhanta Kaumudi, Volume I, p. 592. Introduction. 33. Scholar, Professor Goldsteker, on grounds of considerable strength, assigned him to a much earlier date. 1. The Q's. Thus comes to this, is the remark of Professor Tara Natha, above set out, correct. I find then, from enquiries made of my venerable and erudite friend Yokariti V. Sastrin, the author of the Ayurvedya Sudakara, that the note of Taranatha is based on the works of Bhattacaldikshita, Naggi bar/7a, and 6 Tianandra Sarasvati, who all give the same interpretation of the sutra in question. It is certainly unfortunate that we have no older authority on this point than bar/for Kariti. The interpretation is in itself not improbable. Vyasa is certainly by the current tradition too called the author of the Vedanta Sutras, and also the son of Parajara. Nor is Bhiksha Sutra a name too far removed in sense from Vedanta Sutra, though doubtless the former name is not now in use, at all events as applied to the sutras attributed to Badara/a, and though it must also be stated, a Bhiksha Sutra Bhashya Vartika is mentioned. E.O. nominee by Professor Weber as actually in existence at the present day. 3. Taking all things together, therefore, we may provisionally understand the Bhiksha Sutra mentioned by Panmi to be identical with the Vedanta Sutras. But even apart from that identification, the other testimonies we have adduced prove, I think, the high antiquity of those sutras, and consequently of the Bhagavad Gita. We have thus examined, at what, considering the importance and difficulty of the subject, will not, I trust, be regarded as unreasonable length, some of the principal pieces of internal and external evidence touching the age of the Bhagavad Gita and its position in Sanskrit literature. Although, as stated at the very outset, the conclusions we have deduced in the course of that examination are not all such as at once to secure acceptance, I venture to think that we have now adequate grounds for saying that the various and independent lines of investigation, which we have pursued, converge to this point, that the Jata, on numerous and 1 see his Pami, and see also Bula S. Apastamba in this series, introd. Peaksxui note. 2. The correctness of this tradition is very doubtful. 3. Indisch Studien. I. 470. 8. I. 34. Bhagavad Gita. Essential Topics, ranges itself as a member of the Upanishad group, so to say, in Sanskrit literature. Its philosophy, its mode of treating its subject, its style, its language, its versification, its opinions on sundry subjects of the highest importance, all point to that one conclusion. We may also, I think, lay it down as more than probable, that the latest date at which the Jata can have been composed, must be earlier than the 3rd century BC, though it is altogether impossible to say at present how much earlier. This proposition, too, is supported by the cumulative strength of several independent lines of testimony. Before closing this introduction, it is desirable to add a word concerning the text of the Bhagavad Gita. The religious care with which that text has been preserved is very worthy of note. Schlegel and Lassen * have both declared it as their opinion, that we have the text now almost exactly in the condition in which it was when it left the hands of the author. There are very few real various readings, and some of the very few that exist are noted by the commentators. Considering that the Mahabharata must have been tampered with on numerous occasions, this preservation of the Jata is most interesting. It doubtless indicates that high veneration for it which is still felt, and has for long been felt, by the Hindus, and which is embodied in the expression used in the colophons of the MSS, describing the Jata as the Upanishad sung by God v. in view of the facts and deductions set forth in this essay. That expression, existing as, I believe, it does, almost universally in Indian MSS, of the Jata, is not altogether devoid of historical value. Schlegel draws attention to one other circumstance regarding the text of the Jata, which is also highly interesting, namely, that the number of the stanzas is exactly 700. 1. See the latter edition of the Jata, preface. Peaksxui. 2. In the edition of the Jata, published in Bombay in Sakar 1782, there is a stanza which says that the Upanishads are the cows, Nchraka the milkman, Akarituna the calf, and the milk is the nectar like Jata, which indicates the traditional view of the Jata, a view in consonance with that which we have been led to by the facts and arguments contained in this introduction. Introduction 35. Schlegel concludes that the author must have fixed on that number deliberately, in order to prevent, as far as he could, all subsequent interpolations. This is certainly not likely, and if the aim of the author was such as Schlegel suggests, it has assuredly been thoroughly successful. In the chapter of the Mahabharata immediately succeeding the 18th chapter of the Jata, the extent of the work in Dotdakas is distinctly stated. The verses in which this is stated do not exist in the Gaudhva or Bengal recension, and are doubtless not genuine. but, nevertheless, they are interesting, and I shall reproduce them here. Ke Ava spoke 620 jlokas, R Una 57, San Aya 67. And Dirtarish /Ra 1 sloka, such is the extent of the Jata. It is very difficult to account for these figures. According to them, the total number of verses in the Jata would be 745, whereas the number in the current MSS. And even in the Mahabharata itself, is, as already stated, only 700. 2. I cannot suggest any explanation whatever of this discrepancy. In conclusion, a few words may be added regarding the general principles followed in the translation contained in this volume. My aim has been to make that translation as close and literal a rendering as possible of the Jata, as interpreted by the commentators V. Sarikra and G.T. Arya, Srira Svaman, and Madhusudana Sarasvati. Reference has also been frequently made to the commentary of Ramanu Karate Arya, and also to that of Nflakov/Fta, which latter forms part of the author's general commentary on the Mahabharata. In some places these commentators differ among themselves, and then I have made my own choice. The footnotes are mainly intended to make clear that which necessarily remains obscure in a literal translation. Some of the notes, however, also point out the parallelisms existing between the Jata and other works, principally the Upanishads and the Buddhistic Dhammapada and Sutta. Of the latter, 1 PMXL, Lassen S. ed. 2 Isayakra's commentary states in so many words that the Jata he used contained only 700 slokas. D2 36. Bhagavad Gita. I have not been able to procure the original Pali, I have only used Sir M.C. Swami's translation. But I may here note that there are some verses, especially in the Sala Sutta, CPP 124 to 127 of Sir M.C. Swami's book, the similarity of which, in doctrine and expression, to some of the verses of the Jata is particularly striking. The analogies between the Jata and the Upanishads have been made the basis of certain conclusions in this introduction. Those between the Jata and these Buddhistic works are at present, to my mind, only interesting. I am unable yet to say whether they may legitimately be made the premises for any historical deductions. There are two indexes, the first a general index of matters, the second containing the principal words in the Jata which may prove useful or interesting for philological, historical, or other kindred purposes. Bhagavad Gita. Chapter I. Dmarish/Ra said, what did my people and the Karatavas do, O San Karataya, when they assembled together on the holy field of Kurukshetra, desirous to do battle? San Karataya said, seeing the army of the Pandavas drawn up in battle array *, the prince Duryodhana approached the preceptor and spoke these words, O preceptor, observe this grand army of the sons of Karat, drawn up in battle array by your talented Pupil. The son of Drupada. In it are heroes, bearing large bows, the equals of Pima and Arkarituna in battle, namely, Uyudhana, Vira /A, and Drupada, the master of a great car. 2. And Dhrz/A. Kitu, Aikitana, and the valiant king of Kasi, Puru Karitit. And Kuntapho Karite, and that eminent man Sixabia, the heroic Yudhamanayu, the valiant Utamor Karitas, the son of Subhadra, and the sons of Draupat all masters of great cars. And now, O best of Bra, 1. Several of these modes of array are described in Manu 7, 187. Like a staff, like a wain, like a boar, and c. That of the Pawavas, here referred to, appears to have been like the thunderbolt, as to which see Manu 7, 191. 2. This is a literal rendering. The technical meaning is a warrior proficient in military science, who can fight single-handed. Thou. Sand archers /. 38. Bhagavad Ma, Zaz. Learn who are most distinguished among us, and are leaders of my army. I will name them to you, in order that you may know them well. Yourself, and Bhishma, and Ka, Z, and Kr / the victor of many battles, Akarit Vataman, and Vikansa, and also the son of Samadatta, and many other brave men, who have given up their lives for me, who fight with various weapons, and are all dexterous in battle. Thus our army, which is protected by Bhishma, is unlimited, while this army of theirs, which is protected by Bhishma, is very limited. And therefore do ye all, occupying respectively the positions one assigned to you, protect Bhishma 2 only /. Then his powerful grandson, Bhishma, the oldest of the Kauravas, roaring aloud like a lion, blew his conch, thereby affording delight to Duryodhana. And then all at once, conchs, and kettle drums, and tabors, and trumpets were played upon, and there was a tumultuous din. Then, too, Madhava and the son of Bindu, Arjuna, seated in a grand chariot to which white steeds were yoked, blew their heavenly conchs. Rishiksa 3 blew the pan / a Karitanya 4. And Danan Karitaya the Devadatta, and Pima, the door of fearful deeds, blew the great conch pow / z Karitra. King Yudhish / Zyra, the son of Kunti 5, blew the Anan Tavi Karitaya, and Nakula and Sahadeva, respectively. 1. The original word means, according to Srira, the ways of entrance into a vyuha or phalanx. 2. Who, as generalissimo, remained in the center of the army. 3. Literally, according to the commentators, lord of the senses of perception /. 4. Schlegel renders the names of these conchs by Giganti, Theodotes, Aradenia, Triumphatrix, Dulcisna, and Gemi Floria respectively. So called, par excellence. Apparently. Chapter I, 24. 39. the Safashar and Mampash Parka, and the king of Karatai, too, who has an excellent bow, and Sekan DM, the master of a great car, and dhr/sha/rdyumna, Vira/a, and the unconquered Satyaki, and Drupada, and the sons of Draupadi, and the son of Subhadra, of mighty arms, blew conch severally from all sides. O King of the earth, that tumultuous din rent the hearts of all the people of Dirtarish/Ras party, causing reverberations throughout heaven and earth. Then, seeing the people of DHRZ to rush forward/Ras party regularly marshaled, the son of Pandu, whose standard is the ape, raised his bow *. After the discharge of missiles had commenced, and O King of the earth, spake these words to Rishi. Ke Karate, *O undegraded one, station my chariot between the two armies, while I observe those who stand here desirous to engage in battle, and with whom, in the labors of this struggle, I must do battle. I will observe those who are assembled here and who are about to engage in battle, wishing to do service in battle to the evil-minded son of Dhrz Tarashfra. Safi Karataya said, thus addressed by Gudake Karata. 3. O descendant of Bharata 4. Our /Shikes stationed that excellent riot between the two armies, in front of Bhishma and Drokarita and of all the kings of the earth. And 1 ie 2. Joy in the fight. 2 in the original, several derivatives from the root yard, mean ing to fight /occur with the same frequency as battle here. 3. Generally interpreted Lord of Sleep /ie not indolent. Nila Kormar also suggests that it may mean of thick hair /. For the son of Dushyanta and Sakuntala, after whom India is called Bharatavarsha / and from whom both Pa /Devas and Kauravas were descended. 4 O Bhagavajita said, O son of Putta, look at these assembled Kauravas. They're the son of Pr /Tha saw in both armies, fathers and grandfathers, preceptors, maternal uncles, brothers, sons one, grandsons, companions, fathers-in-law, as well as friends. And seeing all those kinsmen standing there, the son of Kuntal was overcome by excessive pity, and spake thus despondingly. Akaratuna said, seeing these kinsmen, OKR /z standing here, desirous to engage in battle, my limbs droop down, my mouth is quite dried up, a tremor comes on my body, and my hairs stand on end. The Gakarat bow slips from my hand, my skin burns intensely. I am unable to stand up, my mind whirls round, as it were, O.K. Karatava. I see adverse omens too, and I do not perceive any good to accrue after killing my kinsman in the battle. I do not wish for victory, O Krishna, nor sovereignty, nor plea. Shos, what is sovereignty to us, O Govinda? What enjoyments, and even life. Even those, for whose sake we desire sovereignty, enjoyments, and pleasures, are standing here for battle, abandoning life and wealth. Preceptors, fathers, sons as well as grandfathers, maternal uncles, fathers-in-law, sons, brothers-in-law, as also other relatives. These I do not wish to kill, though they kill me, O destroyer of Madhu 3. Even for the sake of sovereignty over the three worlds, how much less then for this earth. The words in this list include all standing in similar relation ships to those directly signified, to such as the appearance of vultures, cars moving without horses, and sea, mentioned in the Bhishma Pavan 2. 17. Compare Sutta Nipata, p. 100. 3 am Demon of this name. Chapter I, 44. 41. Alone. What joy shall be ours, O Anardana, after killing Dmarish/Ra's sons. Killing these felons we shall only incur sin. Therefore it is not proper for us to kill our own kinsmen, the sons of Dmarish/Ra. For how, O Madhava, shall we be happy after killing our own relatives? Although having their consciences corrupted by avarice, they do not see the evils flowing from the extinction of a family, and the sin in treachery to friends. Still, O 6 Anardana, should not we, who do see the evils flowing from the extinction of a family, learn to refrain from that sin? On the extinction of a family, the eternal rights of families are destroyed. 2. Those rights being destroyed, impiety predominates over the whole family. 3. In consequence of the predominance of impiety, O Krishna, the women of the family become corrupt. 4. And the women becoming corrupt, O descendant of Vishnu, intermingling of castes results, that intermingling necessarily leads the family and the destroyers of the family to hell. 4. When the ceremonies of offering the bowls of food and water to them fail. 5. Their ancestors fall down to hell by these transgressions of the destroyers of families, which occasion interminglings of castes. The eternal rights of castes and rights of families are 1. 6 classes are mentioned. An incendiary, one who administers poison, one who assaults another weapon in hand, one who destroys property, one who robs another of his wife, or his fields. 2. I.e. there being none to attend to the rights / women being ineligible. 3. I.e. the surviving members. 4. I.e. either by the mere fact of relationship to such men, or by following their bad example. 5. There being no qualified person to perform them, their ancestors, that is to say, of the destroyers of families / 42 Bhagavad Gita. Subverted. And O Karitanardana, we have heard that men whose family rights are subverted, must necessarily live in hell. Alas! We are engaged in committing a heinous sin, seeing that we are making efforts for killing our own kinsmen out of greed of the pleasures of sovereignty. If the sons of Dhrz Rush Karit weapon in hand, should kill me in battle, me weaponless and not defending myself, that would be better for me. Sankaritaya said. Having spoken thus, Karituna cast aside his bow, together with the arrows, on the battlefield, and sat down in his chariot, with a mind agitated by grief. Chapter 2. Sankaritaya said to him, who was thus overcome with pity and dejected, and whose eyes were full of tears and turbid, the destroyer of Madhu spoke these words. The deity said, how comes it that this delusion, O Karitna, which is discarded by the good, which excludes from heaven, and occasions infamy, has overtaken you in this place of peril? Be not effeminate, O son of Prztha. It is not worthy of you. Cast off this base weakness of heart, and arise, O terror of your foes. Karituna said, how, O destroyer of Madhu, shall I encounter with arrows in the battle Bhishma and Drokarita, both, O destroyer of enemies, entitled to reverence? Not. Chapter 2, 43. Killing, my preceptors, men of great glory. It is better to live even on alms in this world. But killing them, though they are avaricious of worldly goods, I should only enjoy blood-tainted enjoyments. Nor do we know which of the two is better for us, whether that we should vanquish them, or that they should vanquish us. Even those, whom, having killed, we do not wish to live, even those sons of Kmarish / stand, arrayed against us, with a heart contaminated by the taint of helplessness, with a mind confounded about my duty, I ask you, tell me what is assuredly good for me. I am your disciple, instruct me, who have thrown myself on your indulgence, for I do not perceive what is to dispel that grief which will dry up my organs too after I shall have obtained a prosperous kingdom on earth without a foe, or even the sovereignty of the gods. 3. Sankaritaya said, having spoken thus to Karit, O terror of your foes, Gu Karitakja said to Govinda, I shall not engage in battle, and verily remained silent. To him thus desponding between the two armies, O descendant of Bharata, Rishikara spoke these words with a slight smile. The deity said, you have grieved for those who deserve no grief. 1. The commentators say that heart here signifies the positions which are stated in chapter 18 infra, p. 126. The Feeling of helplessness is incompatible with what is there stated as the proper disposition for a kshatriya. 2. I.e. by the heat of vexation, the meaning is, which will cause constant vexation of spirit. 8. I.e. if the means employed are the sinful acts referred to. 44 Bhagavad Gita. And you talk words of wisdom. 1. Learned men grieve not for the living, nor the dead. Never did I not exist, nor you, nor these rulers of men, nor will any one of us ever hereafter cease to be, as in this body, infancy, and youth and old age, come to the embodied self. 2. So does the acquisition of another body, a sensible man is not deceived about that. The contacts of the senses. 3, O son of Kunti, which produce cold and heat, pleasure and pain, are not permanent, they are ever coming and going. Bear them, O descendant of Bharata. 4, O chief of men, that sensible man whom they, for pain and pleasure being alike to him, afflict not. He merits immortality. There is no existence for that which is unreal, there is no non-existence for that which is real. And the correct conclusion about both 5 is perceived by those who perceive the truth. Know that to be indestructible which pervades all this, the destruction of that inexhaustible principle, none can bring about. These bodies appertaining to the embodied self, which is eternal, indestructible, and indefinable, are said 6 to be perishable. Therefore do engage in battle, O descendant of Bharata. He who thinks it to be the killer and he who thinks one cell regarding family rights, and c. 4, says Naleka ////$A, they indicate knowledge of soul as distinct from body. 2 am common word in the Jata, that which presides over each individual body. 3 sil with external objects. 4 i.e. the contacts. 5 the sense is this: there are 2 things apparently, the soul, which is indestructible, and the feelings of pain and see which come and go. The true philosopher knows that the former only is real and exists, and that the latter is unreal and non-existent. He therefore does not mind the latter. G. Sil. By those who are possessed of true knowledge. Chapter 2. 27:45. It to be killed, both know nothing. It kills not. Is not killed. 1. It is not born, nor does it ever die, nor, having existed, does it exist no more. Unborn, everlasting, unchangeable, and primeval. It is not killed when the body is killed too. O son of PR/THA. How can that man who knows it thus to be indestructible, everlasting, unborn, and inexhaustible, how and whom can he kill, whom can he cause to be killed? As a man, casting off old clothes, puts on others and new ones, so the embodied self, casting off old bodies, goes to others and new ones. Weapons do not divide it into pieces. Fire does not burn it, waters do not moisten it, the wind does not dry it up. It is not divisible, it is not combustible. It is not to be moistened, it is not to be dried up. It is everlasting, all-pervading, stable, firm, and eternal. 3. It is said to be unperceived, to be unthink able, to be unchangeable. Therefore, knowing it to be such, you ought not to grieve. But even if you think that it is constantly born, and constantly dies, still, O you of mighty arms, you ought not to grieve. Thus, for to one that is born, death is certain, and to one that dies, birth is certain. 4. Therefore, 1 compare KA // Upanishad p. 104. 2. KA // FE Upanishad, pp. 103, 104. 3. Eternal. Naleka, Z / $A. Explains this by unlimited by time, place / and c. Asterisk Sankara. And others as uncreated / without cause. Stable equals not assuming new forms, firm equals not abandoning the original form. Srira. The latter signifies a slight change, the former a total change. 4. Compare the following from the Sutta Sir M. C. Swami S. Translation, pp. 124, 125. There is, indeed, no means by which those born could be prevented from dying. Even thus the world is afflicted with death and decay, therefore wise men, knowing the course of things in the world, do not give way to grief. 46. Bhagavad Gita. About this unavoidable thing, you ought not to grieve. The source of things, O descendant of Bharata, is unperceived, their middle state is perceived, and their end again is unperceived. What occasion is there for any lamentation regarding the male? One looks upon it too as a wonder, another similarly speaks of it as a wonder, another too hears of it as a wonder, and even after having heard of it, no one does really know it. 3. This embodied self, O descendant of Bharata, within every one's body, is ever indestructible. Therefore you ought not to grieve for any being. Having regard to your own duty also, you ought not to falter, for there is nothing better for a kshatriya than a righteous battle. Happy those kshatriyas, O son of Kma, who can find such a battle to fight. Come of itself 5. An open door to heaven. But if you will not fight this righteous battle, then you will have abandoned your own duty and your fame, and you will incur sin. All beings, too, will tell of your everlasting infamy. And to one who has been honored, infamy is a greater evil than death. Warriors who are masters of great cars will think that you abstained from the battle through fear, and having been highly thought of by them, you will fall down to littleness. Your enemies, too. 1 Compare Sutta Nipata, p. 125. In vain do you grieve, not knowing well the two ends of him whose manner either of coming or going, you know not. 2i. Either self spoken of above. 3. Ka/A Upanishad, p. 96. 4.1 of the warrior caste. 6. Without any effort, that is to say, of one's own. Chapter 2, 42. 47. Decrying your power, will speak much about you that should not be spoken. And what, indeed, more lamentable than that, killed, you will obtain heaven, victorious, you will enjoy the earth. Therefore arise, O son of Kunti, resolved to engage in battle, looking alike on pleasure and pain, on gain and loss, on victory and defeat. Then prepare for battle, and thus you will not incur sin. The knowledge here declared to you is that relating to the Psyche 1. Now hear that relating to the yoga. Possessed of this knowledge, O son of Putta, you will cast off the bonds of action. In this path to final emancipation, nothing that is commenced becomes abortive, no obstacles exist, and even a little of this form of piety protects one from great danger. 2. There is here 3. O descendant of Kuru, but one state of mind, consisting in firm understanding. But the states of mind of those who have no firm understanding are many-branched and endless. The state of mind consisting in firm understanding regarding steady contemplation, for does not belong to those, O son of Pr/Tha, who are strongly attached to worldly pleasures and power, and whose minds are drawn away by that flowery talk, which is full of ordinances of specific acts for the attainment of those pleasures and that power, and which one Sakya is explained in different modes by the different commentators, but the resulting meaning here seems to be that the doctrine stated is the doctrine of true knowledge and emancipation by its means. See infra, p. 52. 2 viz. This mortal mundane life. 3 i.e. for those who enter on this path. 4 i.e. of the Supreme Being, yoga meaning really the dedication of all acts to that being. 48 Bhagavad Gita. Mises birth as the fruit of Acts 1. That flowery talk which those unwise ones utter, who are enamored of Vedic words, who say there is nothing else, who are full of desires, and whose goal is heaven too. The Vedas merely relate to the effects of the three qualities. 3. Do you, O Arjuna, rise above those effects of the three qualities, and be free from the pairs of opposites. 4. Always preserve courage. 5. Be free from anxiety for new acquisitions or protection of old acquisitions, and be self-controlled. 6. To the instructed Brahmacarite, there is in all the Vedas as much utility as in a reservoir of water into which waters flow from all sides. 7. Your business is with action alone, not by any means with fruit. Let not the fruit of action be your motive to action. Let not your attachment be fixed on inaction. 8. Having recourse to devotion. Unofficial-Public-Domain-Education. Perform actions. Casting off all attachment, and being equable in success or ill. 1 C. Sutta p. 2. This is a merely temporary good, and not therefore deserving to be aspired to before final emancipation. 3. I.e. the whole course of worldly affairs. As to qualities, see Chapter 14. 4. Heat and cold, pain and pleasure, and so forth. Compare Manu I, 26. 5. Compare Sutta Nipata, p. 17 and other places. 6. Keeping the mind from worldly objects. 7. The meaning here is not easily apprehended. I suggest the following explanation, having said that the Vedas are concerned with actions for special benefits. Nshwa compares them to a reservoir which provides water for various special purposes: drinking, bathing, and sea. The Vedas similarly prescribe particular rites and ceremonies for going to heaven, or destroying an enemy, and sea. But, says Krzshwa, man's duty is merely to perform the actions prescribed for him among these, and not entertain desires for the special benefits named. The stanza occurs in the Sanatsu Karitatiya, 2. 8. Doing nothing at all. Chapter 2. 55-49. Success, such equability is called devotion. Action, Odanan Karitaya, is far inferior to the devotion of the mind. In that devotion seek shelter. Wretched are those whose motive to action is the fruit of action. He who has obtained devotion in this world casts off both merit and sin. 1. Therefore apply yourself to devotion. Devotion in all actions is wisdom. The wise who have obtained devotion cast off the fruit of action, and released from the shackles of repeated births. 2. Repair to that seat where there is no unhappiness. 3. When your mind shall have crossed beyond the taint of delusion, then will you become indifferent to all that you have heard or will hear. 4. When your mind, confounded by what you have heard, 5. will stand firm and steady in contemplation. 6. Then will you acquire devotion. Karatina said, what are the characteristics, O.K.E. Karitava, of one whose mind is steady, and who is intent on contemplation? How should one of steady mind speak? How sit, how move? The deity said, when a man, O son of Prztha, abandons all the one merit merely leads to heaven, as to which see note on last page. Compare Sutta Nipata, pp. 4, 136, 145. Note 2. Sutta Nipata, pp. 3-7, and c. 3. Sutta Nipata, p. 21. 4. This, according to Anandagiri, means all writings other than those on the science of the soul. 5. I.e. about the means for the acquisition of various desired things. 6. I.e. of the soul. Sankara, of the Supreme Being, Sriyara. Substantially they both mean the same thing. 8. E. 5. O Bhagava Jita. Desires of his heart, and is pleased in his self only. And by his self one, he is then called one of steady mind. He whose heart is not agitated in the midst of calamities, who has no longing for pleasures, and from whom the feelings of affection, fear, and wrath too have departed, is called a sage of steady mind. His mind is steady, who, being without attachments anywhere, feels no exultation and no aversion on encountering the various agreeable and disagreeable 3. things of this world. A man's mind is steady when he withdraws his senses from all objects of sense, as the tortoise withdraws its limbs from all sides. Objects of sense draw back from a person who is abstinent, not so the taste. 4. Those objects. But even the taste departs from him when he has seen the Supreme. 4. The boisterous senses, O son of Kuntal, carry away by force the mind even of a wise man, who exerts himself for final emancipation. Restraining them all, a man should remain engaged in devotion, making me his only resort. For his mind is steady, whose senses are under his control. The man who ponders over objects of sense forms an attachment to them. From that attachment is produced desire, and from desire anger is produced. 5. From anger results want of discrimination. 6. From want of one, i.e. pleased, without regard to external objects, by self-contemplation alone. 2. Compare Sutta Nipata, p. 3. J. The word Rabba.ma in this sense also occurs in the Dhamma Pada, stanza 78, and in the Maitreya Upanishad, p. 34. 4. See on this, Wilson's Essays on Sanskrit Literature, Volume 3. p. 130. 6. I.e. when the desire is frustrated. 6. I.e. between right and wrong. Confusion of memory equals 4. Forgetfulness of sastras and rules prescribed in them. Chapter 2. 70-51. Crimination, confusion of the memory, from fusion of the memory, loss of reason, and in consequence of loss of reason he is utterly ruined. But the self-restrained man who moves among objects with senses under the control of his own self, and free from affection and aversion, obtains tranquility too. When there is tranquility, all his miseries are destroyed. 4. The mind of him whose heart is tranquil soon becomes steady. He who is not self-restrained has no steadiness of mind, nor has he who is not self-restrained perseverance. 3. In the pursuit of self-knowledge, there is no tranquility for him who does not persevere in the pursuit of self-knowledge. And whence can there be happiness for one who is not tranquil? For the heart which follows the rambling senses leads away his judgment, as the wind leads a boat astray upon the waters. Therefore, O you of mighty arms, his mind is steady, whose senses are restrained on all sides from objects of sense. The self-restrained man is awake when it is night for all beings, and when all beings are awake, that is the night of the right-seeing sage. For he into whom all objects of desire enter, as waters enter the ocean, which, though replenished, still keeps its position unmoved, he only obtains tranquility, not he who desires those objects of desire. The man who, casting 1 compare Sutta Nipata, p. 45. 2 compare Maitreya Upanishad, p. 134, where the commentator explains it to mean freedom from desires. 3. For a somewhat similar use of the word bhavana in this sense. Comp. Dhammapada, stanza 301. 4. Spiritual matters are dark as night to the common run of men, while they are wide awake in all worldly pursuits. With the sage, the case is exactly the reverse. E2. 52. Bhagavad Ta, of all desires, lives free from attachments, who is free from egoism 1, and from the feeling that this or that is mine 2, obtains tranquility. This, O son of Putta, is the Brahmic 3 state. Attaining to this 1 is never deluded, and remaining in it in 1's last moments, one attains Brahmanyava Karite, the Brahmic bliss. 4. Chapter 3. Arkarit said, if, O6 anardana, devotion is deemed by you to be superior to action, then why, O.K. Karitava, do you prompt me to this fearful action? You seem, indeed, to confuse my mind by equivocal words. Therefore, declare one thing determinately, by which I may attain the highest good. The deity said, Sinless One, I have already declared that in this world there is a twofold path, 5, that of the Sankhyas by devotion in the shape of true knowledge, and that of the Yogins by devotion in the shape of action. A man does not attain freedom from action 6 merely by not engaging in action, nor does he attain perfection 7 by mere 8 renunciation. For nobody ever remains even for an instant without 1 either pride or, better, the false notion mentioned in Fra. p. 55. 2. An almost identical expression occurs in the Dhammapada, stanza 367, and Maitreya Upanishad, p. 37. The state of identification of oneself with the Brahman, which results from a correct knowledge of the Brahman. 4. Infra, p. 66. Asterisk 5. Supraj p. Carat 6. I.e., according to Sankara, identification of oneself with Brahman 1 Final emancipation. 8 I.e. not coupled with knowledge and purity of heart. Chapter 3, 13. 53. Performing some action, since the qualities of nature constrain everybody, not having free will in the matter, to some action. L. The deluded man who, restraining the organs of action to, continues to think in his mind about objects of sense, is called a hypocrite. But he, una, who, restraining his senses by his mind 3, and being free from attachments, engages in devotion, in the shape of action with the organs of action, is far superior. Do you perform prescribed action, for action is better than inaction, and the support of your body, too, cannot be accomplished with inaction. This world is fettered by all action other than action for the purpose of the sacrifice for. Therefore, O son of Kuntal, do you, casting off attachment, perform action for that purpose. The Creator, having in olden times created men together with the sacrifice, said, propagate with this. May it be the giver to you of the things you desire. Please the gods with this, and may those gods please you. Pleasing each other, you will attain the highest good. For pleased with the sacrifices, the gods will give you the enjoyments you desire. And he who enjoys himself without giving them what they have given, is, indeed, a thief. The good who eat the leavings of a sacrifice are released from all sins. But the unrighteous ones, who prepare food for themselves only, incur sin. 5. 1 Compare Infra, pp. 122 to 128. 2 Hands, feet, and see. 3 By means of true discrimination, keeping the senses from attachments to worldly objects, which lead to sin and evil. 4 Compare Infra, pp. 60, 61. Probably the sacrifices spoken of in that passage must be taken to be the same as those referred to in the Creator's injunction mentioned in this passage. 5 Compare Maitnapanishad, p. 143. 54. Bhagavad. From food are born all creatures, from rain is the production of food. Rain is produced by sacrifices. Sacrifices are the result of action. Know that action has its source in the Vedas. The Vedas come from the indestructible. Therefore the all-comprehending Vedas are always concerned with sacrifices. 1. He who in this world does not turn round the wheel, revolving thus, is of sinful life, indulging his senses. And, O son of Pr/Tha, he lives in vain. But the man who is attached to his self only, who is contented in his self, and is pleased with his self too, has nothing to do. He has no interest at all in what is done, and none whatever in what is not done, in this world. 3. Nor is any interest of his dependent on any being. Therefore for always perform action, which must be performed without attachment. For a man, performing action without attachment, attains the supreme. By action alone, did, Kanekar and the rest work for perfection. 5. And having regard also to the keeping of people, to their duties, you should perform action. Whatever a great man does, that other men also do, and people follow whatever he receives as authority. There is nothing, O son of Putta, for me to do in all the three worlds. 1. The commentators explain this to mean that though the Vedas elucidate all matters, their principal subject is the sacrifice. 2. The distinctions here are rather nice. An ordinary man is attached to worldly objects, is contented with goods, and and is pleased with special gains. 3. No good or evil accrues to him from anything he does or omits to do. 4. Srira says that Arjuna is here told to perform action, as free dom from it is only for the man of true knowledge, which Arjuna is not as yet. 6. I.e. final emancipation, compare p. 59 Infra, and Isopanishad, p. 6. Chapter 3, 30. 55. Nothing to acquire which has not been acquired. Still I do engage in action. For should I at any time not engage without sloth in action, men would follow in my path from all sides, O son of Prztha. If I did not perform actions, these worlds would be destroyed. I should be the cause of caste interminglings, and I should be ruining these people. As the ignorant act, O descendant of Bharata, with attachment to action, so should a wise man act without attachment, wishing to keep the people to their duties. A wise man should not shake the convictions of the ignorant who are attached to action, but acting with devotion, himself should make them apply themselves to all action. He whose mind is deluded by egoism thinks himself the doer of the actions, which, in every way, are done by the qualities of nature. L. But he, O you of mighty arms, who knows the truth about the difference from qualities and the difference from actions too, forms no attachments, believing that qualities deal with qualities. 3. But those who are deluded by the qualities of nature form attachments to the actions of the qualities. 4. A man of perfect knowledge should not shake these men of imperfect knowledge in their convictions, dedicating all actions to me with a mind knowing the relation of the supreme and individual self, engage in battle with 1. The active principle is nature, the aggregate of the three qualities. The soul is only the looker on, compare inter alia, p. 104 Infra. 2. Sil. The difference of the soul from the collection of qualities, viz. the body, senses, and and from the actions of which they are the authors. 3. Qualities, i.e. senses, deal with qualities, i.e. objects of sense. 4 i.e. all mundane affairs. 56. Bhagava Gita. Out desire, without any feeling that this or that is mine, and without any mental trouble. 1. Even those men who always act on this opinion of mine, full of faith, and without carping, are released from all actions. But those who carp at my opinion and do not act upon it, know them to be devoid of discrimination, deluded as regards all knowledge. 2. And ruined. Even a man of knowledge acts consonantly to his own nature. 3. All beings follow nature. What will restraint effect? Every sense has its affections and aversions towards its objects fixed. One should not become subject to them, for they are one's opponents. 4. One's own duty, though defective, is better than another's duty well performed. Death. In performing one's own duty is preferable. The performance of the duty of others is dangerous. Arkaritna said. But by whom, O descendant of Vrishni, is man impelled, even though unwilling, and, as it were, constrained by force, to commit sin? 1. About the consequences of your actions. 2. Of actions, or of the Brahman in its various forms. 3. Which is the result of the virtues and vices of a preceding life. The sequence of ideas here is as follows. The true view stated here about the difference from qualities and actions is disregarded by some, owing to their nature as now explained. Then the question is, if nature is so potent, what is the good of the Sastras? The answer is, nature only acts through our likes and dislikes. Withstand them and then you can follow the Sastras. It is under the influence of these likes and dislikes that some may say, we shall practice duties prescribed for others, our own being bad ones, as they are equally prescribed by the Sastras. That, as stated in the last sentence here, is wrong. 4. Compare Sutta Nipata, p. 101, as to likings and dislikings. Chapter 3, 43. 57. The deity said, it is desire, it is wrath. 1. Born from the quality of passion, it is very ravenous, very sinful. Know that. That is the foe in this world. As fire is enveloped by smoke, a mirror by dust, the fetus by the womb, so is this too enveloped by desire. Knowledge, O son of Kunti, is enveloped by this constant foe of the man of knowledge, in the shape of desire, which is like a fire. 3. And insatiable. The senses, the mind, and the understanding are said to be its seat. 4. With these it deludes the embodied self. After enveloping knowledge. Therefore, O chief of the descendants of Bharata, first restrain your senses, then cast off this sinful thing, which destroys knowledge and experience. 5. It has been said. 6. Great are the senses, greater than the senses is the mind. Greater than the mind is the understanding. What is greater than the understanding is that. 7. Thus knowing that which is higher than the understanding, and restraining yourself by yourself. O you of mighty 1 Vidi P50 Supra 2. i.e. knowledge, mentioned in the next sentence, for which construction P71 and P98 may be compared. 3. Which becomes more powerful the more it is fed. Asterisk the mind is that which ponders over things as such or such. The understanding is that which finally determines. Compare Lewis. History of Philosophy, 2, 463 to 465. These and the senses are the seat of desire, because the perception of an object by the sense, the pondering over it by the mind, and the determination about it by the understanding are the preliminaries to the awakening of the desire. Supra, p. 5. Knowledge is from books or teachers, experience is the result of personal perception. 6. Ka//Upanishad, p. 114, and see also pp. 148, 149. 7. I.e. the Supreme Being, as in the Upanishad. 58. Bhagavad-gita. Arms. Destroy this unmanageable enemy in the shape of desire. Chapter 4. The deity said, this everlasting 1. System of devotion I declared to the Son declared it to Manu II, and Manu communicated it to Ikshvaku. Coming thus by steps, it became known to royal sages. But, O terror of your foes, that devotion was lost to the world by long lapse of time. That same primeval devotion I have declared to you today, seeing that you are my devotee and friend, for it is the highest mystery. Afifuna said, later is your birth, the birth of the Son is prior. How then shall I understand that you declared this first? The deity said, I have passed through many births, O Arkarituna. And you also. I know them all, but you, O terror of your foes, do not know them. Even though I am unborn and inexhaustible in my essence, even though I am Lord of all beings, still I take up the control of my own nature. 3, and am born by means 1 because its fruit is imperishable, viz. final emancipation. 2. In the Undogya Upanishad, Manu is the channel of communication for some doctrine taught by Prakaritapati, which Manu teaches the people, interpreted by Sakara to mean Ikshvaku, and c. p. 178. C2 p. 625. 3. Nature is what goes to the formation of the material form in which he is born. The power includes knowledge, omnipotence, and c. It is delusive because he is still really unborn. Chapter 4, L6. 59. Of my delusive power. Whensoever, O descendant of Bharata, piety languishes, and impiety is in the ascendant, I create myself. I am born age after age, for the protection of the good, for the destruction of evildoers, and the establishment of piety. Whoever truly knows thus my divine birth and work, casts off this body, and is not born again. He comes to me, O a retina, many from whom affection, fear one, and wrath have departed, who are full of me, who depend on me, and who are purified by the penance of knowledge, to have come into my essence. I serve men in the way in which they approach me. 3. In every way, son of Pmo, men follow in my path. 4. Desiring the success of actions. 5. Men in this world worship the divinities, for in this world of mortals, the success produced by action is soon obtained. The fourfold division of castes was created by me according to the apportionment of qualities and duties. But though I am its author, know me to be inexhaustible, and not the author. Actions defile me not. 1. Have no attachment to the fruit of actions. He who knows me thus is not tied down by actions. Knowing this, the men of old who wished for final emancipation, performed action. Therefore do you, too, perform action as was done by men of old in olden times. Even sages are confused as to what 1. Compare Sutta Nipata, p. 73. 2. Compare Infra, p. 61. 8. I.e. I give to each worshipper what is proper for him. For the original words used here occur before in a different sense. See p. 55. Here the meaning is that to whomsoever directly addressed, all worship is worship of me. See p. 84. In the whole passage, Kr/Schwa says that the deity is not chargeable with partiality on account of the variety of human qualities and states. 6. Such as acquisition of sons, cattle, and c. 60 Begavag 1 ta is action, what in action. Therefore I will speak to you about action, and learning that, you will be freed from this world of evil. 1 must possess knowledge about action. 1 must also possess knowledge about prohibited action. And again, 1 must possess knowledge about inaction. The truth regarding action is abstruse. He is wise among men, he is possessed of devotion, and performs all actions. Who sees inaction in action, and action in inaction. The wise call him learned, whose acts are all free from desires and fancies, and whose actions are burnt down by the fire of knowledge. Forsaking all attachment to the fruit of action, always contented, dependent on none, he does nothing at all. Though he engages in action devoid of expectations, restraining the mind and the self, and casting off all belongings. 2. He incurs no sin, performing actions merely for the sake of the body. 3. Satisfied with earnings coming spontaneously for rising above the pairs of opposites, free from all animosity, and equable on success or ill success, he is not fettered down, even though he performs actions. The acts of one who is devoid of attachment, who is free 5, whose mind is fixed on knowledge, and who performs action for the purpose of the sacrifice 6 are all destroyed. 1 devoted, though performing all actions. 2. Appropriating nothing / at Sattanipata, p. 101, seems to be the same idea. Self. Just before this means senses. 3. Preferably, perhaps, with the body only / but Sarikra rejects this. 4. Compare Infra, p. 101, and Sattanipata, p. 12. 5. The commentators vary in their interpretations of this word mukta, but the common point appears to be free from attachment to worldly concerns. Compare Sattanipata, p. 8. 6. Sacrifice here apparently means every act for the attainment of Chapter 4, 29. 6.1. Brahman is the oblation, with Brahman, as a sacrificial instrument, it is offered up, Brahman is in the fire, and by Brahman it is thrown, and Brahman, 2, is the goal to which he proceeds who meditates on Brahman in the action L. Some devotees perform the sacrifice to the gods, some offer up the sacrifice by the sacrifice itself in the fire of Brahman 2. Others offer up the senses, such as the sense of hearing, and others, in the fires of restraint. 3. Others offer up the objects of sense, such as sound and so forth, into the fires of the senses 4. Some again offer up all the operations of the senses, and the operations of the life breaths into the fire of devotion by self-restraint 5. Kindled by knowledge. Others perform the sacrifice of wealth, the sacrifice of penance, the sacrifice of concentration of mind, the sacrifice of Vedic study 6, and of knowledge. And others are ascetics of rigid vows. Some offer up the upward life breath into the downward life breath, and the downward life breath into the upper life breath, and stopping up the motions of the upward and downward life breaths, devote themselves to the restraint of the life breaths 7. Others, who take limited food, offer up the life breaths into the supreme, compare Supra, p. 53. In Ajvalayana Goya Sutra I, 5. A text is cited meaning salutation verily is a sacrifice. 1. This thorough identification with the Brahman explains why the action is destroyed and does not fetter the doer. 2. I.e. all acts, religious and other, offered up to the Brahman in the mode above stated. 3. Practice yoga and other like exercises. 4. Remaining unattached to sensuous enjoyments. 6. Stopping the bodily operations mentioned, and engaging in contemplation. 6. This is called Brahmaya fear, Ayavalayana gr Laya Sutra 3, I, 3. 7. Maitreya Upanishad, p. 129. 62. Bhagavad Gita. The life breaths. All of these, conversant with the sacrifice, have their sins destroyed by the sacrifice. Those who eat the nectar like leavings of the sacrifice repair to the eternal Brahman 1. This world is not for those who perform no sacrifice, whence, then, the other, O best of the Kauravas. Thus, sacrifices of various sorts are laid down in the Vedas. Know them all to be produced from action too. And, knowing this, you will be released from the fetters of this world. The sacrifice of knowledge, O terror of your foes, is superior to the sacrifice of wealth for action, O son of Prztha, is holy and entirely comprehended in knowledge. That 3. You should learn by salutation, question, and service for the men of knowledge, who perceive the truth, will teach knowledge to you. Having learned that, O son of Pandal, you will not again fall thus into delusion, and by means of it, you will see all beings without exception, first in yourself, and then in me. 5. Even if you are the most sinful of all sinful men, you will cross over all trespasses by means of the boat of knowledge alone. As a fire well kindled, O Arjuna, reduces fuel to ashes, so the fire of knowledge reduces all actions to ashes. 6. For there is in this world no means of sanctification like knowledge. 7. And that one perfected by devotion finds within one's self in time. He who has faith, whose one supra p53. 2. Operations of mind, senses, and see. Compare supra p54. 3, i.e. knowledge. 4. Addressed to men of knowledge. Compare Mu and Lt. Phakopanishad, p28. 2. 5. The essential unity of the supreme and individual soul and the whole universe. Compare Iropanishad, pp. 13, 14. Supra, p60. Suttanipata, p48. I. Chapter v. 3. 63. Senses are restrained, and who is assiduous, obtains knowledge. L. Obtaining knowledge, he acquires without delay the highest tranquility. He who is ignorant and devoid of faith, and whose self is full of misgivings, is ruined. Not this world, not the next, nor happiness, is for him whose self is full of misgivings. Actions, O Dhanankaritaya, do not fetter one who is self-possessed to, who has renounced action by devotion, and who has destroyed misgivings by knowledge. Therefore, O descendant of Bharata, destroy with the sword of knowledge these misgivings of yours, which fill your mind, and which are produced from ignorance. Engage in devotion. Arise. Chapter v. Arjuna said, OKR /sh, you praise renunciation of actions, and also the pursuit of them. Tell me determinately, which one of these two is superior? The deity said, renunciation and pursuit of action are both instruments of happiness. But of the two, pursuit of action is superior to renunciation of action. He should be understood to be always an ascetic. 3. Who has no aversion and no desire. 4. O.U. Of mighty arms. He who is free from the pairs of opposites is easily released from all bonds. Children. Not wise men talk of Sankhya and Yoga as dis. 1 Sutta. Nipata, p. 49. 2. Cautious, free from heedlessness. 3. I.e. one who has performed renunciation. 64 Bhagavad-gita. Tinct. One who pursues either well obtains the fruit of both. The seat which the Sankhyas obtain is reached by the Yogas one also. He sees, truly, who sees the Sankhya and Yoga as one. Renunciation. O. You of mighty arms. Is difficult to reach without devotion. The sage possessed of devotion attains Brahman too without delay. He who is possessed of devotion, whose self is pure, who has restrained his self. 3. And who has controlled his senses, and who identifies his self with every being, is not tainted though he performs actions. The man of devotion, who knows the truth, thinks he does nothing at all. When he sees, for, hears, touches, smells, eats, moves, sleeps, breathes, talks, throws out. 5. Takes, opens or closes the eyelids. He holds that the senses deal with the objects of the senses. He who, casting off all attachment, performs actions dedicating them to Brahman, is not tainted by sin. As the lotus leaf 6 is not tainted by water. Devotes, casting off attachment, perform actions for attaining purity of self, with the body, the mind, the understanding, or even the senses. 7. All free from one. Those who follow the yoga path. The form is noteworthy grammatically. I.e. attains true renunciation, says Sankara. Sriyara says attains Brahman after becoming a renouncer. 8. Here self is explained as body, in the line which goes before. It is explained as heart. For these are the various operations of the organs of perception, action, and see. 6. Excretions, and see. 6 am. Very common simile. Compare Inter alia Fndogya Upanishad. p. 276, Sutta Nipata, pp. 107-134, and David's Buddhism, p. 158. Note 7. Body equals bathing, and c. Mind equals meditation, and c. Understanding equals ascertainment of truth, senses equals hearing and celebrating Goddess name. Chapter V, IQ. 65. Egoistic notions. He who is possessed of devotion, abandoning the fruit of actions, attains the highest tranquility. He who is without devotion, and attached to the fruit of action, is tied down by reason of his acting in consequence of some oc. desire. The self-restrained, embodied self, lies at ease within the city of 9 portals. L. Renouncing all actions by the mind, not doing nor causing any thing to be done. The Lord is not the cause of actions, or of the capacity of performing actions amongst men, or of the connection of action and fruit. But nature only works. The Lord receives no one's sin, nor merit either. Knowledge is enveloped by ignorance, hence all creatures are deluded too. But to those who have destroyed that ignorance by knowledge of the self, such knowledge, like the sun, shows forth that supreme principle, and those whose mind is centered on it, whose very self it is, who are thoroughly devoted to it, and whose final goal it is, go never to return, having their sins destroyed by knowledge. The wise look upon a Brahma, Zapos, Sustav, learning, and humility, on a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a Svapaka, as alike. 3. Even here, those have conquered the material world, whose mind rests in equability. 4. Since Brahman is free from defects and equable, therefore they rest in 1. Compare Prakarit Upanishad, p. 202, Svetakarit Vatara, p. 332, Sattanipata, p. 52. The Ka/Karit Upanishad has 11 portals, p. 132. The 9 are the eyes, nostrils, ears, mouth, and the 2 for excretions. 2. As regards the Lord's relation to man's merit or sin. 3. As manifestations of Brahman, though of different qualities and classes. As to Svapaka, a very low caste, see Sattanipata, p. 36. 4. As stated in the preceding words. F. 66. Bhagavad-gita. Brahman. He who knows Brahman, whose mind is steady, who is not deluded, and who rests in Brahman, does not exult on finding anything agreeable, nor does he grieve on finding anything disagreeable. 1. One whose self is not attached to external objects obtains the happiness that is in one's self, and by means of concentration of mind, joining one's self with the Brahman, one obtains indestructible happiness. For the enjoyments born of contact between senses and their objects are, indeed, sources of misery. They have a beginning as well as an end too. O son of Kunt, a wise man feels no pleasure in them. He who even in this world, before his release from the body, is able to bear the agitations produced from desire and wrath, is a devoted man. He is a happy man. The devotee whose happiness is within himself, whose recreation is within himself, and whose light of knowledge also is within himself, becoming one with the Brahman. 3. Obtains the Brahmic bliss. For the sages whose sins have perished, whose misgivings are destroyed, who are self-restrained, and who are intent on the welfare of all beings. 5. obtain the Brahmic bliss. To the ascetics, who are free from desire and wrath. 6, and whose minds are restrained, and who have no ledge of the self, the Brahmic bliss is on both sides of death. The sage who excludes, from his mind. 1. Ka/Karita Upanishad, p. 100. 2. Compare Supra, p. 44. 3. He is one with the Brahman as he is intent exclusively on the Brahman. 1. The bliss of assimilation with the Brahman. Or, as Ramanukarita puts it, the bliss of direct knowledge of the self. 5. Sutta Nipata, p. 39, also David's Buddhism, p. 109. 6. Compare Sutta Nipata, p. 3. Chapter 6, 5. 67. External objects, concentrates, the visual power between the brows. 1, and making the upward and downward life breaths even, confines their movements within the nose, who restrains senses, mind, and understanding. 2. Whose highest goal is final emancipation, from whom desire, fear, and wrath have departed, is, indeed, forever released from birth and death. He, knowing me to be the enjoyer of all sacrifices and penances, the great Lord of all worlds, and the friend of all beings, attains tranquility. Chapter 6. 1f ****. The deity said, he who, regardless of the fruit of actions, performs the actions which ought to be performed, is the devotee and renouncer, not he who discards the sacred fires. 3. Nor he who performs no acts. No, O son of Ndu, I that what is called renunciation is devotion, for nobody becomes a devotee who has not renounced all fancies. 4. To the sage who wishes to rise to devotion, action is said to be a means, and to him, when he has risen to devotion, tranquility 5. Is said to be a means. When one does not attach one self to objects of sense, nor to action, renouncing all fancies, then is one said to have risen to devotion. A man should elevate his self by his self. 6. He should not debase his self, for even a man's own self is his. 1. Compare Infra, p. 78. 2 p.m. 57 and Ka//Upanishad, p. 157. 3. Which are required for ordinary religious rites. 4. Which are the cause of desires. See Supra, p. 50. 5. Abandonment of distracting actions, means still to perfect knowledge, says Srira. 6. I.e. by means of a mind possessed of true discrimination. F2. 68. Bhagavad Gita. Friend, a man's own self is also his enemy. 1. 2. Him who has subjugated his self by his self. 2. His self is a friend, but to him who has not restrained his self, his own self behaves inimically, like an enemy. The self of one who has subjugated his self and is tranquil, is absolutely concentrated on itself. In the midst of cold and heat, pleasure and pain, as well as honor and dishonor. The devotee whose self is contented with knowledge and experience. 3. Who is unmoved. 4. Who has restrained his senses, and to whom a sod, a stone, and gold are alike, is said to be devoted, and he is esteemed highest. Who thinks alike. 5. About well-wishers, friends, and enemies, and those who are indifferent, and those who take part with both sides, and those who are objects of hatred, and relatives, as well as about the good and the sinful. A devotee should constantly devote his self to abstraction, remaining in a secret place. 6. Alone, with his mind and self. 7. Restrained, without expectations, and without belongings, fixing his seat firmly in a clean 8. Place, not too high nor too low, and covered over with a sheet of cloth, a deer skin, and blades of kara, grass, and there seated on that seat, fixing his mind exclusively on one point, with the workings of the mind and senses. Oneself is here explained as mind, the unsteadiness of which prevents the acquisition of devotion. p. 71. 2. This means restraining senses by mind. See Maitreya Upha Nishad, p. 180. 3. Supra, p. 57. 4. By any of the vexations of the world. 5. I.e. is free from affection or aversion towards them. 6. Release from society is insisted on at Suttanipata, p. 55. 7. Self is here explained as senses. In the previous clause as mind. This requisite is prescribed by many authorities. Compare KHWS / Dogya Upanishad p.626, Maitri, p. 156, Svetlvatara, pp. 318, 319. And Ajvalerna. Grz Higher Sutra, 3, 2, 2, for Vedic Study 2. Chapter 6, 1-8. 69. Restrained, he should practice devotion for purity of self, holding his body, head, and neck even and unmoved, remaining steady, looking at the tip of his own nose *, and not looking about in all directions, with a tranquil self, devoid of fear, and adhering to the rules of Brahma /Rins 2, he should restrain his mind, and concentrate it on me, and sit down engaged in devotion, regarding me as his final goal. Thus constantly devoting his self to abstraction, a devotee whose mind is restrained attains that tranquility which culminates in final emancipation and assimilation with me. Devotion is not his, O Arjuna, who eats too much, nor his who eats not at all, not his who is addicted to too much sleep, nor his who is ever awake. That devotion which destroys all misery is his who takes due food and exercise. 3. Who toils duly in all works, and who sleeps and awakes in due time. 4. When a man's mind well restrained becomes steady, upon the self alone, then he, being indifferent to all objects of desire, is said to be devoted. As a light standing in a windless place flickers not, that is declared to be the parallel for a devotee, whose mind is restrained, and who devotes his self to abstraction. That mental condition, in which the mind restrained by practice of abstraction, ceases to work, in which 2. 1 seeing the self by the self 5, is pleased in 1 compare Kumarasamavat, Canto 3, 47. This is done in order to prevent the sight from rambling, a total closing of the eyes being objectionable as leading to sleep. 2 see these in Apastamba P7 in this series, and compare Sutta Nipata, pp. 159, 160, and Miller S. Hibbert Lectures, p. 158. 3 compare Sutta Nipata, pp. 28, 95. 4 Buddhism shows similar injunctions. Compare Sutta Nipata, pp. 21, 28, 95, and Dhammapada, stanza 8. 6 sees the highest principle by a mind purified by abstraction. 70 Bhagavad-gita, the self, in which one experiences that infinite happiness which transcends the senses, and which can be grasped by the understanding only, and adhering to which one never swerves from the truth, acquiring which one thinks no other acquisition higher than it, and adhering to which one is not shaken off even by great misery, that should be understood to be called devotion, in which there is a severance of all connection with pain. That devotion should be practiced with steadiness and with an undesponding heart, abandoning, without exception, all desires which are produced from fancies, and restraining the whole group of the senses on all sides by the mind only to one should by slow steps become quiescent. 3. With a firm resolve coupled with courage. 4. And fixing his mind upon the self, should think of nothing. Wherever the active and unsteady mind breaks. 4th 5, there one should ever restrain it, and fix it steadily on the self alone. The highest happiness comes to such a devotee, whose mind is fully tranquil, in whom the quality of passion has been suppressed, who is free from sin, and who is become one with the Brahman, thus constantly devoting his self to abstraction. A devotee, freed from sin, easily obtains that supreme happiness contact with the Brahman. 6. He who has devoted his self to abstraction, by devotion, looking alike on everything, sees the self abiding in all beings, and all beings in one. Compare Sutta Nipata, p. 62. Compare Supra, p. 53. 3 i.e. cease to think of objects of sense. Compare Supra, p. 69. 4 i.e. undespairing and firm resolution that devotion will be achieved ultimately. Compare Sutta p. 106. Assimilation with the Brahman. B. Chapter 6, 36. 71. The Self-One. To him who sees me in everything, and everything in me, I am never lost, and he is not lost to me too. The devotee who worships me abiding in all beings, holding that all is one 3, lives in me. However he may be living. 4. That devotee, O Arjuna, is deemed to be the best, who looks alike on pleasure or pain, whatever it may be, in all creatures, comparing all with his own pleasure or pain. 5. Arjuna said, I cannot see, O destroyer of Madhu, how the sustained existence is to be secured of this devotion by means of equanimity which you have declared in consequence of fickleness. 4. O Krzsh. The mind is fickle, boisterous. 6. Strong and obstinate, and I think that to restrain it is as difficult as to restrain the wind. The deity said, doubtless, O you of mighty arms, the mind is difficult to restrain, and fickle. 7. Still, O son of Kunti, it may be restrained by constant practice and by indifference to worldly objects. It is my belief that devotion is hard to obtain for one who does not restrain his self, but by one who is self-restrained, one realizes the essential unity of everything. 2. He has access to me, and I am kind to him. 3. Compare Upanishad, p. 13. 4. Even abandoning all action / says Srira. And compare Infra. p. 105. 5. Who believes that pleasure and pain are as much liked or disliked by others as by himself, and puts himself in fact in the place of others. 6. Troublesome to the body, senses, and c. 7. Compare Dhammapada, stanza 33. Seek. 72. Bhagavad Gita. And assiduous, it can be obtained through proper expedients. Arjuna said, what is the end of him, O Krishna? I who does not attain the consummation of his devotion, being not assiduous *, and having a mind shaken off from devotion, though full of faith, does he, fallen from both paths, 2. Go to ruin like a broken cloud, being, O you of mighty arms, without support, and deluded on the path leading to the Brahman. Be pleased, O Krishna, I too entirely destroy this doubt of mine, for none else than you can destroy this doubt. The deity said, son of Kmu, neither in this world nor the next is ruin for him, for, O dear friend, none who performs good deeds comes to an evil end. He who is fallen from devotion attains the worlds of those who perform meritorious acts, dwells there for many a year, and is afterwards born into a family of holy and illustrious 3 men. Or he is even born into a family of talented devotees, for such a birth as that in this world is more difficult to obtain. There he comes into contact with the knowledge which belonged to him in his former body. And then, again, O descendant of Kuru, he works for perfection, for even the reluctant 5. He is led away by the one. Compare P73 infra to the path to heaven, and that to final emancipation. 3. Kings or emperors, says Madhusudana. 4. I.e. final emancipation. 5. As Arjuna himself says Madhusudana, receives instruction in knowledge, though he comes to the battlefield without any such object, hence it was said before, nothing is here abortive. CP 47. Chapter 7, 4. 73. Self-same former practice. And although he only wishes to learn devotion, he rises above the fruits of action laid down in the divine word. But the devotee working with great efforts 1. And clear to 7. His SJNS attains perfection after many births, and then reaches the supreme goal. The devotee is esteemed higher than the performers of penances, higher even than the men of knowledge, and the devotee is higher than the men of action. Therefore, O Arjuna, become a devotee, and even among all devotees, he who, being full of faith, worships me, with his inmost self intent on me, is esteemed by me to be the most devoted. Chapter 7. The deity said, Son of Prztha, now hear how you can without doubt know me fully, fixing your mind on me, and resting in me, and practicing devotion. I will now tell you exhaustively about knowledge together with experience, that being known, there is nothing further left in this world to know. Among thou sons of men, only some two work for perfection. 3. And even of those who have reached perfection, and who are assiduous, only some know me truly. Earth, water, fire, air, space, mind, understanding. One as distinguished from the others who work half-heartedly, so to say. CP 72. To someone in the original 3, i.e. knowledge of the self. Sarkara says, as to the next clause, that those even who work for final emancipation must be deemed to have reached perfection / 74 Bhagavad Gita. And egoism L. Thus is my nature divided eightfold. But this is a lower form of my nature. Know that there is another form of my nature, and higher than this, which is animate, O you of mighty arms, and by which this universe is upheld. Know that all things have these for their source too. I am the producer and the destroyer of the whole universe. There is nothing else, O Danan Karitaya, higher than myself. All this is woven upon me, like numbers of pearls upon a thread. 3. I am the taste in water, O son of Kunti. I am the light of the sun and moon. I am OM4 in all the Vedas, sound 5 in space, and manliness in human beings. I am the fragrant smell in the earth, refulgence in the fire. I am life in all beings, and penance 6 in those who perform penance. Know me, O son of Putta, to be the eternal seed of all beings. I am the discernment of the discerning ones, and I the glory of the glorious. 7. I am also the strength, unaccompanied by fondness or desire. 8. Of the strong, and, O chief of the descendants of Bharata, I am love unopposed to piety. 9. Among all 1. This accords with the Sankhya philosophy. See Chapter I. Sutra 6. 1 of the current aphorisms. 2. Compare Infra, p. 105. 3. Compare Mu Karitakopanishad, p. 298. 4. Infra, p. 79. Compare Goldsteker S. Remains, I. 14, 122, Yoga Sutras I. 27. 5. I.e. the occult essence which underlies all these and the other qualities of the various things mentioned. 6. I.e. power to bear the pairs of opposites. 7. Glory here seems to mean dignity, greatness. 8. Desire is the wish to obtain new things. Fondness is the anxiety to retain what has been obtained. The strength here spoken of, therefore, is that which is applied to the performance of one's own duties only. 9. I.e. indulged within the bounds allowed by the rules of the Sastras, namely, for the procreation of sons and sea only. Chapter 7, 20. 75. Beings and all entities which are of the quality of goodness, and those which are of the quality of passion and of darkness, know that they are, indeed, all from me. I am not in them, but they are in me. 1. The whole universe deluded by these 3 states of mind, developed from the qualities, does not know me, who am beyond them and inexhaustible. 4. This delusion of mine, developed from the qualities, is divine and difficult to transcend. Those cross beyond this delusion, who resort to me alone. Wicked men, doers of evil acts, who are deluded, who are deprived of their knowledge by this delusion, and who incline to the demoniac state of mind to do not resort to me, but, O Alkarituna, doers of good acts of 4 classes worship me: 1 who is distressed, 1 who is seeking after knowledge, 1 who wants wealth, and 1, O chief of the descendants of Bharata, who is possessed of knowledge. Of these, he who is possessed of knowledge, who is always devoted, and whose worship is addressed to one being only, is esteemed, highest. For to the man of knowledge I am dear above all things, and he is dear to me. All these are noble. But the man possessed of knowledge is deemed by me to be my own self. For he with his self devoted to abstraction has taken to me as the goal than which there is nothing higher. At the end of many lives, the man possessed of knowledge approaches me, believing that Vsudava is everything. Such a high-souled man is very hard to find. Those who are deprived of knowledge by various desires approach other. 1. They do not dominate over me, I rule them. 2. Infra, p. 115. 76. Bhagavad-gita. Divinities, observing various regulations. 1. And controlled by their own natures 2. Whichever form of deity any worshipper wishes to worship with faith, to that form I render his faith steady. Possessed of that faith, he seeks to propitiate the deity in that form, and obtains from it those beneficial things which he desires, though they are really given by me. But the fruit thus obtained by them who have little judgment is perishable. Those who worship the divinities go to the divinities 3, and my worshippers 2, go to me. The undiscerning ones, not knowing my transcendent and inexhaustible essence, than which there is nothing higher, think me, who am perceived, to have become perceptible. 4. Surrounded by the delusion of my mystic power 5. I am not manifest to all. This deluded world knows not me, unborn and inexhaustible. I know, O Alkarituna, the things which have been, those which are, and those which are to be. But me nobody knows. All beings, O terror of your foes, are deluded at the time of birth by the delusion, O descendant of Bharata, caused by the pairs of opposites arising from desire and aversion. But the men of meritorious actions, whose sins have terminated, worship me, being released from the delusion caused by the pairs of one fasts and so forth, 2 which are the result of the actions done in previous lives. 3 And the divinities are not eternal, so the fruit obtained is ephemeral. 4 The ignorant do not know the real divinity of Vishnu, thinking him to be no higher than as he is seen in the human form. This gives them an inadequate notion of the purity and eternity of the happiness to be obtained by worshipping him. Compare Infra, p. 83. 5 The veil surrounding me is created by my mysterious power, and that everybody cannot pierce through. Compare Karma, p. 117. Chapter 8, 4. 77. Opposites, and being firm in their belief cell. Those who, resting on me, work for release from old age and death 2, know the Brahman 3, the whole Adhyatma, and all action. And those who know me with the Adhibhuta, the Adhideva, and the Adhyakarithya, having minds devoted to abstraction, know me at the time of departure from this world. Chapter 8. Una said, what is that Brahman, what the Adhyatma, and what, O best of beings, is action? And what is called the Adhibhuta? And who is the Adhyakaritna? And how in this body, O destroyer of Madhu? And how, too, are you to be known at the time of departure from this world, by those who restrain their selves? The deity said, the Brahman is the supreme, the indestructible. Its manifestation, as an individual self, is called the Adhyatma. The offering of an oblation to any divinity, which is the cause of the production and development of all things, is named action. The Adhibhuta is all perishable things. The Adhyadi Vata is the primal being, and the Adhyakaritna, O best of embodied beings, is I myself in this body. 4. 1. Concerning the Supreme Principle and the mode of worshipping it. 2. Compare Infra, p. 109. 3. See the next chapter. 4. Adhyatma, where it occurs before, for example p. 55, has been rendered the relation between the supreme and individual soul. As to 78. Bhagavad after. And he who leaves this body and departs from this world, remembering me in his last moments, comes into my essence. There is no doubt of that. Also, whichever form of deity he remembers when he finally leaves this body, to that he goes, O son of Kunti, having been used to ponder on it. Therefore, at all times remember me, and engage in battle. Fixing your mind and understanding on me, you will come to me, there is no doubt. He who thinks of the Supreme Divine Being, O son of Kmo, with a mind not running to other objects, and possessed of abstraction in the shape of continuous meditation about the Supreme, goes to him. He who, possessed of reverence for the Supreme Being, with a steady mind, and with the power of devotion, properly concentrates the life breath between the brows too, and meditates on the ancient seer, the ruler, more minute than the minutest atom. 3. The supporter of all, who is of an unthinkable form, whose brilliance is like that of the sun, and who is beyond all darkness, for he attains to that transcendent and divine being. 1.5 will tell you briefly about the seat, which those who know the Vedas declare to be indestructible, which is entered by ascetics from whom all desires have departed, and wishing for which people pursue the action. Compare pp. 53, 54. Adhibhuta is apparently the whole inanimate creation, and Adhyadevata is the being supposed to dwell in the sun. Adhyakaritya is KRZSH/Z. Compare 2 pp. 113, 114. 1. Some commentators say whatever thing generally the form remembered in one's last moments would be that which had been most often meditated on during life. 2. Compare Supra, p. 67. 3. Ka//for, p. 105, Svetajvatara, p. 333. 4. Compare Svetajvatara Upanishad, p. 327. 5. Ka/Karit Upanishad, p. 102. Chapter 8. 1779. Mode of life of Brahma/Arins L. He who leaves the body and departs from this world, stopping up all passages. 2. And confining the mind within the heart. 3. Placing the life breath in the head. And adhering to uninterrupted meditation. 4. Repeating the single syllable Om, signifying the eternal Brahman. 5. And meditating on me, he reaches the highest goal. To the devotee who constantly practices abstraction, O son of Kmo, and who with a mind not turned to anything else, is ever and constantly meditating on me, 1 am. Easy of access. The high-souled ones who achieve the highest perfection, attaining to me, do not again come to life, which is transient, a home of woes. 6. All worlds, O Akarit up to the world of Brahman, are destined to return. 7. But, O son of Kunti, after attaining to me, there is no birth again. Those who know a day of Brahman to end after 1,000 ages, and the night to terminate after 1,000 ages, are the persons one as to Brahma Karit Arins, c. Supra, p. 69. To the senses say the commentators. Might it not refer to the 9 portals at p. 65 Supra? See also, however, p. 108. 3. I.e. thinking of nothing, making the mind cease to work. Compare Maitreya Upanishad, p. 179. 4. Compare Maitreya Upanishad, p. 130, uninterrupted, like oil when poured out says the commentator. 5. Compare A. Ndogya Upanishad, p. 151, Mandukya, pp. 330–388. Om is all past, present, and future, Nsawihatapini, pp. No. 117, 171, Maitel, p. 140, Prama, p. 220. On the opening passage of the Ff Ndogya, Sarikra says, Om is the closest designation of the Supreme Being. He is pleased when it is pronounced, as people are at the mention of a favorite name. See also Max Miller. Hibbert Lectures. p. 84, Goldstucker S. Remains, I. 122. 6c. Infra, p. 86, and compare Suttanipata, p. 125. They are only temporary, not the everlasting seats of the soul. 8. Bhagavad-gita. Who know day and night. 1. On the advent of day. All perceptible things are produced from the unperceived, and on the advent of night they dissolve in that same principle, called the unperceived. This same assemblage of entities, being produced again and again, dissolves on the advent of night, and, O son of PR/THA, issues forth on the advent of day, without a will of its own too. But there is another entity, unperceived, and eternal, and distinct from this perceived principle, which is not destroyed when all entities are destroyed. It is called the _unpeg and gt. Kived, the indestructible, they call it the highest goal. Attaining to it, none returns. 3. That is my supreme abode. That supreme being, O son of Putta, he in whom all these entities dwell for, and by whom all this is permeated, is to be attained to by reverence not directed to another. I will state the times, O descendant of Bharata, at which devotees departing from this world go never to return, or to return. The fire, the flame. 5. The day. 1. Compare Manu I. 73. Sankara says that this explains why the abodes of Brahma and others are said to be not lasting. They are limited by time. As to ages, Sriyara says, a human year is a day and night of the gods. 12,000 years made of such days and nights make up the 4 ages, 1,000. Such quaternions of ages make up a day, and another 1,000. A night of Brahma. Of such days and nights Brahma has 100 years to live. At the close of his life, the universe is destroyed. 2. Compare p. 82 Infra, also Manusmriti I. 52, and Kalidasa Sku. Marasam 8. 3. Compare Kamapanishad p. 149, and also p. 112 Infra. 4. I.e. by whom, as the cause of them, all these entities are supported. Compare p. 82 Infra. 5. Sriyara understands the time when / in the sentence preceding this, to mean the path indicated by a deity presiding over. Chapter 9, 2. 8l. The bright fortnight. The 6 months of the northern solstice, departing from the world, in these, those who know the Brahman go to the Brahman. Smoke night. The dark fortnight. The 6 months of the southern solstice. Dying, in these, the devotee goes to the lunar light and returns. These 2 paths, bright and dark, are deemed to be eternal in this world too. By the one, a man goes never to return. By the other he comes back. Knowing these 2 paths, O son of Prztha, no devotee is deluded. 3. Therefore at all times be possessed of devotion. O Arkarituna. A devotee knowing all this obtains all the holy fruit which is prescribed for study of the Vedas, for sacrifices, and also for penances and gifts. And he attains to the highest and primeval seat. Chapter 9. Now I will speak to you, who are not given to carping, of that most mysterious knowledge, accompanied by experience, by knowing which you will be released from evil. It is the chief among the sciences, the chief among the mysteries. It is the best means of sanctification. It is imperishable, not time, by which, and the fire flame is included in this, though having no connection with time. Sankara agrees, though he also suggests that fire means a deity presiding over time. I own I have no clear notion of the meaning of these verses. Compare J.T. Carrot and Ogya. p. 342, Kadaroyaka Upanishad, p. 1057 Seek 1. Compare Prakaritna Upanishad, p. 64, and Sariraka Bhashya, p. 747. Seq. 2. I.e. for those who are fitted for knowledge or action. 3. I.e. does not desire heaven, but devotes himself to the Supreme Being, seeing that heavenly bliss is only temporary. For all that is stated in this chapter. 8. G. 82 Bhagavad Ta. Opposed to the sacred law. It is to be apprehended directly asterisk, and is easy to practice. O terror of your foes, those men who have no faith in this holy doctrine, return to the path of this mortal world, without attaining to me. This whole universe is pervaded by me in an unperceived form. All entities live in me, but I do not live in them too. Nor yet do all entities live in me. See my divine power supporting all entities and producing all entities. Myself lives not in those entities, as the great and ubiquitous atmosphere always remains in space. Know that similarly all entities live in me. 3. At the expiration of a kalpa, O son of Kuntal, all entities enter my nature, and at the beginning of a kalpa, I again bring them forth, taking the control of my own nature, for I bring forth again and again this whole collection of entities, without a will of its own. 5. By the power of nature. But, O Arkarituna, these actions do not fetter me, who remain like one unconcerned, and who am unattached to those actions. Nature gives birth to movables and immovables through me, the supervisor. And by reason of that 7, O son of Kunti, the universe revolves. Deluded people of vain hopes, vain acts, vain no one, i.e. by immediate consciousness, not mediately, asterisk not opposed to the sacred law, i.e. like the Sayana sacrifice for destroying a foe. 2. Because he is untainted by anything, and therefore also the entities do not live in him, as said in the next sentence. CP 80. Supra. 3. As space is untainted and unaffected by the air which remains in it, so am I by the entities. 4. Supra. p. 58. Nature the unperceived principle. 5. Compare p. 80 Supra. 6. I am not affected by the differences in the conditions of these entities. 7. Viz. The supervision. Chapter 9, 1-8. 83. Leg asterisk. Whose minds are disordered, and who are inclined to the delusive nature of asuras and rakshasas, not knowing my highest nature as great Lord of all entities, disregard me as I have assumed a human body too. But the high-souled ones, O son of Prztha, who are inclined to the godlike nature, knowing me as the inexhaustible source of all entities, worship me with minds not turned elsewhere, constantly glorifying me, and exerting themselves firm in their vows for, and saluting me with reverence. They worship me, being always devoted, and others, again, offering up the sacrifice of knowledge, worship me as one, as distinct, and as all-pervading in numerous forms. 5. I am the Kratu. 6. I am the Yokarit fear. I am the Svada, I the product of the herbs. I am the sacred verse. I too am the sacrificial butter. And I the fire, I the offering. 7. I am the father of this universe, the mother, the creator, the grandee, the thing to be known, the means of sanctification. The syllable om. 8. The Rik, Saman, and Yokaritas also. The goal. The sustainer, the Lord, the supervisor, the one hope, viz. that some other deity will give them what they want. Acts, vain as not offered to the supreme, knowledge, vain as abounding in foolish doubts, and c. 2 compare. P76 Supra. 3 For a knowledge of the supreme, or for the means of such knowledge. 4 Vows equals veracity, harmlessness, and c. 5 Sacrifice of knowledge, viz. the knowledge that Vasudeva is all. As one equals believing that all is one, as distinct equals believing that sun, moon, and sea are different manifestations of me. 6 Kratu is a Vedic sacrifice, Yokaritna, a sacrifice laid down in SMR/Ts. Svadak offering to the mains, product of the herbs equals food prepared from vegetables, or medicine. 7 Compare. P61 Supra. 8 PM 79. Supra. G2. 84 Bhagavad Gita. Residence 1, the asylum, the friend, the source, and that in which it merges, the support, the receptacle, and the inexhaustible seed. I cause heat and I send forth and stop showers. I am immortality and also death, and I, O Akarit-Una, am that which is and that which is not too. Those who know the 3 branches of knowledge, who drink the summer juice, whose sins are washed away, offer sacrifices and pray to me for a passage into heaven, and reaching the holy world of the Lord of gods, they enjoy in the celestial regions the celestial pleasures of the gods. And having enjoyed that great heavenly world, they enter the mortal world when their merit is exhausted. 3. Thus those who wish for objects of desire, and resort to the ordinances of the three Vedas, obtain, as the fruit, going, and coming, to those men who worship me, meditating on me and on no one else, and who are constantly devoted, I give new gifts, and preserve what is acquired by them for even those, O son of Kunti, who, being devotees of other divinities worship with faith, worship me only, but irregularly. 5. For I am the Joya as well as the Lord 6 of all sacrifices. But they know me not truly. Therefore do they fall. 7. Those who make vows 8 to the gods go to the gods. 1 i.e. the seat of enjoyment. Receptacle equals where things are served for future use, say the commentators. 2 the gross and the subtle elements, or causes and effects. 3 compare. Muflakopams had p. 279, and Ondogia, p. 344. 4 compare. Dhammapada, stanza 23 i.e. attainment to the Brahman, and not returning from it. Ramanu Karite. 5 because in form they worship other divinities. 6 giver of the fruit. As to enjoyer, compare p. 67 Supra. 7. i.e. return to the mortal world. 8 i.e. some regulation as to mode of worship. Compare also p. 76 Supra. Chapter 9, 32. 85. Those who make vows to the mains go to the mains. Those who worship the Putas go to the Putas. And those likewise who worship me go to me. Who ever with devotion offers me leaf, flower, fruit, water, that, presented with devotion, I accept from him. Whose self is pure. Whatever you do, O son of Kunti, whatever you eat, whatever sacrifice you make, whatever you give, whatever penance you perform, do that as offered to me. Thus will you be released from the bonds of action, the fruits of which are agreeable or disagreeable, and with yourself possessed of this devotion, this renunciation too, you will be released from the bonds of action, and will come to me. I am alike to all beings, to me none is hateful, none dear. But those who worship me with devotion dwell in me, and I too in them. Even if a very ill-conducted man worships me, not worshipping anyone else, he must certainly be deemed to be good, for he has well resolved, for he soon becomes devout of heart, and obtains lasting tranquility. You may affirm, O son of Kunti, that my devotee is never ruined. For, O son of Pma, even those who are of sinful birth 5, women, Vulsias, and Karitudras likewise, resorting to me, attain the supreme goal. What then need one compare p. 55 Supra, and other passages? To this mode of action is at once devotion and renunciation. The first, because one cares not for fruit, the second, because it is offered to the Supreme. 3. They dwell in me. By their devotion to me, I dwell in them, as giver of happiness to them. 4. Viz. that the Supreme Being alone should be reverenced. 5. Sankara takes Voyas and see as examples of this, not so Srira. Compare as to women and Sudras, Nsikarit Hatapini, p. 14. Of sinful birth equals of low birth, Srira, equals birth resulting from sins, Sakara. 86. Bhagavad be said of holy Brahmacharitas and royal saints, who are my devotees, coming to this transient happy one world, worship me. Place your mind on me, become my devotee, my worshipper. Reverence me, and thus making me your highest goal. And devoting yourself to abstraction, you will certainly come to me. Chapter X. Yet again, O you of mighty arms, listen to my excellent 2 words, which, out of a wish for your welfare, I speak to you who are delighted with them. Not the multitudes of gods, nor the great sages know my source, for I am in every way. 3. The origin of the gods and great sages of all mortals, he who knows me to be unborn, without beginning, the great Lord of the world, being free from delusion, is released from all sins. Intelligence, knowledge, freedom from delusion, forgiveness, truth, restraint of senses, tranquility, pleasure, pain, birth, death, fear, and also security, harmlessness, equability, contentment, penance, making, gifts, glory, disgrace. All these different tempers 4 of living beings are from me alone. The 7 great sages, and likewise the 4 ancient Manus 5, whose descendants are all these people in the world, were all born from my 1. Compare p. 79 Supra. 2 as referring to the Supreme Soul. 3 as creator, as moving agent in workings of the intellect, and c. 4 the names are not always names of tempers / but the corresponding temper must be understood. 6 the words are also otherwise construed, the 4 ancients, Sanaka, Sanandana, Sanatana, Sanatkumara, and the Manus. According to the later mythology the Manus are 14. Chapter X, 1-6. 87. Mind 1. Partaking of my powers. Whoever correctly knows these powers and emanations of mine, becomes possessed of devotion free from indecision. Of this there is no doubt. The wise, full of love to worship me, believing that I am the origin of all, and that all moves on through me, placing their minds on me, offering their lives to me, instructing each other, and speaking about me, they are always contented and happy. To these, who are constantly devoted, and who worship with love, I give that knowledge by which they attain to me. And, remaining in their hearts, I destroy, with the brilliant lamp of knowledge, the darkness born of ignorance. In such men only, out of compassion for them, Una said, "You are the Supreme Brahman, the supreme goal, the holiest of the holy. All sages, as well as the divine sage Narada, Asatar 3, Devala, and Vyasa, call you the eternal being, divine, the first God, the UN born, the all-pervading. And so, too, you tell me yourself, O Kisava. I believe all this that you tell me to be true, for, O Lord, neither the gods nor demons understand your manifestation. For you only know yourself by yourself, O best of beings, Creator of all things, Lord of all things, God of gods, Lord of the universe. Be pleased to declare without exception your divine emanations, by which emana one by the mere operation of my thought. As to ancients, compare 8 Aryarayaka, p. 136. 2 Sakara renders the word here by perseverance in pursuit of truth. 3. Anandajaya calls Asatar father of Devala. See also David's Buddhism, p. 185, M-Sanc. Sangsk. Lit. p. 463. 4 Sil. In human form for the good of the gods and the destruction of demons. 88 Bhagavad-Gita. You stand pervading all these worlds. How shall I know you, O you of mystic power? Always meditating on you. And in what various entities one, Lord, should I meditate on you? Again, O Anardana, do you yourself declare your powers and emanations, because, hearing this nectar, I still feel no satiety. The deity said, well then, O best of Kauravas, I will state to you my own divine emanations, but only the chief ones. For there is no end to the extent of my emanations. I am the self, OGU /Axa, seated in the hearts of all beings too. I am the beginning and the middle and the end also of all beings. I am Vish, M. Among the Adityas 3. The beaming sun among the shining bodies, I am Mari /I. Among the Maruts 4. And the moon among the lunar mansions 5. Among the Vedas, I am the Samaveda 6. I am Indra among the gods. And I am mind among the senses 7. I am consciousness in living beings. And 1 am 6 Arikara 8 among the Rudras, the Lord of wealth 9 among Yakshas and Rakshasis. And I am fire among the Vajas, and Meru 10 among the high-topped mountains. And know me, O Una. 2. 1 To know you fully being impossible, what special manifestation of you should we resort to for our meditations? 2. P. 129 Infra. 3. Aditya is used in the Veda chiefly as a general epithet for a number of solar deities. Max Miller, Hibbert. Lectures, p. 264. For the storm gods, as Max Miller calls them. 5. Compare. Sutta. Nipata, p. 121. 6. As being, probably, full of music. 7. Compare. Ondogia, p. 121, where Safikra says, mind is the chief of man's inner activities. 8. Now the third member of our Trinity. Kubra. I0 The Golden Mount. Chapter X, 30. 89. B. Paspati, the chief among domestic priests. I am Skanda among generals. I am the ocean among reservoirs of water. I am BHR/GU among the great sages. I am the single syllable, OM. 2. Among words. Among sacrifices I am the AND-LT, 9. Apar sacrifice 3. The Himalaya among the firmly fixed mountains. The Asvatha 4 among all trees, and Narada among divine sages. 8. Itaratha among the heavenly chorus. Tas, the sage Kapila among the siddhas. Among horses know me to be U//Akiravas 6, brought forth by the labors for the nectar and Ayurveda among the great elephants, and the ruler of men among men. 7. I am the thunderbolt among weapons, the wish-giving cow among cows, and I am love, which generates. 8. Among serpents I am Vajuki. Among Naga 9 snakes I am Ananta. I am Veru/A. Among aquatic beings. And I am Ahriman among the mains, and Yama 10 among rulers. Among demons. 2. I am Pralada. I am the king of death, Kala. Time, among those that count. N. Among beasts I compare. Sutta-Nipata. p. 121. 2. Vaidhi. p. 79. Supra. 3. Gapa is the silent meditation. Madhusudana says it is superior, owing to its not involving the slaughter of any animal, and c. For the fig tree, it is the symbol of life in chapter 15. Infra. 5. Those who even from birth are possessed of piety, knowledge, indifference to the world, and superhuman power. Compare. Sveta. Jvatara Upanishad, p. 357. 6. This is Indra's horse, brought out at the churning of the ocean. Airavata is Indra's elephant. 7. Compare. Sutta. Nipata, p. 121. 8. I.e. not the merely carnal passion. Compare p. 74. Supra. 9. Nagas are without poison, says *Esura. Varyuwa is the sea god. 10. Yama is death, and Pralada the virtuous demon for whom Vishnu became incarnate as the man-lion. As to manes, c. Goldsteaker's remains, I. 133. 2. Counts the number of men. Sins /Ramanu Karate, Sriara says. 90. Begavag, ta. Am the lord of beasts, and the son of Venata 1 among birds. I am the wind among those that blow 2. I am Rana 3. Among those that wield weapons. Among fishes I am Makara 4. and among streams. The Arnavi 5. Of created things I am the begin. Ning. And the end and the middle also, O Arkarit-Una. Among sciences, I am the science of the Adhyatma. And I am the argument of controversialists. Among letters I am the letter Ag, and among the group of compounds the copulative 7 compound. I myself am time inexhaustible, and I the creator whose faces are in all directions. I am death who seizes all, and the source of what is to be. And among females, fame 8, fortune, speech, memory, intellect, courage, forgiveness. Likewise among summon hymns, I am the Bhat summon 9, and I the Gayatri 10 among meters. I am Margasirsha among the months, the spring. This refers to time, with its divisions into years, months / and c. While a little further on it means time eternal. 1 i.e. the Gauri / or eagle, who is the vehicle of Vishvu in Hindu mythology. 2 * those who have the capacity of motion / says Ramanu Karate. 3 the hero of the Hindu epos, Ramaya Karate, translated into verse by Mr. R.T.H. Griffiths. 4 the dolphin. 5 the Ganges. That letter is supposed to comprehend all language. Compare 8 Aryarayaka, p. 346, and another text there cited by Madhava in his commentary, p. 348. 7 This is said to be the best, because all its members are coordinate with one another, not one depending on another. 8 i.e. the deities of fame, and c. 9. C. As to this, Mure, Sanskrit Texts, Volume I, p. 16. Sarikra says this hymn relates to final emancipation. 10 Compare. Ondogya Upanishad, p. 181, where Sankara says, Gayatri is the chief meter, because it is the means to a knowledge of the Brahman. It is the meter of the celebrated verse Om Tat Savicha / and c. Chapter X. 42. Among the seasons 1. Of cheats, I am the game of dice, I am the glory of the glorious, I am victory. I am industry, I am the goodness of the good. I am Vasudeva. Among the descendants of Vrishni 2. And Arkarit-Una among the Pavavas. Among sages also, I am Vyasa. 3. And among the discerning ones, I am the discerning Eukaritanas. 4. I am the rod of those that restrain, and the policy. 5 Of those that desire victory. I am silence. Respecting secrets. I am the knowledge of those that have knowledge. And, O Arkarit-Una, I am also that which is the seed of all things. There is nothing movable or immovable which can exist without me. O terror of your foes, there is no end to my divine emanations. Here I have declared the extent of those emanations only in part. Whatever thing there is of power, or glorious, or splendid, know all that to be produced from portions of my energy. Or rather, O Arkarit-Una, what have you to do, knowing all this at large. I stand supporting all this by but a single portion of myself. G. 1 Compare. Ondogia Uperatishad, p. 126. Marga Karitersha is November. December. Madhusudana says this is the best month, as being neither too hot nor too cold, but Shlajal Begava Jita, ed. Lassen, p. 276. 2-1 of Krzshwa. S. Ancestors. 3. The compiler of the Vedas. 4. The preceptor of the deities or demons. A / on politics is ascribed to him. 5. Making peace, bribing, and c. 6. Compare. Purusha Sukta. Mure, Sanskrit Texts, Volume I, p. 9. 92 Bhagavad Gita. Chapter 11. Arkarit said, in consequence of the excellent and mysterious words concerning the relation of the Supreme and individual soul, which you have spoken for my welfare, this delusion of mine is gone away. O you, whose eyes are like lotus leaves, I have heard from you at large about the production and dissolution of things, and also about your inexhaustible greatness, O highest Lord. What you have said about yourself is so. I wish, O best of beings, to see your divine form. If, O Lord, you think that it is possible for me to look upon it, then, O Lord of the possessors of mystic power, 1. Show your inexhaustible form to me. The deity said, in hundreds and in thousands see my forms, O son of Kma, various, divine, and of various colors and shapes. See the Adityas, Vajas, Rudras, the 2 Akarit Vins, and Maruts likewise, and Odissan, Dant of Bharata. See wonders, in numbers, unseen before. Within my body, OGU caret / caret A. See today the whole universe, including everything movable and immovable, all in one, and whatever else you wish to see, but you will not be able to see me with merely this eye of yours. I give you an eye divine. Now, see my divine power. Sankaritaya said, having spoken thus, O King Hari, the Great One, Madhusudana takes power to mean capacity of becoming small or great, of obtaining what is wanted, and c. The so-called 8 Phatis. Chapter 11. 1793. Lord of the possessors of mystic power, then showed to the son of Przdtha his supreme divine form, having many mouths and eyes, having, within it, many wonderful sights, having many celestial ornaments, having many celestial weapons held erect, wearing celestial flowers and vestments, having an anointment of celestial perfumes, full of every wonder, the infinite deity with faces in all directions. 1. If in the heavens, the luster of 1,000 suns burst forth all at once, that would be like the luster of that mighty one. There the son of Pa, caret U then observed in the body of the God of gods the whole universe. All in one, and divided into numerous two divisions. Then Danan carrot. Arya filled with amaze. Meant, and with hair standing on end, bowed his head before the God, and spoke with joined hands. Arkaritna said, O God, I see within your body the gods, as also all the groups of various beings, and the Lord Brahman seated on his lotus seat, and all the sages and celestial snakes. I see you, who are of countless forms, possessed of many arms, stomachs, mouths, and eyes on all sides. And, O Lord of the universe, O you of all forms, I do not see your end or middle or beginning. I see you bearing a coronet and a mace and a discus, a massive glory, brilliant on all sides, difficult to look at, having on one compare. P90 Supra. Safikra explains it as meaning pervading everything. The expression occurs in the Nsai /Wattapini Upani Shad, P50, where it is said, as, without organs, it sees, hears, goes, takes from all sides and pervades everything, therefore it has faces on all sides. Two gods, manes, men, and so forth. 94 Bhagavad-gita. All sides the effulgence of a blazing fire or sun, and indefinable. You are indestructible, the supreme one to be known. You are the highest support, one of this universe. You are the inexhaustible protector of everlasting piety. I believe you to be the eternal being. I see you void of beginning, middle, end, of infinite power, of unnumbered arms, having the sun and moon for eyes, having a mouth like a blazing fire, and heating the universe with your radiance. For this space between heaven and earth and all the quarters are pervaded by you alone. Looking at this wonderful and terrible form of yours, O high-souled one, the three worlds are affrighted. For here these groups of gods are entering into you. Some being afraid are praying with joined hands, and the groups of great sages and siddhas are saying welfare to and praising you with abundant hymns of praise. The Rudras and Adityas, the Vajas, the Sadoyas, the Visvas, the Tua and Lt. Avins, the Maruts, and the Ushmapas, and the groups of Gandharvas, Yakshas, demons, and Siddhas are all looking at you amazed, seeing your mighty form, with many mouths and eyes, with many arms, thighs, and feet, with many stomachs, and fearful with many jaws. All people, and I likewise, are much alarmed, O you of mighty arms. Seeing you, O Vishmi, touching the skies, radiant, possessed of many hues, with a gaping mouth, and with large blazing eyes, I am much alarmed in my inmost self, and feel no courage, no tranquility. 1 The words are the same as at P97 Infra, where see the note. 2. Seeing signs of some great cataclysm, they say, see may it be well with the universe / and then proceed to pray to you. Chapter 11, 32. 95. And seeing your mouths terrible by the jaws, and resembling the fire of destruction, I cannot recognize the various directions, I feel no comfort. Be gracious, O Lord of gods, who pervadest the universe, and all these sons of Dirtarash / Ra, together with all the bands of kings, and Bhishma and Drokarite, and this charioteer's son one likewise, together with our principal warriors also, are rapidly entering your mouths, fearful and horrific too by reason of your jaws. And some with their heads smashed are seen to be stuck in the spaces between the teeth, as the many rapid currents of a river's waters run towards the sea alone, so do these heroes of the human world enter your mouths blazing all round, as butterflies, with increased velocity, enter a blazing fire to their destruction, so too do these people enter your mouths with increased velocity, only to their destruction. Swallowing all these people, you are licking them over and over again from all sides with your blazing mouths, your fierce splendors, O Vish, filling the whole universe with their effulgence, are heating it. Tell me who you are in this fierce form. Salutations be to thee, O chief of the gods. Be gracious. I wish to know you, the primeval one, for I do not understand your actions. The deity said, I am death, the destroyer of the worlds, fully developed, and I am now active about the over one, i.e. Kahashe, who was really the eldest brother of the Par and Lt / Avas, but having been immediately on birth abandoned by Kunti, was brought up by a charioteer. Kawa was told of his true origin by Bhishma on his deathbed, and advised to join the Pam / Avas, but he declined to by reason of the ruggedness and distortion of face. 96 Bhagavad Gita. Throw of the worlds. Even without you, the warriors standing in the adverse hosts, shall all cease to be. Therefore, be up, obtain glory, and vanquishing your foes, enjoy a prosperous kingdom. All these have been already killed by me. Be only the instrument, O Savior Zine 1 Drokarite, and Bhishma, and 9 Ayadratha, and Ka / and likewise other valiant warriors also, whom I have killed, do you kill. Be not alarmed. Do fight, and in the battle you will conquer your foes. Sankaritaya said. Hearing these words of Kesava, the wearer of the coronet too, trembling, and with joined hands, bowed down, and sorely afraid, and with throat choked up, he again spoke to Krishna, after saluting him. Akarit Yuna said, It is quite proper, ohrz Shiksa. That the universe is delighted and charmed by your renown. That the demons run away, affrighted in all directions. And that all the assemblages of siddhas bow down to you. And why, O high-souled one, should they not bow down to you, who are greater than Brahman and first cause, O infinite Lord of gods, O you pervading the universe? You are the indestructible, that which is not, and what is beyond them three. You are the primal one armor, as he could shoot with his left hand as well as the right. Srira. 2. Arkaritima, who had this coronet given him by Indra. Madhu. Sudana. 3. The commentators interpret this to mean the perceptible, the unperceived, and the higher principle. Compare p84 Supra, and also pp. 103, 113 infra and notes there. Chapter 11. 4497. God, the ancient being, you are the highest support of this universe. 1. You are that which has no ledge, that which is the object of knowledge. You are the highest goal. By you is this universe pervaded, O you of infinite forms. You are the wind, Yama, fire, Veru, Z, the moon, you Prakarit Apati, and the great grand sea. 2. Obeisance be to thee, O thou sand times, and again obeisance to thee. In front and from behind obeisance to thee. Abe. Sons be to thee from all sides, O you who are all. You are of infinite power, of unmeasured glory. You pervade all, and therefore you are all. Whatever I have said contemptuously, for instance, O kr/shmo, O Yadeva, O friend, thinking you to be my friend, and not knowing your greatness, as shown in this universal form, or through friend leanness, or incautiously, and whatever disrespect I have shown you for purposes of merriment, on science of play, sleep, dinner, or sitting together, whether alone or in the presence of friends. For all that, O undegraded one, I ask pardon of you, who are indefinable. 3. You are the Father of the world, movable and immovable, you its great and venerable Master. There is none equal to you. Whence can there be one greater, O you whose power is unparalleled in all the three worlds? Therefore I bow and prostrate myself, and would propitiate you, the praiseworthy Lord. Be pleased. 1c. p94 Supra. Here the commentators say, the words mean that in which the universe is placed at deluge time / 2. Professor Tile mentions great-grandfather as a name for the creator among Kafirs. History of Religion, p18. Compare p83 Supra. 8. I.e. of whom it is impossible to ascertain whether he is such or such. Compare p94 Supra. 8. H. 98 Bhagavad Gita. O God, to pardon my guilt, as a father, that of his son, a friend, that of his friend, or a husband, that of his beloved. I am delighted at seeing what I had never seen before, and my heart is also alarmed by fear. Show me that same form, O God. Be gracious, O Lord of gods. O you pervading the universe. I wish to see you bearing the coronet and the mace, with the discus in hand. Just the same as before. 1. O you of thousand arms. O you of all forms. Assume that same four-handed form. The deity said, O Arkaritoina, being pleased with you, I have by my own mystic power shown you this supreme form, full of glory, universal, infinite, primeval, and which has not been seen before by anyone else but you. O you hero among the Curavus, I cannot be seen in this form by anyone but you, even by the help of the study of the Vedas, or of 2 sacrifices, nor by gifts, nor by actions, nor by fierce penances. Be not alarmed, be not perplexed, at seeing this form of mine, fearful like this, free from fear and with delighted heart, see now again that same form of mine. San and Gt. Arya said. Having thus spoken to Arkarit Nina, Vasudeva again showed his own form, and the high-souled 1b, coming again of a mild form, comforted him who had been affrighted. 1. This is the ordinary form of Krzshwa. 2. This is the original construction. 1 suspects that sacrifices and study of the Vedas are meant. Compare the speech of Krzsrama on the next page. Chapter 12, 3. 99. Arkarit said, O Anardana, seeing this mild, human form of yours, I am now in my right mind, and have come to my normal state. The deity said, even the gods are always desiring to see this form of mine, which it is difficult to get a sight of, and which you have seen. I cannot be seen, as you have seen me, by means of the Vedas, not by penance, not by gift, nor yet by sacrifice, but, O Arkarit, by devotion to me exclusively, I can in Karit this form be truly known, seen, and assimilated. 1. With, O terror of your foes, he who performs acts for propitiating me, to whom I am the highest object, who is my devotee, who is free from attachment, and who has no enmity towards any being, he, O son of Karit, comes to me. Chapter 12. Arkarit said of the worshippers who thus constantly devoted meditate on you, and those who meditate on the unperceived and indestructible, which best know devotion. The deity said, those who, being constantly devoted and pos Sust of the highest faith, worship me with a mind fixed on me, are deemed by me to be the most devoted. But those who, restraining the whole group of the senses, and with a mind at all times, 1. Literally, entered into, it means final emancipation. CP 128. H2. IOO Bhagavad-gita. Equable, meditate on the indescribable, indestructible, unperceived principle, which is all-pervading. UN. Thinkable, indifferent one, immovable, and constant, they. Intent on the good of all beings, necessarily attain to me. For those whose minds are attached to the UN perceived, the trouble is much greater, because the unperceived goal too is obtained by embodied beings with difficulty. As to those, however, O son of Prztha, who, dedicating all their actions to me, and holding me as their highest goal, worship me, meditating on me with a devotion towards none besides me, and whose minds are fixed on me, I, without delay, come forward as their deliverer from the ocean of this world of death. Place your mind on mejdnly_. Fix your understanding on me. In me you will dwell. 3. Hereafter, there is no doubt. But if you are unable to fix your mind steadily on me, then, O Unofficial-Public-Domain-Education, endeavor for to obtain me by the abstraction of mind, resulting from continuous meditation. 5. If you are unequal even to continuous meditation, then let acts for propitiating me be your highest aim. Even performing actions for propitiating me, you will attain perfection. If you are unable to do even this, then resort to devotion 6 to me, and, with self-restraint, abandon all fruit of action. For knowledge is better than continuous meditation. Concentration 7 is esteemed higher. 1. Passively looking on what occurs on earth, immovable equals changeless, constant equals eternal. 2. Viz. the indestructible. 3. I.e. assimilated with me, as expressed before. 4. Literally, wish. 5. Compare. P78 Supra. R. Performing actions, but dedicating them to me. 7. Fixing the mind with effort on the object of contemplation. Compare. Maitreya Upanishad, p. 130. Chapter 12, IQ. 101. The knowledge, and the abandonment of fruit of action than concentration, from that abandonment tranquility soon results. That devotee of mine who hates no being, who is friendly and compassionate, who is free from egoism, and from the idea that this or that is mine, to whom happiness and misery are alike, who is forgiving, contented, constantly devoted, self-restrained, and firm in his determinations, and whose mind and understanding are devoted to me, lies dear to me. He through whom the world is not agitated. 1. I and who is not agitated by the world, who is free from joy and anger and fear and agitation. He too is dear to me. That devotee of mine, who is unconcerned too, pure, assiduous. 3. Impartial, free from distress. 4. Who abandons all actions. 4. Fruit 5. He is dear to me. He who is full of devotion to me, who feels no joy and no aversion, who does not grieve and does not desire, who abandons both what is agreeable and what is disagreeable. He is dear to me. He who is alike to friend and foe, as also in honor and dishonor, who is alike in cold and heat, pleasure and pain, who is free from attachments, to whom praise and blame are alike, who is taciturn. 6. And contented with anything whatever that comes. Who is homeless. 7. And of a steady mind, and full of devotion. 1. No disturbance results from him to other men, or from other men to him. Compare Sutta p. 56. 2. Indifferent to worldly objects. 3. Ready to do work as it arises. 4. Not feeling afflicted by other people's doing an injury to him. 5. For fruit must be understood here. 6. I.e. governs his tongue properly. Compare Sutta p. 55 and Dhammapada, stanza 96. 7. Compare Sutta Nipata, pp. 94, 101, 122, Apastamba, Dharma Sutra. Io2 Bhagavad Gita. That man is dear to me. But those devotees who, imbued with faith, and regarding me as their highest goal, resort to this holy means for attaining immortality. As stated, they are extremely dear to me. Chapter 13. The deity said, "This body, O son of Kunti, is called Kshetra *, and the learned call him who knows it the Kshetra fear. 2. And know me also, O descendant of Bharata, to be the Kshetra in all Kshetras. The knowledge of Kshetra and Kshetra is deemed by me to be real knowledge. Now, Hej Freum _ in brief what that Kshetra is, what it is like, what changes it undergoes, and whence it comes, and what is he. 3. And what his powers, all which is sung in various ways by sages in numerous hymns 4. Distinctly, and in well-settled texts full of argument, giving indications or full instruction about the Brahman, the great elements 5, egoism, the understanding, the unperceived also, the 10 senses, and the 1, and the 5 objects of sense, desire. p. 86, p. 152 in this series, and Dhammapada, stanzas 40 to 91. Where the identical word is used. 1. I retain the original for want of a good equivalent. 2 compare. A $veta / of 8 Aropams had, p. 368. And Matri. pp. 25-72. 3 i.e. the Kshetra Karitna. 4 hymns equals Sil. From the Vedas about ordinary or special actions. And so forth. Argument equals, for example, in texts like how can entity come from non-entity? Who could breathe, if and see? 5 compare. 8 Aryara or Yaka, p. 97. The subtle elements, earth, fire, and sea, are meant. The unperceived equals nature, the one equals mind. Courage equals that by which the drooping body and senses are supported. Egoism equals self-consciousness, the feeling this is I. Chapter 13, 13. IO3. Aversion, pleasure, pain, body, consciousness, ku. Rage. Thus in brief has been declared the Kshetra. With changes L. Absence of vanity. Absence of os. Tentatiousness, absence of hurtfulness, forgiveness. Straightforwardness. Devotion to a preceptor, purity. 2. Steadiness, self-restraint, indifference towards objects of sense, and also absence of egoism, perception of the misery and evil of birth, death. 3. Old age, and disease, absence of attachment, absence of self identifying regard for son, wife, for home, and so forth. And constant equability. On the approach of both what is agreeable and what is disagreeable, un. Swerving devotion to me, without meditation on any one else. Resorting to clean places, distaste for assemblages of men. 5. Constancy in knowledge of the relation of the individual self to the supreme, Piersip / K. Of the object G of knowledge of the truth. This is called knowledge. That is ignorance which is opposed to this. One will declare that which is the object of knowledge, knowing which one reaches immortality. The highest Brahman, having no beginning nor end, which cannot be said to be existent or non-existent. 7. It has hands and feet on all sides, it has eyes, heads, and faces on all sides, it has ears on all sides, it. 1. See the last page. Changes equals development. 2. Internal as well as external. As to devotion to a preceptor, compare Apastamba, Pn. p. 23 in this series, Taittiriya Upanishad, p. 38. Svetajvatara, p. 117, and Suttanipata, p. 87, as to egoism. C. p. 52 Supra. 3. Compare Sutta. Nipata, pp. 18-95. 4. Compare Sutta. Nipata, p. 12. 5. Compare Sutta. Nipata, pn. 6. Viz. Removal of ignorance and acquisition of happiness. 7. Words indicate a class, a quality, an action, or a relation, says Sarkara. None of these can be predicated of the Brahman, so you cannot apply either of these words to it. Compare pp. 84, 96 Supra. Also Sveta-Karitvatara, p. 346. IO4 Bhagavad Gita. Stands pervading everything in the world. POS. Sust of the qualities of all the senses. But devoid of all senses. 1. Unattached, it supports all, is devoid of qualities, and the enjoyer too of qualities. It is within all things and without them, it is movable and also immovable, it is unknowable through its subtlety, it stands afar and near. 3. Not different in different things. 4. But standing as though different. It should be known to be the supporter of all things, and that which absorbs and creates them. It is the radiance even of the radiant bodies. It is said to be beyond darkness. It is knowledge, the object of knowledge, that which is to be attained to by knowledge, and placed in the heart of all 5. Thus, in brief, have kshetra, knowledge, and the object of knowledge been declared. My devotee, knowing this, becomes fit for assimilation with me. Know nature and spirit, both to be without beginning, and know all developments and qualities. 6. To be produced from nature. Nature is said to be the origin of the capacity of working, residing in the body and the senses, and spirit is said to be the origin of the capacity of enjoying pleasures and 1. Compare Isvetilfvatara, p. 331. He has no ears, but has the quality of hearing, and so forth. Unattached equals really out of relation to everything, though seeming to be connected with other things through delusion. 2. I.e. he perceives them. 3. Iropanishad, p. 12, Mudaka, p. 313. 4. Everything being really one. Compare Inter alia, p. 124. Infra. The various manifestations of the Brahman are really one in essence, though apparently different, like foam and water. 5. Compare p. 88. 6. Developments equals body, senses, and c. Qualities equals pleasure, pain, and c. Altogether the expression means the body and feelings and so forth. Chapter 13, 26. IO5. Pains. 1. For spirit with nature joined, enjoys the qualities born of nature, and the cause of its birth. In good or evil wombs is the connection with the qualities. 2. The Supreme Spirit in this body is called supervisor, advisor. 3. Supporter, enjoyer, the great Lord, and the Supreme Self also. He who thus knows nature and spirit, together with the qualities, is not born again, however living. 4. Some by concentration see the self in the self by the self. Others by the Jaikaritankaya Yoga, and others still by the Karma Yoga. 5. Others yet, not knowing this, practice concentration, after hearing from others. 6. They, too, being, thus, devoted to hearing, instruction, cross beyond death whatever thing movable or movable comes into existence, know that to be. From the connection of Kshetra and Kshetra Fear, O chief of the descendants of Bharata. He sees. Truly. 1 Esura says that is said to be means by Kapila and others. For the notion that activity is not a function of the soul, see inter alia, p. 55 supra. Enjoyment, however, is, according to this sage, the function of the soul, not of nature. See also Maitreya Nishad, pp. 107, 108. 2 i.e. the senses, says Srira, good equals gods, and c. evil equals beasts, and c. 3 sil. Concerning the operations of the body and senses. Compare. NR/Sihutapini, p. 224. He is advisor because, though he does not interfere, he sees and therefore may be said to sanction the operations alluded to. Supporter, i.e. of body and see in their workings. For though he may have transgressed rules. 5 Concentration equals fixing of the mind exclusively on the soul, the senses being quiescent. See the self /i.e. the soul, in the self, i.e. within themselves, by the self /i.e. by the mind. Sankhya. Yoga equals belief that qualities are distinct from the self, which is only a passive spectator of their operations. Compare. Sveta p. 109. Karma Yoga equals dedication of actions to the Supreme. Compare as to this. The gloss on Sarikra S. Bhashya on Vedanta Sutra 4, 2, 21. 6 Compare. Sutta. Nipata, p. 49. IO6 Bhagavad Gita. Who sees the Supreme Lord abiding alike in all entities, and not destroyed though they are destroyed. For he who sees the Lord abiding every where alike, does not destroy himself, one by himself, and then reaches the highest goal. He sees, truly. Who sees all actions to be in every way done by nature alone, and likewise the self to be not the doer. When a man sees all the variety of entities as existing in 1 2, and all as emanating from that, then he becomes one with the Brahman. This inexhaustible Supreme Self, being without beginning and without qualities, does not act, and is not tainted, O son of Kunt. Though stationed in the body, as by reason of its subtlety the all-pervading space is not tainted, so the self stationed in every body is not tainted. As the sun singly lights up all this world, so the Kshetra Fear, O descendant of Bharata, lights up the whole Kshetra. Those who, with the eye of knowledge, thus understand the difference between Kshetra and Kshetra Fear, and the destruction of the nature of all entities 3, go to the Supreme. Chapter 14. The deity said, again I will declare to you the highest knowledge, the best of all sorts of knowledge, having one not to have true knowledge is equivalent to self-destruction. Compare Al-Upanishad, pp. 9, 15, 16. 2 i.e. absorbed at the time of the deluge in nature, one of the energies of the Supreme, emanating /i.e. at the time of creation. 3. Nature, which is the material cause from which all entities are produced, the destruction of it results from true knowledge of the soul. See the third note on p. 107 infra. Chapter 14, 8. 107. Learned which, all sages have reached perfection. Treod, the bonds of this body. Those who, resorting to this knowledge, reach assimilation with my essence, are not born at the creation, and are not afflicted one at the destruction of the universe. The great Brahman too is a womb for me, in which I cast the seed. From that, O descendant of Bharata, is the birth of all things. Of the bodies, O son of Kunti, which are born from all wombs, the main womb is the great Brahman, and I am the father, the giver of the seed. Goodness, passion, darkness. These qualities, 3 born from nature, O you of mighty arms, bind down the inexhaustible soul in the body of these. Goodness, which, in consequence of being untainted, is enlightening and free from all misery, binds the soul, O sinless one, with the bond of pleasure and the bond of knowledge. For know that J.J. passion consists in being enamored, and is produced from craving and attachment. That, O son of Kunti, binds down the embodied self with the one, i.e. are not destroyed. Madhyasudana, do not fall / Sankara, are not born, Srira, and apparently Ramanu Karate. 2 i.e. the nature spoken of before. 3 these constitute nature. We must understand nature, with Professor Bharti Karitaka, as the hypothetical cause of the soul's feeling itself limited and conditioned. If nature is understood, as it usually is, to mean matter, its being made up of the qualities is inexplicable. Interpreted idealistically, as suggested by Professor Bordaka, the destruction of it spoken of at the close of the last chapter also becomes intelligible. By means of knowledge of the soul, the unreality of these manifestations is understood and nature is destroyed. For pleasure and knowledge appertain to the mind, not the self. Hence they are described as constituting bonds, when erroneously connected with the self, Sakara and Srira. They constitute one bonds / because the self, when brought into contact with them, strives to obtain them. Ramanu Karate. Io8 Bhagavad Gita. Bond of action. Darkness. You must know to be born of ignorance, it deludes all embodied selves. And that, O descendant of Bharata, binds down the self with heedlessness 1, indolence, and sleep. Goodness unites the self with pleasure, passion. O descendant of Bharata, with action and darkness, with heedlessness, after shrouding up knowledge. Passion and darkness being repressed, goodness stands, O descendant of Bharata. Passion and goodness being repressed, darkness, and likewise darkness and goodness being repressed, passion. 2. When in this body at all portals 3 light, that is to say, knowledge prevails, then should one know goodness to be developed. Avarice, activity. 4. Performance of actions, want of tranquility, desire. These are produced, O chief of the descendants of Bharata, when passion is developed. Want of light, want of activity. 5. Heedlessness and delusion, these are produced, O descendant of Kuru, when darkness is developed. When an embodied self counters death, while goodness is developed, then he reaches the untainted worlds of those who know the highest. 6. Encountering death during the prava. 1. Carelessness about duty, owing to being intent on something else. Compare Suttanipata, pp. 51-91, Dhammapada, stanza 21. Ka/Karita Upanishad, p. 152. 2. The effects of each quality assert themselves, when the other 2 are held in check. 3. i.e. the senses of perception. 4. Activity equals always doing something or another, performance. And c. equals rearing large mansions, and c. Want of tranquility equals perpetual agitation of mind, this I will do now, then that, and next the other. Desire equals to obtain everything that one comes across. 5. i.e. doing absolutely nothing. 6. The highest manifestations of Brahman, viz. the Hiranya Garbha, and c. say Sriyara and Madhyasudana. Naleka //5 also suggests that those who know the highest means gods. Chapter 14, 21. 109. Lens of passion, he is born among those attached to action. Likewise, dying during the prevalence of darkness, he is born in the wombs of the ignorant. The fruit of meritorious action is said to be good, untainted, while the fruit of passion is misery, and the fruit of darkness, ignorance. From goodness is produced knowledge, from passion avarice too, and from darkness heedlessness and delusion and ignorance also. Those who adhere to the ways of goodness go up 3, the passionate remain in the middle, while those of the qualities of darkness, adhering to the ways of the lowest quality, go down. When a right-seeing person sees none but the qualities to be the doers of all action, and knows Wr is above the qualities. 4. He enters into my essence, the embodied self, who transcends these 3 qualities, from which bodies are produced. 5. Attains immortality, being freed from birth and death and old age. and misery. Una said, "What are the characteristics, O Lord, of one who has transcended these three qualities? What is his conduct, and how does he transcend these three qualities?" 6. 1. Lower creation, such as birds, beasts, and sea. 2. Compare. Sutta. Nipata, p. 15. 3. I.e. are born as gods, and c. Middle, as men, and c. Down / as brutes, and c. 4. I.e. what has been called Kshetra Karitia before, the supervising principle within one. 5. Bodies are developments of the qualities, say the commentators, which is not incompatible with the explanation of qualities given above. As to transcending qualities, compare p. 48 Supra. Compare as to what follows what is said in chapter 2 about one whose mind is steady. Ho Bhagava Jita. The deity said, he is said to have transcended the qualities, O son of Pandu, I who is not averse to light and activity and delusion when they prevail, and who does not desire them when they cease. Who, sitting like one unconcerned, is never perturbed by the qualities. 2. Who remains steady and moves. 3. Not thinking merely that the qualities 4 exist, who is self-contained. 5. To whom pain and pleasure are alike, to whom a sod and a stone and gold are alike, to whom what is agreeable and what is disagreeable are alike, who has discernment, to whom censure and praise of himself are alike, who is alike in honor and dishonor, who is alike towards the sides of friends and foes, and who abandons all action / and he who worships me with an unswerving devotion transcends these qualities, and becomes fit for entrance into the essence of the Brahman. 4. I am the embodiment of the Brahman. 7. Of indifeasible immortality, of eternal piety, and of unbroken happiness. 1. I.e. who does not feel troubled, for instance, thinking now I am actuated by a motive of passion or darkness, and so forth. 2. So as to lose all discrimination. 3. I.e. from his determination to pursue truth, by worldly pleasures or pains. 4. Compare. p. 55 Supra. 6. Intent on the self only. 6. For the whole passage, compare p. 101 Supra. 7. Nilakor / Karita interprets this to mean the ultimate object of the Vedas. I here means Katshma. Srira suggests this parallel. As light embodied is the sun, so is the Brahman embodied identical with Vasudeva. Chapter 15, 5. Chapter 15. The deity said, they say the inexhaustible Asvatha has its roots above, its branches below, the Jayandas are its leaves. He who knows it knows the Vedas. Upwards and downwards extend its branches, which are enlarged by the qualities, and the sprouts of which are sensuous objects, and downwards to this human world are continued its roots which lead on to action. Its form is not thus known here, nor its end, nor beginning, nor support, but having, with the firm weapon of unconcern, cut this a /vat, whose roots are firmly fixed, then should one seek for that seat from which those that go there, oh, never return, thinking that one rests on that same primal being, from whom the ancient course of worldly life emanated. Those who are free from pride and delusion, who have overcome the evils of attachment, who are constant in contemplating the relation of the supreme and individual self, from whom desire has departed, who are free from the pairs of opposites, called pleasure and pain, go undeluded to that imperishable seat. 2. The one compare Ka/Upanishad p. 70 and Sutta p. 76. 2. Ajvatha stands here for the course of worldly life. Its roots are above, viz. the Supreme Being, its boughs are Hirayagarbha, and others of the higher beings. The Vedas are its leaves, serving it as leaves preserve trees. Another interpretation is that they are the causes of the fruit which the tree bears, i.e. salvation. And see, upwards and downwards, from the highest to the lowest of created things, enlarged equals the qualities manifesting themselves as body, senses, and see. Objects of sense are sprouts as they are tacked to the senses, which are the tips of the branches above stated. The roots which extend downwards are the desires for various II Bhagavad-gita. Sun does not light it, nor the moon, nor fire one. That is my highest abode, going to which none returns. An eternal portion of me it is, which, becoming an individual soul in the mortal world, draws to itself the senses with the mind as the sixth to. Whenever the ruler of the bodily frame obtains or quits a body, he goes taking these with him, as the wind takes perfumes from their seats. 3. And presiding over the senses of hearing and seeing and touch and taste and smell and the mind, he enjoys sensuous objects. Those who are deluded do not see him, remaining in or quitting a body, enjoying or joined to the qualities. 4. They see, who have eyes of knowledge, devotees making efforts, perceive him, abiding within their selves. 5. But those whose selves have not been refined, and who have no discernment, do not perceive him even after making efforts. Know that glory to be mine which, dwelling in the sun, lights up the whole world, or in the moon or fire. 6. Enjoyments. Its form not thus known here, i.e. to those who live and move in this world, thus viz. as above described. The man who knows the tree thus is said to know the Vedas, because knowledge of it is knowledge of the substance of the Vedas, which is, that the course of worldly life springs from the Supreme, is kept up by Vedic rites, and destroyed by knowledge of the Supreme. As to freedom from pride, compare Sutta Nipata, p. 1 compare Ka//Zopanishad, p. 142, mu/ and lt/aka, p. 304, nz/j. Tapini, p. 106, Vetera, p. no. 2 5 senses and the mind issue from nature, in which they are absorbed during sleep or at a dissolution of the world. Compare Sutta Nipata, p. 44. 3 compare Kaushitaki-Upanishad, pp. 86, 87. 4. Perceiving objects of sense, or feeling pleasure, pain, and c. 5 selves equals bodies, Ramanu Karita and Srira, understandings. Sarikra. In the next sentence self means mind. 6 compare Maitreya Upanishad, p. 142. This sentence continues what has been stated at the top of the page. The intervening Chapter 15, 1-8. 113. Entering the earth 1, I by my power support all things. And becoming the juicy moon, I nourish all herbs. I becoming the fire, and dwelling in the bodies of all creatures, and united with the upward and downward life breaths, cause digestion of the fourfold food too. And I am placed in the heart of all three, from me come memory, knowledge, and their removal. I alone am to be learnt from all the Vedas. I am the author of the Vedantas 4, and I alone know the Vedas. There are these two beings in the world, the destructible and the indestructible. 5. The destructible includes all things. The unconcerned one is what is called the indestructible. But the being supreme is yet another, called the highest self, who as the inexhaustible Lord, pervading the three worlds, supports them. And since I transcend the destructible, and since I am higher also than the indestructible. 6. Therefore, portion explains how souls do come back in some cases. As a general rule, all going ends in returning forward / but the soul is an exception in some cases, as the going to the Brahman is going to the fountainhead. Then the question arises, how does the severance come off at all? And that is what the lines up to this explain. 1. Entering in the form of the goddess earth / say Anandajayari and Madhusudana. Support, i.e. by keeping the earth from falling or crumbling away. The moon is said to nourish herbs by communicating to them some of her juice / the moon, it may be noted, is called and lt, watery star by Shakespeare. As to her relation to the vegetable kingdom, see Matsyapura, / 23, stanza 10 seek 2, i.e. what is drunk, what is licked, what is powdered with the teeth, and what is eaten without such powdering. 3 compare p. 104 Supra 4c. Introduction, p. 17. 5 compare Sveta.evatara, p. 294. 5 The two are the whole collection of things as they appear and their material cause. The Supreme Being is a third principle. 8. I. 114. Bhagavadgitl. Am I celebrated in the world and in the Vedas as the best of beings? He who, undeluded, thus knows me the best of beings, worships me every way, O descendant of Bharata, knowing everything. Thus, O sinless one, have I proclaimed this most mysterious science. He who knows this, has done all he need do, and he becomes possessed of discernment. Chapter 16. Freedom from fear. Purity of heart, perseverance in pursuit of knowledge and abstraction of mind. Gifts. 2. Self-restraint. 2. And sacrifice, study of the Vedas. Penance, straightforwardness, harmlessness, truth. 2. Freedom from anger, renunciation. 3. Tranquility, free dom from the habit of backbiting. 4. Compassion for all beings. Freedom from avarice. Gentleness. Modesty, absence of vain activity, noble-mindedness. Forgiveness, courage, purity, freedom from a desire to injure others, absence of vanity. These, O descendant of Bharata, are his who is born to godlike endowments. Ostentatiousness, pride, vanity. 5. Anger, and also harshness and ignorance, are his, O son of Pr/Tha, who is born to demoniac. 6. Endowments. Godlike endowments are deemed to be means for 1. Compare p. 129. Infra. Here Sarkara paraphrases it by thinking me to be the soul of everything. / 2. Compare Sutta Nipata, p. 49. 3. See next chapter. 4. Sutta Nipata, pp. 15, 101. 5. Ostentatiousness equals making a show of piety, pride equals seal of wealth and learning. Vanity equals esteeming oneself too highly, harshness equals mercilessness. 6. Compare Ondogya Upanishad, p. 585, and Miller S. Hibbert Lek. Tures, p. 322. Chapter 16, 12. 115. Final emancipation, demoniac for bondage. L. Grieve not, O descendant of Bharata, you are born to God like endowments. There are 2 classes of created beings in this world: the godlike and the demoniac. The godlike class has been described at length. Now hear from me, O son of Pma, about the demoniac. Demoniac persons know not action or inaction. 2. Neither purity nor yet correct conduct nor veracity are in them. They say the universe is devoid of truth. 3. Devoid of fixed principle. 4. And devoid of a ruler, produced by union of male and female, caused by lust. 5. And nothing else. Holding this view, these enemies of the world, of ruined selves, of little knowledge, and of ferocious actions, are born for the destruction of the world, entertaining insatiable desire, full of vanity, ostentatiousness, and frenzy, they adopt false notions 7 through delusion, and engage in unholy observances, indulging in boundless thoughts ending with death 8, given up to the enjoyment of objects of desire, being resolved that is all, bound down by nets of hopes in hundreds, given up to anger and desire, they wish 1 cell, to birth and death in this world. 2 What should be done for the attainment of real good, and what should not be done as productive of mischief. See 2p 125. 3 i.e. contains nothing that is entitled to belief, as the Vedas, and c. 4 no principle based on virtue and vice in the government of the world. 5 They do not believe in any unseen cause, but say the lust of mankind is the cause of the universe. 6 i.e. who have none of the means of reaching the next world. 7 Such as that, by propitiating a certain divinity by a certain right, they may obtain treasure and so forth. 8 Till their last moments, thinking of making new acquisitions and preserving old ones. I2. Il 6 Bhagavad Gita. To obtain heaps of wealth unfairly for enjoying objects of desire. This have I obtained today. This wish I will obtain, this wealth is mine, and this also shall be mine, this foe I have killed, others 2 I will destroy, I am Lord, I am the enjoyer, I am perfect. 1. Strong, happy, I have wealth, I am of noble birth, who else is like me? I will sacrifice to, I will make gifts, I will rejoice. Thus deluded by ignorance, tossed about by numerous thoughts, surrounded by the net of delusion, and attached to the enjoyment of objects of desire, they fall down into impure hell, honored only by themselves, void of humility, and full of the pride and frenzy of wealth. These calumniators of the virtuous perform sacrifices, which are sacrifices only in name, with ostentatiousness and against prescribed rules. 3. Indulging their vanity, brute force, arrogance, lust, and anger, and hating me in their own bodies and in those of others. For these enemies. 5. Ferocious, meanest of men, and unholy, I continually hurl down to these worlds. 6. Only into demoniac wombs, coming into demoniac wombs, deluded in every birth, they go down to the vilest state, O son of Kunti, without ever coming to me. Threefold is this way to hell. 1. Blessed with children, and c. Srira takes it to mean one who has done all he need do / and Ramanu Karita sufficient in himself. 2. I.e. get higher renown for sacrifices than others. 5. That is because of indulgence in vanity, and c. Vanity equals believing oneself to have virtues which one has not. Arrogance equals proud disdain of others. There is trouble to oneself in sacrifices and to the animals killed for them. 5 i.e. of God. 3 The commentators render the original here by the paths of life and death / or path to hell. Chapter 17, 3. 117. Ruinous to the self 1, lust, anger, and likewise avarice. Therefore one should abandon this triad. Released from these 3 ways to darkness, O son of Kunti. A man works out his own welfare, and then proceeds to the highest goal. He too who abandoning scripture, ordinances, acts under the impulse of desire, does not attain perfection 3, nor happiness, nor the highest goal. Therefore in discriminating between what should be done and what should not be done, your authority must be scripture. And knowing what is declared by the ordinances of scripture, you should perform action in this world. Chapter 17. Arkaritama said, what is the state of those, O Krishna who worship with faith, but abandoning scripture ordinances, goodness, passion, or darkness? The deity said, faith is of 3 kinds in embodied beings. It is produced from dispositions. 4. It is of the quality of goodness, of the quality of passion, and of the quality of darkness. Hear about it. The faith of all, O descendant of Bharata, is conformable to the one, i.e. rendering the self unfit for any of the highest ends of man. 2 Here, says Srira, it is laid down that the triad is not to be got rid of save by following scripture rules. 3 i.e. fitness for the attainment of the samyam bonum. As to acting from desire, see also p. 65. 4 i.e. the result of the actions in a former birth, compare p. 56 supra. Elate Bhagavad Gita. Heart 1. A being here is full of faith, and whatever is a man's faith, that is a man himself. 2. Those of the quality of goodness worship the gods, those of the quality of passion the Yakshas and Rakshasis. 3. And the others, the people of the quality of darkness, worship departed spirits, and the multitudes of Puters. Know those to be of demoniac convictions, who practice fierce penance, for not ordained by scripture, who are full of ostentatiousness and egoism, and of desire, attachment, and stubbornness, who are without discernment, and who torment the groups of organs in their bodies, and me also seated within those bodies. The food also, which is liked by all, and likewise the sacrifice, the penance, and gifts, are of 3 kinds. Listen to the distinctions regarding them as follows. The kinds of food which increase life, energy, strength, health, comfort, and relish, which are savory, oleaginous, full of nutrition, and agreeable, are liked by the good. The kinds of food which are bitter, acid, saltish, too hot, sharp, rough, and burning, and which cause pain, vj grief, and disease, are desired by the passionate. And the food 5 which is cold, tasteless, stinking, stale, impure, and even leavings, are liked by the dark. That sacrifice is good which, being prescribed in Scripture, ordinances, is performed by persons. 1. The hearts of gods are said to be good, those of Yakshas and C. Passionate, those of men mixed, and so forth. 2. Faith is the dominant principle in man, and he is good, passionate, or dark, as his faith is. 3. Goldsteker, remains, 154. 1. Troublesome to oneself and others, as standing on heated stones, and c. Egoism, ahakara, equals the feeling that one is worthy of honor, naleka //$A. 5. Compare Sutta, Nipata, p. 109, and Apastamba, p. 31, p. 62 in this series. Chapter 17, 1-8. 119. Not wishing for the fruit of it, and after determining in Tia mind that the sacrifice must needs be performed. But when a sacrifice is performed, O highest of the descendants of Bharata, with an expectation of fruit from it, and for the purpose of ostentation, know that sacrifice to be passionate, they call that sacrifice dark, which is against the ordinances of Scripture, in which no food is dealt out to Brahma /as, and c, which is devoid of mantras. 1, devoid of Dakshi, z, presents, and which is without faith, paying reverence to gods, Brahma /as, preceptors, and men of knowledge, purity. 2. Straightforward ness, life as Brahma /Arin, and harmlessness, this is called the penance. Bodily, the speech which causes no sorrow, which is true, agreeable, and beneficial, and the study happy smiley of the Vedas, this is called the penance. Vocal calmness of mind, mildness, taciturnity. 4. Self-restraint, and purity of heart, this is called the penance mental. This threefold penance, practiced with perfect faith, by men who do not wish for the fruit, and who are possessed of devotion, is called good. The penance which is done for respect, honor, and reverence. 5, and with ostenta. 1. Texts from the Vedas which ought to be recited on such occasions. Presents, Dakshawa, to Brahmawas are insisted on in Padaratyaka Upanishad, p. 66. 1. Adotavalena grzti, 23, 14. 2. Cleanliness of body. Straightforwardness equals not doing prohibited acts, harmlessness equals not injuring any living beings. These are bodily / because the body is the main instrument in these actions. 3. I.e. recitation of the Vedas. 4. This is part of the mental penance / because the government of the tongue is a consequence of mental restraint, the effect being, according to Sarikra, put here for the cause. 5. Respect equals people rising to receive 1, and c. Honor equals people saying this is a holy man / and c. Reverence equals people washing one's feet, and c. I too obegava jita. Consciousness, and which is uncertain and transient. 1. Is here called passionate, and that penance is described as dark, which is performed under a misguided conviction, with pain to oneself, or for the destruction of another. That gift is said to be good, which is given because it ought to be given to one who can do no service in return, at a proper place and time, and to a proper person. But that gift, which is given with much difficulty for a return of services, or even with an expectation of fruit too, is said to be passionate, and that gift is described as dark, which is given to unfit persons, at an unfit place and time, without respect, and with contempt. Tad and Sat, this is said to be the threefold designation of the Brahman. By that three, the Brahma, Zaz and the Vedas and sacrifices were created in olden times. Hence, the performance by those who study the Brahman, of sacrifices, gifts, and penances, prescribed by the ordinances of Scripture, always commence after saying OMV. Those who desire final emancipation perform the various acts of sacrifice and penance, and the various acts of gift, without expectation of fruit, after saying Tad. 5. Sat is employed to express existence and goodness, and likewise, O son of PMHD. The word Sat is used to express an auspicious act, constancy in 1. The fruit of which is uncertain or perishable. 2. Heaven and sea as a reward for liberality. 3. I.e. the Brahman, according to Srira. 4. Compare Apastamba, p21, p49 in this series. Naleka //$A cites texts to show that this and the other two words are used to designate the Brahman. The texts are from the Taittiriya, Aitariya, and Ondogya Upanishads. 5. Nalakorma says, after Tad means considering the act and all are Brahman, and cites p61 Supra. Chapter 18, 3. 121. Making sacrifices, penances, and gifts, is called Sat, and all action, too, of which that one is the object, is also called Saturday. Whatever oblation is offered, whatever is given, whatever penance is performed, and whatever is done, without faith too, that, O son of Pmo, is called Azart / and that is naught, both after death and here. 3. Chapter 18. Aguna said, O you of mighty arms, O our / Shaikh Karate, O destroyer of Ke Karatin, I wish to know the truth about renunciation and abandonment. Distinctly. The deity said, by renunciation the sages understand the rejection of actions done with desires. The wise call the abandonment of the fruit of all actions by the name abandonment. Some wise men say that action should be abandoned as being full of evil, and others that the actions of sacrifice, gift, and penance, one i.e. either the Brahman itself, or sacrifice, penance, and gift. 2 compare Sutta Nipata, p. 69. 3 The meaning of this whole passage seems to be that these 3 words, which designate the Brahman, have distinct uses, as specified. Says Naleka /Z/A, is employed whether the action is done with any special desire or not. Those who study the Brahman, their means study the Vedas. Tad is employed in case of actions without desires only. Sat is employed, according to Sakara, in case of existence, such as the birth of a first son, goodness, the reclamation of a bad man, auspicious acts /ma, reage, and c. The intelligent use of these terms as here specified is said to cure any defects in the actions, the various classes of which are mentioned before. 122b Higava Jita should not be abandoned. As to that abandonment, O best of the descendants of Bharata, listen to my decision, for abandonment, O bravest of men, is described to be threefold. The actions of sacrifice, gift, and penance should not be abandoned, they must needs be performed, for sacrifices, gifts, and penances are means of sanctification to the wise. But even these actions, O son of Putta, should be performed, abandoning attachment and fruit, such is my excellent and decided opinion. The renunciation of prescribed action is not proper. Its abandonment through delusion. One is described as of the quality of darkness. When a man abandons action, merely as being troublesome, through fear of bodily affliction, he does not obtain the fruit 2 of abandonment. By making such passionate abandonment, when prescribed action is performed, O Akarit abandoning attachment and fruit also, merely because it ought to be performed, that is deemed to be a good abandonment. He who is possessed of abandonment 3, being full of goodness and talented, and having his doubts destroyed, is not averse from unpleasant actions, is not attached to pleasant 4 ones. Since no embodied being can abandon actions without exception 5, he is said to be possessed of abandonment, who abandons the fruit of action. The threefold fruit of action, agreeable, disagreeable, and mixed, accrues after death to those who are not possessed of abandonment, but never to one without delusion no such abandonment will occur. 2 namely, final emancipation, by means of purity of heart. 3 i.e. who has the frame of mind necessary for a good abandonment. 4 such as bathing at midday in summer, 5. Compare. P53 Supra. Chapter 18, 1-8. 123. Renounces L. Learn from me, O you of mighty arms. These 5 causes of the completion of all actions. Declared in the Sakhya system 2. The substratum. The agent likewise, the various sorts of organs, and the various and distinct movements, and with these the deities, too, as the 5th. Whatever action, just or otherwise, a man performs with his body, speech, and mind, these 5 are its causes. That being so, the undiscerning man, who, being of an unrefined understanding, sees the agent in the immaculate self, sees not rightly. 3. He who has no feeling of egoism. 4. And whose mind is not tainted, even though he kills all these people, kills not, is not fettered. 5. By the action. Knowledge. 6. The object of knowledge, the knower threefold, is the prompting to action, the instrument, the action, the agent, thus in brief is action threefold. Knowledge and action and agent. 1. The original is sannyasi, but 5. Rira is probably right in taking it to mean one who has command of abandonment / Sankara. And Madhyasudana, however, take the word in its ordinary sense of ascetic. What follows explains, says Srira, why the fruit does not accrue to renouncers / 2 Sankara and Madhyasudana. Say this means Vedanta Jastra. Srira suggests also the alternative Sakhya Jastra. Substratum equals the body, in which desire, aversion, and see are manifested. Agent equals one who egoistically thinks himself the doer of actions. Organs equals senses of perception, action, and see. Movements equals of the vital breaths in the body. Deities equals the deities which preside over the eye and other senses. As to this compare. Aitāraya Upanishad, p. 45, Prakaritna, pp. 216. 217, Mudaka, p. 314, Aitāraya Arayaka, pp. 88-270, and Max Miller S. Hibbert Lectures, p. 204, note 3. Compare. p. 106. 4. Egoism equals the feeling that he is the doer of the action. Taint equals the feeling that the fruit of the action must accrue to him. 5. Compare. p. 45, and Dhammapada, stanza 294. 6. Knowledge, i.e. that something is a means to what is desired. Object is the means, the knower is he who has this knowledge. When these coexist we have action. The instrument equals senses, and see. 124 Bhagavad-gita are declared in the enumeration of qualities 1 to be of 3 classes only, according to the difference of qualities. Hear about these also as they really are. Know that knowledge to be good, by which a man sees one entity, inexhaustible, and not different in all things, apparently different too, from one another. Know that knowledge to be passionate, which is based on distinctions 3, between different entities, which sees in all things various entities of different kinds, and that is described as dark, which clings to one created thing only, as everything which is devoid of reason, devoid of real principle, and insignificant. For that action is called good, which is prescribed, which is devoid of attachment, which is not done from motives of affection or aversion, and which is done by one not wishing for the fruit. That is described as passionate, which, o.c. occasions much trouble, is performed by one who wishes for objects of desire, or one who is full of egotism. 5. The action is called dark, which is commenced through delusion, without regard to consequences, loss, injury, or strength. G. That agent is called good, who has cast off attachment, who is free from egotistic talk, who is possessed of courage and energy, and unaffected by success or ill success. That agent is called passionate, who is full of affections. 7. 1. The system of Kapila. 2. Compare p. 104. 3. Compare Kamapanishad, p. 129. 4. Reason equals argument in support, real principle equals truth, view of things as they are, insignificant, i.e. incomprehensiveness. 5. I.e. pride of learning / and c. Sakara, egoism, Ramanu Karate. 6. Consequences equals good or evil resulting, loss equals of wealth or strength, injury equals to others, strength equals one's own capacity. 7. I.e. Asterisk for children / and c. according to Srira. For the action / according to others. Chapter 18, 34. 125. Who wishes for the fruit of actions, who is covetous, cruel, and impure, and feels joy and sorrow. That agent is called dark. Who is without application 1, void of discernment, headstrong, crafty, malicious, lazy, melancholy, and slow. Now hear, O Danan Karitaya, the threefold division of intelligence 2. And courage, according to qualities, which I am about to declare exhaustively and distinctly. That intelligence, O son of Prztha, is good which understands action and inaction. 3. What ought to be done, and what ought not to be done, danger, and the absence of danger, emancipation, and bondage. That intelligence, O son of Ptah, is passionate, by which one imperfectly understands piety and impiety, what ought to be done and also what ought not to be done. That intelligence, O son of Kma, is dark, which shrouded by darkness, understands impiety to be piety, and all things incorrectly. That courage, O son of Pr/Tha, is good courage, which is unswerving. 4. And by which one controls the operations of the mind, breath, and senses through abstraction. But, una, that courage is passionate, by which one adheres to piety, lust, and wealth. 5. And through attachment wishes one, i.e. attention to work, melancholy equals always desponding and wanting in energy. 2. The nature of the faculty of understanding, and courage is the firmness of that faculty. 3c. p. 115. Sarkara takes these to mean the paths of action and knowledge, and Nalakorma takes the next expression to mean that which is constant and that which is not constant, natya, anatya. 4. Always coexisting with mental abstraction and supporting it. 5. 3 of the aims of mankind, the highest being final emancipation. In the view of the Jata, piety, leading only to heaven, is of doubtful benefit. 6. I.e. to the action for attaining them, in the belief that one is. 126. Bhagava Jata. O son of Prztha. For the fruit that courage is dark, O son of Putta, by which an undiscerning man does not give up sleep, fear, sorrow, despondency, and folly. Now, O chief of the descendants of Bharata, hear from me about the 3 sorts of happiness. That happiness is called good, in which one is pleased after repetition. 1. Of enjoyment, and reaches the close of all misery, which is like poison, first and comparable to nectar in the long run, and which is produced from a clear knowledge of the self. 2. That happiness is called passionate, which flows from contact between the senses and their objects, and which is at first comparable to nectar, and in the long run like poison. That happiness is described as dark, which arises from sleep, laziness, heedlessness, which deludes the self, both at first and in its consequences. There is no entity either on earth or in heaven among the gods which is free from these 3 qualities, born of nature. The duties of Brahmacharitas, Kshatriyas, and Vaisyas, and of 5 Udras, 2, O terror of your foes, are distinguished according to the qualities born of nature. 3. Tranquility. 4. Restraint of the senses, penance, purity, forgiveness, straightforwardness, also knowledge, experience, and belief in a future world. This is the natural duty of Brahma, Zaz, valor, glory, courage. The doer of it, the fruit seal of the action performed with an eye to the 3 things named. 1. Not at once, as in the case of sensuous pleasures. 2. Compare. p. 51. The original has also been rendered by and tranquility of one's own mind. 3. Compare. p. 59. 4. I.e. resulting from control of the mind. Purity here is both external and internal. And c. p. 119. Chapter 18, 51. 127. dexterity. L. Not slinking away from battle, gifts, exercise of lordly power. 2. This is the natural duty of Kshatriyas. Agriculture, tending cattle, trade. This is the natural duty of Valsias, and the natural duty of 5. Udras. 2. Consists in service. Every man intent on his own respective duties obtains perfection. 3. Listen now, how one intent on one's own duty obtains perfection. Worshipping, by the performance of his own duty, him from whom all things proceed, and by whom all this is permeated. A man obtains perfection. One's duty, though defective, is better than another's duty well performed. For performing the duty prescribed by nature, one does not incur sin. Son of Kunti. One should not abandon a natural duty, though tainted with evil. For all actions are enveloped by evil, as fire by smoke. 5. One who is self-restrained, whose understanding is unattached everywhere, from whom affections have departed, obtains the supreme perfection of freedom from action. 6. By renunciation. Learn from me, only in brief, O son of Kunti, how one who has obtained perfection attains the Brahman, which is the highest culmination of knowledge. A man possessed of a pure understanding, controlling his self by courage, discarding sound and other objects of sense, casting off affection. 1. I.e. in battle, Naleka $A seems to say $Arkara says it means ready resource whenever occasion arises. 2. I.e. power to restrain people from going astray. Naleka /A. 3. Eligibility for the path of knowledge. 4. Compare p. 56. 5. Compare p. 121. The evil appears to be the quality of fettering the soul. 6. Sriyara compares p. 65, v. 13, and distinguishes this from p. 64, v. 8. Seek. 5. Ankara says the perfection here spoken of is emancipation, and it is obtained by true knowledge. 128. Bhagavad Gita. And aversion, who frequents clean places, who eats little, whose speech, body, and mind are restrained, who is always intent on meditation and mental abstraction. 1. And has recourse to unconcern, who abandoning egoism. 2. Stubbornness, arrogance, desire, anger, and all belongings, has no thought that this or that is mine, and who is tranquil, becomes fit for a similar action with the Brahman, thus reaching the Brahman. 3. And with a tranquil self, he grieves not, wishes not, but being alike to all beings, obtains the highest devotion to me. By that devotion he truly understands who I am and how great, and then understanding me truly, he forthwith enters into my essence, even performing all actions, always depending on me. He, through my favor, obtains the imperishable and eternal seat. dedicating in thought. For all actions to me, be constantly given up to me, placing your thoughts on me. Through recourse to mental abstraction, placing your thoughts on me, you will cross over all difficulties by my favor. But if you will not listen through egotism, 5. You will be ruined. If entertaining egotism, you think that you may not fight, vain, indeed, is that resolution of yours. Nature 6 will constrain you. That, O son of Kunti, which through delusion you do not wish to do, you will do involuntarily. One abstraction is concentrated and exclusive meditation, sarikra. The other commentators take Dhyana Yoga as meditation simply, as treated of in chapter 6, says Naleka Ma. 2c. p. 52. 3 i.e. comprehending his identity with the Brahman. 4 compare. p. 55. 5 pride of learning and cleverness, or of piety. cp. t. 24, note 5. 6 the nature of a kshatriya, Sankara. Chapter 18. 69-129. Tied down by your own duty, flowing from your nature. The Lord, O.A. Retina, is seated in the region of the heart, one of all beings, turning round all beings, as though mounted on a machine by his delusion. With him, O descendant of Bharata, seek shelter in every way too, by his favor you will obtain the highest tranquility, the eternal seat. Thus have I declared to you the knowledge more mysterious than any mystery. Ponder over it thoroughly, and then act as you like. Once more, listen to my excellent words, most mysterious of all. Strongly I like you, therefore I will declare what is for your welfare. On me place your mind, become my devotee, sacrifice to me, reverence me, you will certainly come to me. I declare to you truly, you are dear to me. Forsaking all duties 3, come to me as your sole refuge. I will release you from all sins. Be not grieved. This for you should never declare to one who performs no penance 5, who is not a devotee 6, nor to one who does not wait on some preceptor 7, nor yet to one who calumniates me. He who, with the highest devotion 8 to me, will proclaim this supreme mystery among my devotees, will come to me, freed from all doubts. No one. Svetajvatara Upanishad, pp. 333-345, Ka/Karit Upanishad, p. 157. Compare p. 114, by thought, word, and deed of caste or order, such as Agnihotra and so forth. All that has been taught in the Jata Srira renders this to mean, who performs no pious acts, i.e. of God and a preceptor. Compare last stanza of Svetajvatara Upanishad 7. Compare p. 62. Sarkara says all these elements must coexist to give eligibility 8, i.e. belief that in disseminating it, he is serving me. Compare. Kamo. Panishad, p. 120. 8, k. 130 Bhagavad Ta. Amongst men is superior to him in doing what is dear to me, and there will never be another on earth dearer to me than he, and he who will study this holy dialogue of ours, will, such is my opinion, have offered to me the sacrifice of knowledge one, and the man, also, who with faith and without carping will listen to this, will be freed from sin, and attain to the holy regions of those who perform pious acts. 2. Have you listened to this, O son of Putta, with a mind fixed on this one point only? Has your delusion, caused by ignorance, been destroyed, O Danan Karitaya? Our Karituna said, destroyed is my delusion by your favor, O undegraded one. I now recollect. 3. Myself, I stand freed from doubts, for I will do your bidding. Sankaritaya said. Thus did I hear this dialogue between Vasudeva and the high-minded son of Pr/Tha, a dialogue wonderful and causing the hair to stand on end. By the favor of Vyasa, I heard this highest mystery, this devotion. 5. From Krishna himself, the Lord of the possessors of mystic power, who proclaimed it in person, O King, remembering and again remembering this wonderful and holy dialogue of Kesava and Akarituna, I rejoice over and over again, and remembering and again remembering that one which is the best of sacrifices. CP 62. 2. Compare. P 72. 3. I understand my real essence, what I am, and c. 4. As to whether the battle was right or not. 5. The work is so called, as it refers to devotion. Chapter 18. 78 131. Excessively wonderful form of Hari also. Great is my amazement, O King, and I rejoice over and over again, wherever is Katshvta, the Lord of the possessors of mystic power, wherever is the great archer, the son of Prztha, there in my opinion are fortune, victory, prosperity J, and eternal justice. 1. Prosperity is the greater development of fortune. K2. AA. Sanat Sugatiya. Introduction. 2. Sanat Sugatiya. The Sanat Sukaritatiya is, like the Bhagavad Gita, one of the numerous episodes of the Mahabharata. L. It is true that it has never commanded anything like that unbounded veneration which has always been paid in India to the Bhagavad Gita. Still it is sometimes studied even in our days, and it has had the high distinction of being commented on by the great leader of the modern Vedantic school. 5 Ankara /Arya 2. The Sanat Su Karitata Ya purports to be a dialogue mainly between Sanat Su Karitata on the one side and Dertarish/Ra on the other. Sanat Su Karitata, from whom it takes its name, is said to be identical with Sanatku Mara, a name not unfamiliar to students of our Upanishad literature. And Dertarish/Ra is the old father of those Kauravas who formed one of the belligerent parties in the Bellum Plusquam Civile, which is recorded in the Mahabharata. The connection of this particular episode with the main current of the narrative of that epos is one of the loosest possible character, much looser, for instance, than that of the Bhagavad Gita. As regards the latter, it can fairly be contended that it is in accordance with poetical justice for our Karituna to feel despondent and unwilling to engage in battle, after actual sight of teachers, fathers, sons and all the rest of them, arrayed in opposition to him. And that therefore it was necessary for the poet to adduce some specific explanation as to how Arjuna was ultimately enabled to get over such natural scruples. But as regards the Sanat Su Karitata Ya, even such a contention as this can have 1 Mahabharata, Udyoga Pavan, Adhyoga 41-46. 2 Madhava and Arya, in speaking of Tfankara's works, describes him as having commented on the Sanat Sugata Ya, which is far from evil persons, Azat Sudu. Ram. Sankaravigaya, Chapter 6, Stanza 62. 136 Sanat Sugataiva. No place. For this is how the matter stands. In the course of the negotiations for an amicable arrangement between the Karitavas and the Kauravas, Sankaritaya, on one occasion, came back to Dertarish/Ra with a message from the Karitavas. When he saw Dertarishra, however, he said that he would deliver the message in the public assembly of the Kauravas the next morning, and went away. After pronouncing a severe censure on Dertarish/Ra for his conduct. The suspense thus caused was a source of much vexation to the old man, and so he sent for Vidura, in order, as he expresses it, that Vidura might by his discourse assuage the fire that was raging within him. Vidura accordingly appears and enters upon an elaborate prelection concerning matters spiritual, or, perhaps, more accurately, quasi-spiritual, and at the outset of the Sanat Su Karitata Ya he is supposed to have reached a stage where, as being born of 5 Udra, he hesitates to proceed. After some discussion of this point, between Vidura and Dertarish/Ra, it is determined to call in the aid of Sanat Su Karitata, to explain the spiritual topics which Vidura felt a delicacy in dealing with, and Sanat Su Karitata is accordingly introduced on the scene in a way not unusual in our epic and Puranic literature, viz. by Vidura engaging in some mystic process of meditation, in response to which Sanat Su Karitata appears. He is received then with all due formalities, and after he has had some rest, as our poem takes care to note, he is catechized by Dertarish/Ra, and with 1 or 2 exceptions, all the verses which constitute the Sanat Su Karitata Ya are Sanat Su Karitata's answers to Dertarishra's questions too. This brief statement of the scheme of this part of the Mahabharata shows, as already pointed out, that the connection of the Sanatsu-Karitatya with the central story of that epic is very loose indeed, and that it might have been entirely omitted without occasioning any aesthetical or other defect. And therefore, although there is nothing positive 1c. p3 supra 2 after this dialogue is over, the dawn breaks, and to rush /Ra and the Kurava princes meet in General Assembly. Introduction 137. Tending to prove the Sanatsu-Karitatya to be a later addition to the original epos, still the misgivings which are often entertained upon such points may well, in this case, be stronger than in the case of the Bhagavad-Gita. The text 2 of the Sanatsu-Karitatya is not preserved in nearly so satisfactory a condition as that of the Gita. I have had before me, in settling my text, the editions of the Mahabharata, respectively printed and published at Bombay, 1. Calcutta, and Madras, and 3 MSS. One of which was most kindly and readily placed at my disposal by my friend Professor Ramka/Sramagapa/Ba Z Karitaka, the second by another friend, Professor Arbar Karitai Vishnu Kathava/E, and the third was a copy made for me at Sagar in the central provinces, through the good offices of a third friend, Mr. Vaman Maha Devakola Karitkar. The copy lent me by Professor Ba, Z and Lt. Fa. Kar comes from Pu, Z, and that lent by Professor Kathava/E. Also from Pu/A. This last, as well as the Sagar copy, and the edition printed at Madras, contains the commentary of Sarikra Karitarya. And the text I have adopted is that which is indicated by the commentary as the text which its author had before him. But the several copies of the commentary differ so much from one another, that it is still a matter of some doubt with me, whether I have got accurately the text which 5 Akara commented upon. For instance, the Sagar copy entirely omits chapter V, while the other copies not only give the text of that chapter, but also a commentary upon it which calls itself 5 Ankararya S. Commentary 2. Again, take the stanzas which stand within brackets at pp. 167, 168 3 of our translation. There is in none of the copies we have any commentary of 5 Ankara Arya on them. And yet the stanzas exist in the text of the Mahabharata as given in those copies which do contain V. Sarikra's commentary. The matter is evidently one for further investigation. I have not, however, thought it abso. 1. This contains Naleka Kumar's commentary, but his text avowedly includes the text of Sayakra, and verses and readings contained in more modern copies. 2. The commentary on the 6th chapter, however, takes up the thread from the end of the 4th chapter. 3c. p. 182, where one of the lines recurs. 138. Sanatsu Gataya. Absolutely necessary to make such an investigation for the purposes of the present translation. But to be on the safe side, I have retained in the translation everything which is to be found in those copies of the Sanatsu Karitatya which also contain 5 Ankara's commentary. As to other stanzas, and there are some of this description which other MSS or commentators vouch for, but of which no trace is to be found in the MSS containing 5 Ankara's commentary 1. I have simply omitted them. These facts show that, in the case of the Sanat-Sukarit-Atiyah, the materials for a trustworthy historical account of the work are not of a very satisfactory character. The materials for ascertaining its date and position in Sanskrit literature are, indeed, so scanty, that poor as we have seen the materials for the Bhagavad Gita to be, they must be called superlatively rich as compared with those we have now to deal with. As regards external evidence on the points now alluded to, the first and almost the last fact falling under that head is the fact of the work being quoted from and commented upon by 5 Ankara/Arya in his commentary on the Svetlsvatara Upanishad. 2. Sankara cites the passage about the flamingo at p. 189, introducing it with the words, and in the Sanat-Sukarit-Atiyah also. In the same 3 commentary some other passages from the Sanat-Sukarit-Atiyah are also quoted, but without naming the work except as a SMR/T, and mixing up together verses from different parts of the work. This is really all the external evidence that I am aware of touching the date of the Sanat-Sukarit-Atiyah. There is, however, one other point, which it is desirable to notice, though not, perhaps, so much because it is of any very great value in itself, as because it may hereafter become useful, should further research into the Mahabharata and other works yield the requisite information. There are, then, 8 stanzas in the 36th, 37th, 39th, and 40th chapters of the Udyoga Parvan of the Mahabharata, the Sanat-Sukarit-Atiyah commencing at the 41st. 1 see note I. p. 137. AP 283. 3 pm 252. c. 2, Sariraka Bhashya, p. 828. Introduction. 139. Chapter 7 of which are quoted in the Pan/Tantra/ and the 8th in the Mahabhashya 2 of Patayai Karitali. Of course, it almost goes without saying that neither the Pan/Tantra nor the Mahabhashya mentions the source from which they derive the verses in question. But I do not think it able to make the provisional assumption that they were derived from the Mahabharata, so long as we cannot produce any other, and more likely, source. It is true that Professor Weber has, in another connection, impugned the cogency of this argument. He seems to think that the probability in the case he was actually dealing with of the Ramayana having borrowed from the Mahabhashya is quite as strong as the probability of the Mahabhashya having borrowed from the Ramayana 3. And doubtless, he would by parity of reason contend, in the case before us, that the probabilities, as between the Mahabharata on the one hand, and the Mahabhashya and the Pai-Karita-tantra on the other, bear the same mutual relation. I cannot accept this view. I am not now concerned to discuss the merits of the conclusion in support of which Professor Weber has advanced this argument for. I am only considering how far it affects the question now before us. And as to that question, I may say that the POW /Tantra expressly introduces the stanzas now under consideration with some such expression as *4. It has been said, indicating clearly that it was there quoting the words of another. And so, too, does the Mahabhashya. Where the passage we refer to runs as follows, it is laid down that there is a sin in one of tender age not rising to 1 compare Kose Garten S Parmatantra. p. 28, I. 28, Bombay sc.ed, with Udyoga. Pavan, Chap. XL, St7, Bombay ed, Pathway Tantra, pp. 112 and 209, 2, 10. 4, 5, Bombay ed, with Udyoga Pavan, Chap. 8, 9, p. 35, I. 37. Bombay ed, with Chap. V, St 34, p. 140, 2, 40, Bombay ed, with Chap. XAE, St 15, p. 160, 3, 62, Bombay ed, with Chap. XAE. St 17, 18, p. 106, 2, 2, Bombay ed, with Chap. V, St 59. 2 Udyoga Pavan. Chap. 8, St. I, and Mahabhashya 6, 1-4, p. 35. Banaras ed. 3c Indian Antiquary 4, 247. The parallel from Madhava which Professor Weber adduces is quite inconclusive, and as far as it goes appears to me to militate against the Professor's own view. I may, however, admit at once, that I ought not to have expressed myself as strongly as I did in the note which Professor Weber criticizes. 140 Sanat Sugatiya. Receive, an elderly person, and, that there is, merit in rising. To receive. How? Thus, the life winds of a youth depart upwards. When an elderly man approaches him by rising to receive him, and salutation, he obtains them again. It appears to me that the indications of this being a quotation in the Bhashya are very strong. But apart from that, I do demur to the proposition that the probabilities are equal of a work like the Mahabharata or Ramayana borrowing a verse from the Mahabhashya, and vice versa. It appears to me perfectly plain, I own, that the probability of a grammatical work like the Bhashya borrowing a verse from a standard work like the Bharata or Ramayana, 2 or 4 per poses of illustration is very much the stronger of the two. And this, quite independently of any inquiry as to whether the Bhashya does or does not show other indications of acquaintance with the Bharata or the Ramayana /A. If these arguments are correct, it seems to me that they carry us thus far in our present investigation, namely, that we may now say, that we have reason to believe some parts, at all events, of the 36th, 37th, 38th, and 40th chapters of the Udyoga Pavan of the Mahabharata to have probably been in existence prior to the 6th century AC1, and that some parts of the 37th chapter were probably extant in the time of Patan Karitali, viz. the 2nd century BC2. Now, internal evidence does not yield any indications tending to show that the several Chapters here referred to must have been prior in time to the chapters composing the Sanatsu Karitatiya, which come so soon after them in the Mahabharata. On the contrary, it is not too much to maintain that to a certain extent the style and language of the Sanatsu Karitatiya is, if anything, rather indicative of its priority in time over the 5 chapters immediately preceding it. And, therefore, so far as this argument goes, it enables us provisionally only, it must be remembered, to fix the 2nd century BC as a terminus ad cum for the date of the Sanatsu Karitatiya. This is all the external evidence available for a discussion. 1c. P29 Supra. 2c. P32 Supra. Introduction. 141. Of the question when the Sanatsu Karitatiya was composed. We now turn to the internal evidence. Standing by itself, internal evidence is not, in my opinion, of much cogency. In any case, still in ascertaining, as best we can, the history of our ancient literature, even this species of evidence is not to be despised, it must only be used and received with caution. Under this head, then, we may note first the persons who are supposed to take part in the dialogue. Sanatsu Karitata 1 or Sanat Kumra, as already pointed out, is a name already familiar to the readers of one of our older Upanishads, the Ondogya. Dhritarashtra/Ra is not known in the Upanishads, but he is an important personage in the epic literature. And it is to be remarked that his character, as disclosed in the Sanatsu Karitatiya, is not at all similar to that which has attached itself to his name, alike in the later literature of our country, and in that popular opinion which was probably formed by this later literature. In the dialogue before us, he figures as an earnest inquirer after truth. He is described as the talented King Dhritarashtra/Ra, and is addressed by Sanatsu Karitata as *O acute sir, O learned person. 1 True it is that Nalaka Z// in one place, as we have noticed in our note thereto, endeavors to bring out the later view of Dhritarashtra/Ra's character 3, but it seems to me that endeavor, based as it is on a forced and far-fetched interpretation of a single word in our poem, is an unsuccessful one. None of the questions which Dhritarashtra/Ra puts to Sanatsu Karitata in the course of their dialogue indicates the avaricious old man who wished to deprive his innocent nephews of their just rights in the interests of his own wicked and misguided sons. They rather indicate the bona fide student of spiritual law, and thus point to what is, perhaps, an earlier view of Dhritarashtra/Ra's character. If we look next to the general style of this poem, we find that it has none of that elaboration which marks what I 1c Hall S. Sankhya Sara. Preface, pp. 14, 15. 2 pm 151, Note 2. 3 Nalakan/AA himself, however, treats Dhritarashtra/Ra's question later on as showing that he had attained indifference to worldly concerns. That question does not occur in Sankara's text, but is given at p. 158 infra. 142. Sanatsugatiya. have called the age of caviars and na/acres. The remarks on this topic in the introduction to the Jata apply pretty accurately to this work also. We observe here the same paucity of long-drawn compounds, the same absence of merely ornamental adjectives, the same absence of figures and tropes asterisk, in one word, the same directness and simplicity of style. Furthermore, there is a somewhat greater want of finish about the syntax of our poem than there is even in the Jata. Such constructions as we find inter alia at Chapter 2, stanza 2, or 25, or at Chapter 3, stanza 14, or Chapter 4, stanza 12, or in the early verses of the last chapter, indicate a period in the history of the language when probably the regulations of syntax were not quite thoroughly established in practice. If we turn to the meter of the poem, an analogous phenomenon strikes us there. Similar irregularities in the collocation of long and short syllables, similar superfluities and deficiencies of syllables, meet us in the Sanatsu Karitatiya and the Bhagavad Gita. And in the former work, as in the latter, the irregularities are less observable in the Anish/up 2 than in the other meters used. Probably the explanation, apart from the great elasticity of that meter, is that the Anish/up had been more used, and had in consequence become comparatively more settled in its scheme even in practical composition. Looking now more particularly to the language of the work before us, we find one word to be of most frequent occurrence, namely, the word vi, which we have rendered verily. It is not a common word in the later literature, while in the Upanishad literature we meet with great frequency, not merely vi, but the words, which I think are cognate with it, va and veva. The former word, indeed, appears to me to stand in some passages of the Upanishads for vi by euphonic alterations. Thus in the passage vam 1, the 5 similes which occur, and which are nearly all that occur, in the poem, are the very primitive ones of the hunter, of water on grass, the tiger of straw, death eating men like a tiger, dogs eating what is vomited, a branch of a tree and the moon, and higher s and their nests. A compares to this the nr/simha. Tapini, p. 105. Introduction. 143. Vo aham asmi bhagavo devit, aham vivamasi, it is difficult not to suppose that the va of the first part of the sentence is the same word as the vi of the second part, only altered according to the rules of sandhi in Sanskrit. A second point of similarity between the language of the Upanishads and that of the Sanatsu Karitatiya is to be found in the phrase, "He who knows this becomes immortal." This sentence, or one of like signification, is, as is well known, of common occurrence in the Upanishads and in the Brahmas. In the Bhagavad Gita, the verses towards the end, which come after Knsh's summing up of his instruction, seem to be of a somewhat analogous, though in some respects different, nature. And in the Purakaritas we meet sometimes with elaborate passages extolling the merits of a particular rite, or a particular pilgrimage, and so forth. This form of the Phalakarit-ruti, as it is called, appears to have been developed in process of time from the minute germ existing in the Brahma-Charitas and the Upanishads. In the Sanatsu-Charitatiya, however, we are almost at the beginning of those developments. Indeed, the form before us is identically the same as that which we see in the works where it is first met with. It is a short sentence, which, though complete in itself, still appears merely at the end of another passage, and almost as a part of such other passage. There is one other point of a kindred nature which it may be well to notice here. As in the Jata, so in the Sanatsu. At Ya, we meet with a considerable number of words used in senses not familiar in the later literature. They are collected in the index of Sanskrit words in this volume. But a few remarks on some of them will not, it is thought, be entirely out of place here. The word marga one in the sense of worldly life is rather remarkable. Visakara renders it by the path of sara or worldly life. And he quotes as a parallel the passage from the Tt/Zandogya Upanishad which speaks of returning to the path. There, however, Vivarikara explains it to mean the path by which one. I give no references here, as they can be found in the index of Sanskrit words at the end of this volume. 144. Sanatsugatiya. The self returns to worldly life, namely, from space to the wind and so forth into vegetables and food, ultimately appearing as a fetus. Another remarkable word is vaga, which occurs twice in the Sanatsu-Charitatiya. 5 Ankara and Nalakor/Charita differ in their explanations of it, and Nalaka/Charita indeed gives two different meanings to the word in the two passages where it occurs. We may also refer here specially to Asa, Ritvig, and Matva in Bohutlink and Roth's lexicon. The only passages cited under Asa are from Vedic works, except two respectively from Sucharitruta and the Charitakumara Arita. One passage, however, there cited, Vish, Zo and Gt, and paid. Param Madhva Asa/2, is plainly the original of the passage we are now considering. As to Ritv/G in the sense it bears, here, we see, I think, what was the earlier signification of that word before it settled down into the somewhat technical meaning in which it is now familiar. And Matva in the sense of meditating upon is to be found in the Upanishads, but not, I think, in any work of the classical literature. These words, therefore, seem to indicate that the Sanatsu Charitatiya was composed at a stage in the development of the Sanskrit language which is a good deal earlier than the stage which we see completely reached in the classical literature. Coming now to the matter of the Sanatsu-Charitatiya, it appears to me that we there see indications pointing in a general way to the same conclusion as that which we have here arrived at. There is, in the first place, a looseness and want of rigid system in the mode of handling the subject, similar to that which we have already observed upon as characterizing the Bhagavad-Gita. There is no obvious bond of connection joining together the various subjects discussed, nor are those subjects themselves treated after any very scientific or rigorous method. Again, if the fourth chapter is a genuine part of the Sanatsu-Charitatiya, we have an elaborate repetition in one part of what has been said in another part of the work, with only a few variations in words and perhaps fewer still in signification. As, however, I am not at present prepared to stand finally by the genuineness of that chapter, I do not consider it desirable to further labor this argument. Introduction 145. Than to point out that similar repetitions, on a smaller scale, perhaps, are not uncommon in our older literature. L. Coming now to the manner in which the Vedas are spoken of in the work before us, there are, we find, one or two noteworthy circumstances proper to be considered here. In the first place, we have the reference to the four Vedas together with Ekhayanas as the fifth Veda. This is in conformity with the old tradition recorded in the various works to which we have referred in our note on the passage. The mention of the Atharva Veda, which is implied in this passage, and expressly contained in another, might be regarded as some mark of a modern age. But without dwelling upon the fact that the Atharva Veda, though probably modern as compared with the other Vedas, is still old enough to date some centuries before the Christian era too, it must suffice to draw attention here to the fact that the AV/Andogya Upanishad mentions that Veda, and it is not here argued that the Sanatsu Karitatya is older than the /Karitan Dogya Upanishad. We have next to consider the reference to the Soman hymns as Vimala, or pure. The point involved in this reference has been already sufficiently discussed in the introduction to the Jata 3, and it is not necessary here to say more than that. Of the two classes of works we have there made, the Sanatsu Karitatya appears from the passage under discussion to rank itself with the class which is prior in date. The estimate of the value of the Vedas which is implied in the Sanatsu Karitatya appears to coincide very nearly with that which we have shown to be the estimate implied in the Bhagavad Gita. The Vedas are not here cast aside as useless, any more than they are in the Bhagavad Gita. For, I do not think the word an, z/ as which occurs in one passage of the work can be regarded really as referring to those who entirely reject the Vedic revelation. But without going as far as that, the Sanatsu Karitatya seems certainly to join the Bhagavad Gita in its protest against those men of extreme views, who could see nothing beyond the rites and ceremonies. 1 c. p. 181, Note I infra. 8 p.m. 19 Supra. 3 pp. 19, 20. 8, l. 146. Sanatsugatiya. Taught in the Vedas. A study of the Vedas is, indeed, insisted on in sundry passages of the Sanatsu Karitatya. But it is equally maintained that the performance of the ceremonies laid down in the Vedas is not the true means of final emancipation. It is maintained that action done with any desire is a cause of bondage to worldly life, that the gods themselves are ordinary creatures who have reached a certain high position owing to the practice of the duties of Brahma/Vkarins, but that they are not only not superior to, but are really under the control of, the man who has acquired the true knowledge of the universal self. On all these points, we have opinions expressed in the Sanatsu Karitatya, which conclusively establish an identity of doctrine, as between the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita. One on the one hand, and the Sanatsu Karatatiya on the other. Lastly, we have an explicit statement that the mere study of Vedic texts avails nothing, and that sin is not to be got rid of by one who merely studies the Rig and the Yajurveda texts, and the Samaveda. It is not necessary to repeat here the chronological deductions which may be based upon this relation between the Sanatsu Karatatiya and the Vedas. We have already argued in the introduction to the Bhagavad Gita that such a relation points to a period of Indian religious history prior to the great movement of Gautama Buddha too. There is, however, this difference, perhaps, to be noted between the Gita and the Sanatsu Karatatiya, namely, that the latter work seems to afford more certain indications of the recognition, at the date of its composition, of a Nanaka/Z character, as distinguished from a Karmaka character in the Vedas, than we have seen, are contained in the Bhagavad Gita. 3. The passage, for instance, which speaks of the Jayandas as referring of themselves to the Brahman, and the passage which refers to an understanding of the Brahman by means of the Vedas, according to the principle of the moon and the branch, these seem rather to point to a portion of the Vedas which was regarded as giving instruction in true 1. Compare P16 Supra. 2. Compare pp. 25, 26. 3 pm 17. Introduction. 147. Knowledge, as distinguished from merely laying down various sacrifices and ceremonials for special purposes. In fact, in one passage we have the germ of the whole Vedantic theory as afterwards settled. For there we are told that sacrifices and penances are laid down as the preliminary steps towards the acquisition of true knowledge. By those sacrifices one is purified of one's sins, and then acquires a knowledge of the Supreme Self as described in the Vedas, which, I apprehend, must mean the Upanishads. There is but one other point on which we need say anything further, and that is connected with the definition of a Brahmava. That definition appears to me to point to an earlier stage in religious progress than is indicated in Apastamba and Manu. The true Brahmavasa is he who is attached to the Brahman. Perhaps this marks some little advance beyond the more general doctrine of the Gita, but it is still very far short of the petrified doctrine, if I may so call it, of the later lawgivers. The Brahmava has not yet degenerated into the mere receiver of fees and presents, but is still in possession of the truth. We thus see that the external and internal evidence bearing upon the question of the position of the Sanatsu Karatatiya in Sanskrit literature seems to point to nearly the same period and place for it as for the Bhagavad Gita. It is plain enough that the evidence under both heads is extremely scanty and meager. But such as it is, it appears to us to justify a provisional conclusion that the Sanatsu Karatatiya dates from a period prior to the rise of Buddhism, and forms part of that same movement in the religious history of ancient India of which the Gita is another embodiment. More than this, we are not at present in a position to assert. To this extent, the evidence enables us, I think, to go. And we accordingly hold, that unless other and further evidence requires a reversal of this judgment, the Sanatsu may be treated as a work nearly contemporary with the Bhagavad-gita, and occupying generally the same point of view. One word, finally, about the translation. As stated already, the text adopted is that which appears to have L2 148 Sanatsu Gat Ya been before 5 Ankara and GT Arya, and the translation follows mainly his interpretations in his commentary. Sometimes we have followed Nalakat/A, whose commentary has been consulted, as well as a very incorrect copy of another commentary by one Sava-Nana-A, contained in the MS. From Pune, lent me by Professor Ba-Aka. In some places even the commentators have failed to clear up obscurities, and there we have given the best translation we could suggest, indicating the difficulties. There has been an endeavor made here, as in the case of the Bhagavad-gita, to keep the translation as close and faithful to the text as the exigencies of the English language permitted. The exegetical notes are mostly taken from the commentaries, even where the name of the commentator is not specified, while the references to parallel passages have been collected, mostly by myself, in the same way as in the case of the Bhagavad-gita. Sanatsugatiya. Chapter I. Dhr/Tarush/Ra said, if, O Vidura, there is anything not yet said by you in your discourse, then do impart it to me, who wish to hear, for you have spoken marvelous things. Vidura said, O Dhritarashtra, the ancient youth Sanatsu/Atta, otherwise called Sanatana one, who declared that death exists not, he, O descendant of Bharata, the best of all talented men, will explain all the doubts of your mind, both those which are secret too, and those openly declared. Dhrz/Tarush/Ra said, what, do you not yourself know more about this subject, that Sanatana should explain it to me? Explain it yourself, O Vidura. If there is any remnant of intelligence left in you. 1 Sonaleka/A. Sarikra says Sanatsu Karitata is Sanat Kumra, and the component parts of the name he paraphrases by *born from Brahman. For Sanatana, CBR/Hardar or Yaka. P 506, and Note I, P 141 Supra. 2 i.e. relating to subjects which may be freely discussed by all, and those which may not. Naleka #//$A adopts a different reading, which he interprets to mean doctrines exoteric and esoteric / e.g. self-restraint, and c, and the acquisition of mystic power, and lt, and c, respectively. The expression doubts of the mind occurs, however, further on. 150 Sanatsugatiya. Vidura said, I am born of a Sudra womb, and do not like to say more than what I have said. But the intelligence of that youth, I believe to be eternal one. He who has come of a Brahma Karita womb, even though he may proclaim a great mystery, does not thereby become liable to the censure of the gods. Therefore do I say this to you. Dhritarashtra /Ra said. Do you, O Vidura, speak to the ancient Sona Tana for me, so that there may be a meeting even here, between myself in this body, and him. Vasampayana 2 said. Then Vidura meditated on that sage, whose vows are laudable 3. And he, too, O descendant of Bharata, knowing of such meditation, made his appearance. And he too, received him with the ceremonies prescribed in the ordinances. After he had been comfortably seated and had taken rest, Vidura then spoke to him, Venerable Sir. There is some doubt in Dhritarashtra/Ra's mind, which cannot 1. I suppose, never failing, and such as can deal with all sorts of topics. Sanat Kumara, it need scarcely be stated, is the teacher of Narada in the famous dialogue in the Ffndogyopa Nishad, p. 473. 2. Vajampayana is the narrator of the grand story of which pieces like the present form parts. 3. The reading is sometimes different, so as to mean of rigid vows, as at Jata, p. 61 supra. 4. The pronouns here are too numerous. Does he here refer to Dhritarashtra/Ra? Vidura seems more likely, though the express mention of him in the next sentence might be treated as pointing the other way. Chapter 2, 151. B. Explained by me. Do you be pleased to explain it to him? Hearing it explained, this Lord of men may cross beyond all misery, so that gain and loss what is agreeable, and what is odious, old age and death, fear and vindictiveness, hunger and thirst, frenzy and worldly greatness, disgust and also laziness, desire and wrath, ruin and prosperity, may not trouble him. Chapter 2. Vasampayana said. Then the talented king, Dhritarashtra/Ra, bowed to those words uttered by Vidura, and, in a secluded place, 3. Interrogated Sanat-Sucharitata regarding the highest knowledge. 4. Wishing to become a high-souled man. 5. Dhritarashtra/Ra said. Sanat-Sucharitata. Which of the two is correct, your teaching? 6. About which I have heard, that death exists not, or that 7 the gods and demons practiced 1 comp. Jita. Passim, disgust, sil. That resulting from a general dissatisfaction with everything. As to ruin and prosperity, nila. Korma adds, and their causes, sin and merit. /2. Literally respected. Naleka // says it means rejoiced over /. For Dhrz/Ra thought, that in spite of his treachery he was safe, as death was taught by Sanat Sukaritata to have no existence, i.e. free from the presence of ignorant and vulgar people. Compare Jita, p. 68 Supra. 4 i.e. knowledge concerning the Supreme Self. 5 Sankara's construction seems different, but is not quite clear. He says, wishing to become Brahman, the meaning is wishing to acquire the self lost through ignorance, i.e. imparted to your pupils. Sankara adds, heard /sil. From Vidura. 7 The construction is imperfect, but the sense is clear. Is your T52 Sanat Sugatiya. The life of Brahma /Arins L. for freedom from death. Sanat Sukaritata said. Some say that freedom from death results from action too, and others that death exists not. Hear me explain this, O king. Have no misgiving about it. 3. Both truths, O Kshatriya, have been current from the beginning, for the wise maintain what is called delusion to be death. 1-5. Verily call heedlessness death, and likewise I call freedom from heedlessness immortality. Through heedlessness, verily, were the demons 6 vanquished, and through freedom, view correct, or the view involved in the practice of gods and demons. 1c. Jita, p. 69 Supra, Kamapanishad, p. 102, Brahma, p. 162. As to the gods being afraid of death, c. Ondogya, p. 50, and Nsahutapini, p. 32, and as to gods and demons practicing the life of Brahma /Fkarins, c. Ondogya, p. 571, and compare B.N. had Aroyaka, p. 964. 2 i.e. action prescribed in the Vedas. 3. i.e. as to how I shall be able to reconcile the seeming contradiction between the two truths. 4. i.e. of creation. 5. Sanat Sukaritata says he differs from the wise. Delusion equals thinking the not self to be the self. Heedlessness equals falling off from one's natural condition as the Brahman, which is the cause of delusion. Sankara. CP 153 Infra, Karma, p. 152, and Taittiriya Upanishad. p. 80. 6 Sarikra suggests that demons might mean creatures attached to worldly objects, and gods those who are pleased in their own self, and he cites a stanza in support of this suggestion. The allusion, however, seems to be plainly to the story at Ff Ndogya. p. 571 Sikh, where the idea and expression of being vanquished also occurs. p. 583. That word Sankara interprets in connection with his suggested interpretation to mean are born in lower species. C. 18 Dogya, p. 585, and Maitri, p. 211, about asuras, or demons. It is interesting to note that in the introduction to the Mahabhashya, there is an allusion to a story of the demons being vanquished in consequence of their grammatical blunders. Chapter IT, 9. 153. From heedlessness the gods attained to the Brahman. Death, verily, does not devour living creatures like a tiger, for, indeed, his form is not to be perceived. Some say that death is different from this, named, Yama, who dwells in the self. 2. The practice of the life of Brahmins, being immortality, that God governs his kingdom in the world of the Pitads, being good to the good, and not good to those who are not good. That death, or heedlessness, develops in men as desire, and afterwards as wrath, and in the shape of delusion. 3. And then, traveling in devious paths 4 through egoism. 1. Does not attain to union 5 with the self. Those who are deluded by it 6, and who remain under its influence, depart from this world, and there again fall down 7. Then the deities 8 gather around them, and then he undergoes death after death 9. Being attached to the fruit of action, on action presenting itself, they follow after it. 10. And do not cross 1 those deluded by worldly objects, this means heedlessness. 2 Sankara cites a stanza from Manu, which says that King Yama Vavasvata dwells in the heart of every one. Compare Aitārya Upanishad, p. 187. The following clause he understands to contain 2 epithets of Yama, meaning immortal, and intent on the Brahman. I follow Nalek or /karate, but not very confidently. 3 Compare Gita, p. 57. Here we have the developments, the varying forms of death or heedlessness. 4 i.e. paths contrary to Sutis and Samstis. 5 Concentration of mind on the self or Brahman. 6 i.e. the egoism spoken of before. 7 i.e. to this mortal world. Compare Gita, p. 84, and br/Hardar or Yaka. pp 855, 856. Their equals from the next world. Sankara says, having lived there. 8 i.e. the senses. Compare Gita, p. 123, and Inter Alia Upanishad. p. 10. 9 Compare Ka/A, p. 129, and Paidar or Yaka, p. 889. 10 i.e. the fruit. Compare Karma, p. 155, and Mam/aka, p. 317. 154. Sanatsugatho. Beyond death. And the embodied self, in consequence of not understanding union with the real entity, proceeds on all hands too with attachment to enjoyments. That 3. Verily, is the great source of delusion to the senses, for by contact 4 with unreal entities, his migrations 5 are rendered inevitable. Because having his inner self contaminated by contact with unreal entities, he devotes himself to objects of sense on all sides, pondering on them only. That pondering, verily, first ruins him. and soon afterwards desire and wrath, after attacking him. These 7 lead children to death. But sensible men cross beyond death by their good sense. He who pondering on the self destroys 8. The fugitive objects of sense, not even thinking of them through contempt for them, and who, being possessed of knowledge, destroys desires in this way, becomes, as it were, the death of death itself, and swallows it up. 9. The being who, one, i.e. its identity with the Brahman, 2. i.e. in various forms of life, naleka /karate. 3. The going about in search of enjoyments. 4. The contact leads to pondering on them, and that to desire, and see, as described further on. 5. Through various lives, birth and death are certain for him. 6. I.e. causes oblivion of his real nature, sarikra. Compare the whole train of cause and effect at Jata. P50 Supra. 7. I.e. the pondering, desire, wrath, and see, as to children / compare. KA $/A, pp. 96 and 123, where B and LA is contrasted with Dira, as here. The good sense is of help in withstanding the temptations of worldly objects. 8. Destroy S equals abandons, pondering, just before this, is rendered by Sarikra to mean thinking of the objects as transient, impure, and c. 9. Sarkara cites on this a stanza of unknown authorship, which says, the learned and clever man who knows the self, and by discrimination destroys all objects of sense, is said to be the death of death. C2p 178 Infra. Chapter 2, 17. 155. Pursues desires, is destroyed, in pursuing, after the desires 1. But casting away desires, a being gets rid of all taint to whatever this body, void of enlightenment. 3. Seems to be a hell for all beings. Those who are avaricious run about for going head long to a ditch. A man, O Kshatriya, who contemns everything else. 5. Learns nothing. To him, the body is like a tiger made of straw. 6. And this internal self, joined to delusion and fear. 7. Inconse quince of wrath and avarice, within your body, that verily is death. 8. Understanding death. 9. To be thus produced, and adhering to knowledge, one is not afraid of death. 10. In this world, in his province, death is destroyed, as a mortal is destroyed on arriving in the province of death. Dirtarish /Ra said, the good, eternal, and most holy worlds. 11. Which one on this Naleka //A quotes these lines: the antelope, elephant, butterfly, bee, and fish, these 5 are destroyed by the 5 / i.e. the 5 objects of sense, sound, and see. C6 Antipavan, Moksha, Dharma, Chap. 174, St 45. 2. I.e. misery, naleka /$a, merit or sin, sarkara. 3. I.e. void of discrimination between the real and unreal, nila. Karma, result of ignorance, sankara. A hell, as being full of filth / says sarkara, such as phlegm, blood, excretions. Compare. Maitri. p. 48. 4. As blind men groping about fall into a ditch, so do these. Sarkara. 5. I.e. other than the sensuous objects he loves, learns nothing about the Supreme Self which he disregards. 6. Useless for any good purpose. 7. Compare. Taittiriya Upanishad, p. 102. 8. As being ruinous to oneself. Sarkara compares Jita, p. 68. Compare also Taittiriya Upanishad, p. 103, and see Brz Hadar or Yaka, p. 61. 9. I.e. heedlessness and its developments as stated. 10. Sarkara cites on this. Taittiriya Upanishad, p. 78. 11. Such as Satyalaka, and c. 156 Sanat Sugaliya are mentioned as attainable by the twice-born by means of worship. 1. Those say the Vedas carrot are the highest aim. 2. How is it, then, that one who understands this does not resort to action? Sanat Sukaritata said. Thinking, so